Carl was right. John knew that. But the kid was being a little blunt. And John didn't exactly welcome the pain. Yeah, that's right, Carl. That's how it is. But I'm here now, and so are you, and we've got some choices to make. Carl just looked at the wood pieces. That's what they were, confused. Scattered pieces. Right. John prompted. Carl was ready to walk out again, but he knew that would be cowardly. No, he was going to test this thing. Then he'd know for sure. I know I don't want to build any stupid boat. I was thinking we could finish what Dad and I started. Then John was careful to add, and I thought we could talk. Talk about what? Anything you want. Carl tried to lock onto John's eyes, and John let him. This guy was really leaving himself wide open, if he meant it. Anything, Hey, it isn't going to be fun, but what are the alternatives? The way I see it, we can either deal with things the way they are and start putting the pieces together from here, or just walk away from each other, get out of each other's lives, and keep the mistakes the way they are. Test him, Carl. Throw him a punch and see what he does. Why did you and Mum split up? John grimaced. Oh boy. Carl threw up his hands. Yeah, right, we could talk about anything. He started to walk out. Well, give me a second to think, will you? Carl stopped as his father got riled. You start right out tearing into the big wounds, the really big ones, and you expect me to have some news and commentary all prepared for you or something. You think the reasons are simple. Carl thought for only a moment and then nodded. Yeah, I think so. Oh, give me a break. She was selfish and you were selfish. All you could think about was your career, and all she could think about was not letting. Are those the reasons? Yeah, those are the reasons. Okay. I take it you've had some long talks with your mother. Her name's Ruth. Okay, Ruth. You must not feel too friendly toward her. Now John was mad. He let a curse slip out. What did you say? I said. John wilted a bit. I'm sorry. But then he just got angry. Again. And why am I apologizing to you? Have you heard your own mouth lately? Hey, I'm still a sinner. I haven't been talking to God like you have. John was about to throw a counter-remark, but got as far as drawing the breath when he held it, let it out as an amused sigh, and then just smiled, shaking his head, looking down, thinking for a moment. Then he looked up. Okay, Carl. You want to communicate. You want to be honest. Tell me something. When you were throwing all that paint around last night, who were you thinking of? Carl smiled. Touché. Me. So you weren't thinking of Grandma or Grandpa and their nice little shop here and the sanctity of their property and how a guest in someone's home should conduct himself. No. I was mad. Before John could comment, he added, but like I said, I'm a sinner. I do things like that. John looked around the room, sharing an incredulous expression with the shop tools. So, hey, give another sinner a little slack, huh? Carl didn't have a comeback ready, so John kept going. I'm a sinner. Sure, I'm a sinner, and I do sinful things. When you meet God, that's the first thing you have to face up to or you aren't being honest. John looked toward the rafters. You can't be like that painting up there. Good job, by the way. Carl looked up at the anchorman in the rafters, still cool, collected. Immaculate, professional. I hate that painting. Well, sure, and we both know why. So just try to get God to believe. That image up there. Carl looked at the painting and then at his father and then returned to unfinished business. So, how do you feel about Ruth? Initially I feel like I don't want to talk about her. Well, she doesn't talk about you much either. But do you hate her? No, not at all. Do you still love her? John had to probe his thoughts, his feelings. Back then I had no question that I loved her. But looking back from here I can say I loved myself more. And now I'm not sure how I should feel about her. If love is only a matter of feeling, that's gone completely. If love means commitment, we never had that in the first place. Do you love me? John worked on his answer for a moment before he shared it. You may not like the answer, but I don't think it'll surprise you. Okay. I've always loved you, Carl. In the wide sense, in the big picture, I love you and always have. It's in the smaller, narrower sense that things start breaking apart. As far as love being a feeling, I've always loved you, no question. But as far as love being commitment, hey, you know the answer. I loved myself more. He wanted to make sure he was coming across. Does that make sense to you? Carl blinked away some tears. Yeah. John looked down at the wooden parts in disarray. I don't know. I guess. No, I don't guess, I know. I've always regretted what Dad and I left undone, unsaid, unlived. We both lost something that would have been just the most wonderful thing, you know. And now, his emotions, his love, overcame him. I just don't want to lose it with you. He wiped his eyes and took some deep breaths, trying to stabilize. He couldn't. He kept going anyway. Carl, you've just got to forgive. Chapter 20. Let's see. 19,202 NE. Barlow. Ah yes. Leslie remembered this neighborhood with the high-priced homes and clean, paved streets. She'd been up here perhaps a year ago, right after a windstorm had toppled some of the trees and they'd fallen on power lines, cars, and homes. One of the big fir trees had almost cut an English Tudor in half when it fell. It did manage to flatten the Mercedes parked in the circular driveway. It was big-dollar damage. Great stuff for the evening news. Okay, Dr. Denning, if you won't call me back, then I'll track you down. Actually, she'd only waited half a day for Dr. Mark Denning to return her call, but she was too primed and pumped to wait any longer without taking some action on her own. She had to talk to this guy, she had to learn something, anything substantial, and hopefully before Monday. One more smirk from Tina Lewis without something really devastating to throw back at her, like a bona fide autopsy report, and her decision to quit would be firm. On the other hand, if she could get something that would truly vindicate the Brewers and herself, then, oh boy, electronic news gathering just might be fun again. Now that she'd driven around the neighborhood a few times looking for 19,202 NE. Barlow, she began to recall how hard it was to find an address in this place. All the houses were built on rolling, forested hills, so the streets tended to weave and wind around like a plate of spaghetti instead of a neat, predictable grid, and the number sequences had an aggravating way of changing, skipping, even reversing unexpectedly. Whoa! She stopped the car. There was 192nd, and this time it looked like it really might go somewhere. She backed up and turned left, driving slowly up the hill. She craned her neck this way and that to read the numbers. 19,190. 19,192. Still one more block to go, if there was a block, but it looked promising. She crossed an intersection and wound down a quaint street with big houses on either side. Yep. Next windstorm we'll be up here taking pictures again, she thought. There it was. 19,202 NE. Barlow. Nice place. 2 stories, a steep, shaked roof, a few dormers, a 2-car garage, a big yard with lots of beauty bark and rhododendrons. There was a Jeep Cherokee parked in the driveway, and lights were on inside. She parked out front, checked her appearance in the rearview mirror, and went up the front walk, passing a brightly colored playhouse and a child's dirt bike. An attractive young woman with long, brown hair answered her knock. Hello. Leslie felt a little hesitant and acted like it. Hi, I'm Leslie. Albright. I'm with, well, ordinarily I work for Channel 6 News, News 6. But, that's not really why I'm here. Well, not directly anyway. Great start, Leslie. I'm not making much sense, am I? The lady seemed tolerant enough. I suppose you'd like to talk to my husband. You are Mrs. Denning. Drive. Mark Denning's wife. She nodded. My husband isn't here right now. He's in Sacramento on a job interview. Leslie hoped her disappointment didn't show. Oh, would you like to come in? Leslie relaxed. Oh, yes, certainly. Thank you. She stepped into the entryway, a nice, well-lit space with a high ceiling. Beautiful home. Thank you. My name is Barbara. Nice to meet you. They went into the living room, a pleasant, thick-carpeted place with soft furniture and dark-stained cabinetry. The large windows gave a perfect view of the backyard, where a little girl and boy were chasing a frisbee. Barbara Denning took a seat on one end of the couch and offered Leslie the other end. I got your message on our answering machine. Are you the one who did that story on the Brewers yesterday? Leslie wagged her head emphatically. No, I sure didn't. That was Marion Gibbons. I was working with Deanne and Max Brewer on a story about what happened to their daughter, and, well, to put it simply, the bosses at the station yanked it out of my hands and turned it around to say something I never intended it to say. So, I take it you're familiar with the Brewers situation. Leslie's eyes widened as bells went off in her head. You're onto something here. Pay attention. The little rowboat was seeing the light of day again for the first time in over 20 years. John and Carl had cleared the area near the windows and then used some sawhorses and planks to extend the work table. Now all the pieces of the boat were laid out flat on the table, and Carl began to arrange them, piece by piece, one over here, one over there, moving this one, reversing that one, to somehow figure out how they all went together. And there was hope. As nearly as Carl could tell, all the pieces were there. Right now he was trying to make sense of the ribs. One was placed backward, so he turned it around, and then two had to be interposed because they were in the wrong order. The keel was easy to spot and was already marked for where the ribs were to go. The whole process was encouraging. To look at that pile as it was originally, one would have thought the project was a lost cause. But now, having a better view of it, having a better picture of what needed to be done, the task was not so overwhelming. It wouldn't come together in a day, but given time, they just might have a boat. The door to the shop opened, and John came in, moving briskly, his face full of news. Carl could tell something was up. His father's mind was grinding away so hard he could almost smell the smoke. "Woo," was the first thing John said. "What's up?" That was Leslie Albright on the phone. She found Denning. They could read each other's face and knew they both felt the same reaction, mixed feelings, joy with doubts, excitement with misgivings. Carl verified, Denning. The Denning's wife actually. Leslie says they had a really nice visit. Denning himself is away, down in Sacramento, interviewing for a new job. Get this. He was fired from his job at Westland Memorial Hospital over the Brewer affair. Carl nodded. Yeah, that's kind. Autopsy report. They've got some strong politics going on at that hospital, some unwritten rules. Like, don't snitch, or you die. So what's the verdict? Were we right? John felt vindicated. He couldn't help smiling as he nodded yes. Annie Brewer died from a septic abortion. But that's from Mrs. Denning. When Denning gets back, we'll get it straight from him. Carl took a moment to lean against the workbench and process all this. John was too agitated to sit. Carl asked, so, what about the autopsy report? Now John shook his head. This was where the mixed feelings came in. Denning's wife says he has a copy of it in his own files, but, and this makes sense, she can't release it. Only Denning can do that. And then John added, and only to the Brewers. At that, Carl fell silent. He'd let John address that problem. John finally did. So, hey, if we want to stay in this battle, we're just going to have to regroup, that's all. I think it is worth fighting, and I know Dad did. We'll just have to get the hurts patched up and keep going. You remember what it was like meeting Max the first time? Yeah, and now he's mad. But I've got to try calling him again. Maybe. He's cooled down by now, I don't know, he's got to be interested in this. Leslie's going to call Deanne anyway. Carl tried to sort it out, and it wasn't easy. If we had the autopsy report, if we had the Brewers working with us again so we could get it, we could prove Annie died from a bad abortion at the Women's Medical Center. And if that girl, Mary, was willing to come forward, if she hasn't been turned off by what happened on the news, which brings up that woman who runs that, Human Life Center, whatever it is called. Marilyn Westfall, John reminded him. Human Life Services Center. Another person who trusted us and got stung. And then there's Rachel Franklin. John could only shake his head. Hoo boy, she was mad at me in the first place. She's probably mad at me now. Thinking about Rach, everything, do you suppose it would be news? After what's happened, I can't help feeling that nobody will ever hear about it anyway, that something will happen to the story, to the truth. Yeah, things happen to the truth. I mean, even if we could prove everything, how do we know somebody isn't going to cut it all up and mash it and paste stuff on it and turn it around and ignore parts of it? John chuckled. Everybody does that with the truth, Carl, not just the news media. It's what we do as human beings with things we don't want to face. Yeah. Carl became glum. But then, even if we did get the truth out, who'd even give a rip? Who'd even want to know about it? John held his hand up. I don't think that's even the question here. Let's go back to where we started. What happened to Annie Brewer was wrong, and that mattered to Dad, and we decided it mattered to us as well, and John took another look at the boat parts all laid out on the table. I can't explain it exactly, but it is like another unfinished project, another goal that meant a lot to Dad but never got finished, you follow me? Oh yeah. So even if nothing ever comes of this, nothing big and open and public, at least we'll know that we did what we were supposed to do. We didn't sit on our rears and just mope about it. Dad never moped about anything he could do something about. Carl felt it and was sure his father felt it too. Do you think that's why he was killed? John had no trouble answering. Absolutely. Then he looked around the shop as he tried to understand the man who built it. That's what really bothers me. All of this must tie together somehow. Max may not be as paranoid as we think. John just about laughed at a sudden recollection. Remember what we said about Denning getting fired? That unwritten rule. Don't snitch or you die. John gave Carl a look that said, what do you think? And Carl nodded in a way that said, I think you're right. John summed it up. Dad knew something. And then, as if waiting for just the right trigger, just the right time, thought. And he said so. He told me he knew something and that he wanted to share it with me, but John recalled and understood. He said I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't ready to receive it because, oh brother, because I wasn't on good terms with the truth. Carl was thinking, yeah, he was right, but he didn't say anything. He just looked around the shop so he wouldn't have to look at his father. And he was right, John said. He was right. So, Carl stopped. Maybe he shouldn't ask. I'm trying to be, John answered. I'm trying to be on good terms with the truth. It's going to take time, I've got a ways to go, but I'm willing. God's patient. I've discovered that. It's like Jesus said to that one woman that, what was she? A tax collector or, no, a prostitute, I think. He forgave her and then said, go and sin no more. God has time and patience for us if we have time for Him. Carl could accept that. He liked the sound of it. Okay, we've got to go down to the warehouse, John said abruptly. Oh, thought Carl. What for? I don't know specifically. But I need to go back to where Dad and I left off. I need to go back to his office. Governor, I plead with you, search your heart and change your course, for if you do not, God will change it for you. Though you have said to yourself, no one sees, and no one hears, surely, the Lord sees, and he hears all that you think in your heart, all that you whisper, all that you speak in your private chambers. There is nothing hidden from the eyes of him with whom we have to do. The prophet was so distant and appeared so small as he stood on the far side of the flag pavilion shouting and gesturing, and yet his powerful voice carried over the heads of the crowds, clear and distinct above the clamor and cheers. The governor had acted as if he did not hear the man's words, and yet, try as he might, he could not help but hear them. Now, as he sat in first class on his flight to the Tri-Cities for some more campaigning, he was haunted by how clearly he could replay the whole event in his mind, almost every word the prophet spoke, even cadence. He could also remember how it felt that way right now, to hear the prophet's words. It felt the same as being caught cheating by your elementary school teacher, or hitting a ball through the neighbor's window, or being lectured by the high school vice principal. Like Nebuchadnezzar of old, you have set up an image of yourself for all men to follow, a towering image, a mighty image, an image far greater than yourself, the prophet had said. How did that old geezer know about my ad campaign? The governor laughed to himself. Come on, it is TV. Everybody knows it is glitz, it is showbiz. Nobody really believes that stuff. But please take heed. The Lord would remind you, you are not that image. Well, people don't believe everything they see on the tube, or on the posters, or the billboards. They know it is a campaign, it is selling. It's just image. Though you may say, I am strong and invincible, I tower over the masses, I cannot be touched or harmed, yet in truth you are as weak as any man, about to be harmed, about to be toppled. Slater had a hunch then, but he was almost certain now. The old prophet knew. The governor could hear it indirectly through the prophet's words. That old man knew. But he's dead now. He's dead. Now he can't tell anyone. Hiram. The governor looked at Ashley, his wife, seated next to him. Are you all right? That winning smile came to his face automatically. Sure. How are you doing? Oh, just fine. She went back to her magazine, and he went back to staring out the window. That's the way it was between them and had been for, how many years? She never asked another question after the first one, she never pressed it. He said only as much as he chose to and showed nothing beyond that, and she bought the image, or at least acted like it. When they'd first met, they talked about politics, about their classes at the university, about cars, sports, architecture, almost anything. But he would not talk about true feeling, sentiment. These were not comfortable subjects, but rather comprised a realm in which he felt lost and without words, like a perpetual novice always stumbling along. During their first years he ventured into that realm just long enough and often enough to win Ashley's heart, become a family man, and achieve what he considered domestic success. But soon thereafter he was naturally drawn to a mistress that would not demand intimacy or vulnerability, but let him stay where he felt safe, self-assured, and powerful, the cold machinery of politics and power. This was a world in which he could truly be the molder of his own fate and, through the system, the fates of others. His God was the task, his religion the goal, his creed. Well, the rules were derived from the game, and the game's object was the goal, and he was very good at writing new rules for new games. In any event, his protective shield could always be in place, the man everyone thought he was. Ashley hadn't understood this shift at first, this change from the courting, calculating aspirant to the slightly warmer and vulnerable charmer who married her, and then back to an even colder, more distant, more calculating man of ambition and drive. She had her needs, but he had his work, so they had their exchanges, their scraps, their discussions, and in the end nothing changed. She remained empty and needful, and he remained comfortable. He became what he had set out to become from the very beginning. He couldn't remember a precise date when she changed her approach to their relationship. He'd been too busy to notice. But it did occur to him after a time that she no longer pressed him for his thoughts, his feelings. She no longer distracted him with a touch from her hand or an arm on his shoulder. She shared no more secrets. She remained at his side as his loyal wife, but the old sense of closeness was gone. Somehow they'd arrived at an unspoken covenant that they would not speak, not in any real sense. That way things remained comfortable. He had his ambitions, she had the goodies that came with them, and beyond those matters that directly affected the smooth acquiring of those goals, they did not talk. Were they happy? They didn't talk about it. He was the governor, and she the governor's wife, and for the sake of the call, for the sake of the image, their marriage was one of external peace, cooperation, and mutual support. Their roles were established, and they played them well. So Governor Hiram Slater was alone with his thoughts and his fears as he sat and looked down at the clouds. The prophet was dead, but somehow he found no comfort in that. The prophet's words were still alive, and his knowledge could have been passed along to someone else. Hiram Slater was considering how to expose, quantify, and then contain this threat, at least until the election was over. What the voters didn't know would not hurt them, and after all, what was good for Hiram Slater was good for the state. Barrett Plumbing and Fixtures was open for half a day on Saturdays, but the back office was usually closed up and Jill the bookkeeper was not there, which would make it easier for John and Carl to let themselves in with John's key and do all the snooping they wanted without raising questions. Chuck Catesman was working today, moving things around with the old forklift, even with a cast on his hand. He was busy at the moment and didn't ask any questions, he just said hi. John and Carl hurried to the back office, and John opened the main office door with one key, then the door to Dad's office in the back with another. They stepped inside, and John flicked on the light. Dad's office was still the same, as if he'd only left it a moment ago. The smells were the same: paper, old lumber, a hint of pipe cement, maybe even a lingering hint of the old man himself. The calendar on the wall had not been turned since September 11th, the morning Dad was killed. Now, John said, moving slowly toward the desk, what we're looking for is anything unusual, anything that might tell us what Dad was getting his nose into. Carl, why don't you go through those files, and I'll see what's in his desk. Carl went to the file cabinet in the corner. The drawers were locked. Oh, right, said John, sliding open the center drawer of Dad's desk. He found a little key right away. He always hid the key in this drawer. He tossed it to Carl, who opened the file drawers and began thumbing through the files. Dad always had little hiding places for things. If I could remember what they were, it would help. Carl was intimidated by all the files confronting him, hundreds of. Just look for anything unusual, and then if we don't find anything, we'll look a little deeper. Carl started at the front of the top drawer and began thumbing through all the accounts, receipts, suppliers. If he'd been intensely interested in plumbing, it would have been exciting. Carl was not intensely interested in plumbing. John sorted through the contents of the center drawer, moving things aside, poring through it a bit. This was the junk drawer, the little things drawer, the catch-all for pencils, paper clips, stick, M-pads, a jackknife, a few rulers, several small pipe fittings, and several pads of personalized stationery, to name just a few things. Top drawer on the right. Envelopes, invoices, a flashlight, and some extra D batteries. Second drawer on the right. Plumbing catalogs and some trade magazines, plus a few boxes of computer disks. Third drawer. Junk. Lots of it. Some gaskets for wall-mounted heaters. A bag of shop cloths, a small radio, and a portable cassette player with headphones but no cassette. John pulled that from the drawer, carefully untangling the headphone cord from the other items. A cassette player, a Walkman. Now he remembered it. When he'd first come into this office to have that talk with Dad, Dad had this sitting on his desk. John even recalled how he put it away as they began talking. And, was he recalling this correctly? When Dad was saying something about knowing something, having something he really wanted to share with John but couldn't, he almost opened the third drawer. "I've got things I've learned today, just this morning," Dad had said. A Walkman in Dad's desk was a little strange. It didn't seem like Dad to have one of these on the job. Dad was always thinking, always counting things. His mind was always hard at work. What would he want with this? Carl turned. "I might have something." They flagged down Chuck Catesman as he came by on the forklift. He recognized the Walkman immediately. "Hey, so there it is. I've been missing that." "Oh, so it is yours?" John asked. "When did he borrow it?" Chuck thought a moment, then recalled, "Oh, it was that Monday. Right after when he was at the governor's rally and got on television, the Monday after that. The Monday I came to see him." "Yeah. Right. Did he ever ask to borrow it before?" "No. I'm the only one who uses this thing around here, and only when I'm loading with a forklift or doing something where I don't have to think too much." "Well, would you have any idea, did he say what he wanted to listen to?" Chuck shook his head. "He just asked to borrow it for a little while. That's all." John thought out loud. Jimmy was here that day. He said Dad had a visitor. He's out in the yard. They went out to the loading dock. "Hey, Jimmy." Jimmy recalled the visitor. "Yeah, I remember telling you about that. There was one guy who came to see John about 10 in the morning, and after that John just stayed in his office and wouldn't come out." Chuck put it together. "Sure. After that guy left, that's when he borrowed my Walkman, and I guess he was sitting in there listening to something, I don't know." "Do you know who the guy was?" Chuck and Jimmy drew a blank. "Never saw him before," said Jimmy. "What did he look like?" Jimmy shrugged. "Young dude, wearing a suit, carrying a briefcase. He looked like a salesman to me. Color of hair, dark brown, maybe black. Height, a little shorter than me." Jimmy was a big man, over 6 feet. "Race," Chuck suggested, "maybe we could ask Buddy. He was working up at the counter. He must have talked to the guy. About how long did he stay?" Jimmy and Chuck looked at each other again as they agreed on an answer. Jimmy tried. "Man, I don't think it was long at all. Just a few minutes." Chuck nodded. "For all I knew, the guy was just asking directions. He was in and out, that quick." "Well, here's your assignment, guys. Find out who it was. If you see him again, if you know anybody else who might know anything." They exchanged a look that said, "That's a tall order." "Okay, Johnny. We'll do what we can." John turned to Carl. "Let's take another look in Dad's office." A thorough search turned up no cassette tapes of any kind. Now John was all the more intrigued. "Let's get back to Mum's. We'll check the car, the shop, the tape player in the living room, we'll ask Mum." Sunday morning they went to church with Mum, something Carl had been doing regularly as part of his lodging agreement with her, and something John was ready to try again, for better or for worse. It wasn't all that bad. The Pentecostal culture and worship style, pull out all the stops and get on with it, were distinctive, of course, and something you either liked or didn't, but God was there, and John could sense his presence. And once again he heard God speak. He could hear God's voice in the singing, in the testimonies, in the love and sharing, and especially in the written word of God. John knew that voice when he was 10, and he knew it now. Jesus is the Good Shepherd, he recalled, and his sheep know his voice. They recognize that same old ring of truth, that same durable, virtuous tone, and, of course, that same unfading love and mercy. Perhaps John wasn't home yet, but he felt close. As for Carl, let's work on the boat, he said. Sunday dinner was over. Carl's idea prevailed easily, and they went out to the shop. I'm checking it out, Carl admitted as they began to fit the boat ribs for gluing. Hey, I want God to be there. I want him to exist. And if he's there, I want him to speak to me. But right now, well, it is kind of wait and see. John was marking the keel for drilling screw holes. Okay, I can understand that. What John really understood was that Carl was testing everything, examining everything, especially his father, to see if any solid ground was beginning to take hold under all that shifting sand. Wait and see. John had the same feeling about himself even now. God he was sure about. John Barrett was another matter. Not to change the subject entirely, but slightly, John said, well, let's hear these tapes. Dad owned a small radio cassette player and used to listen to preacher-teacher tapes and music while working out in the shop. It wasn't hard to find. Dad had it in its rightful place on a shelf above the workbench, a shelf labeled radio. Now they had it perched on the workbench near where they were working, and beside it was a stack of cassette tapes gleaned from Dad's car, his bedroom, the shop, the living room stereo, the closet, and anywhere else Mum could think of where Dad might stash tapes. Most of the tapes were preacher-teacher tapes and were so labeled. Some were copies of old phonograph recordings Dad put on tape so he could listen to them out here or in the car. But some were suspiciously unlabeled, and John wanted to review them carefully. So began an afternoon of old-time religious culture as John and Carl began gluing and fastening the boat together. They heard Southern gospel quartets, one after the other, with thundering bass singers, soaring tenors, and tinkling pianos. Then there was Brother So-and-so bringing life to you from the such-and-such church somewhere in California. And last Easter's cantata by the church choir, recorded from the back of the sanctuary and sounding 10 miles away. Sister Schmidt still came through above all the others, followed by a very distant, fuzzy voice speaking to a pro-life rally from behind a thick curtain of tape hiss. The clock kept turning, and the tapes kept rolling, and John tried to work on the boat while keeping one finger available for the fast-forward button. It discovered, and yet, John sometimes delayed ejecting the cassette because the contents did something else for him. It brought back vivid memories of his father. They worked, they listened, and occasionally John would remember. 16s, he said with a chuckle. Dad was really into 16-penny nails. That an Atco tar? Ha, Carl asked. It was a fair question. Well, 16s. I mean, they were the binding element that held every major project together, like this shop we're standing in. It wouldn't be here without good old 16-penny nails. But you could use M for all kinds of things. You drive M into the wall and hang stuff on M. Use M for stakes and markers when you pour concrete. Pick your teeth with M. I mean, they're just a very straightforward, no-nonsense, functional nail. Dad loved M. Carl nodded without comment. And Atco tar. Boy, there was always plenty of that. What is it? John only had to look under the workbench to find a can of the black, gooey stuff. You use it for patching leaks in the roof. You know, gluing roll roofing or 3-tap together, sealing up flashing, covering over nailheads. Great stuff. Aha. But Dad used it to seal up the wounds in the fruit trees too, and it Worked great and it was cheap. I mean, we're talking function here, good down-to-earth function. And then John laughed. Like Vicks. Now Carl laughed. Vicks he knew about. That all-purpose, gelatinous goo with a strong, camphoraceous smell. John kept laughing. Man, Vicks was good for everything. Dad used to smear it on his chest and put it on his chapped lips and smear it up his nose. You always knew when he wasn't feeling well. The whole house smelled like Vicks. John got a whim, dashed over to a small cabinet in the corner, flung open the door, and voila! He produced a large jar of the stuff with a flourish. And then during another taped collection of old recordings, Carl finally asked, "Man, he really listened to this stuff." "Yeah," said John. "We both did. We'd be working out here and we'd listen to it." The Smock and Gap boys came on with their humorous rendition of "A Woman Ain't an Idol, but She's an Idol Thing," and John knew all the words. He could even sing the tenor part. Carl didn't try. As Pastor Reynold J. Brimley of the Church of the Full Gospel in Dallas, Texas, came on with his view of the 7 bowls of judgment from the Book of Revelation, John showed Carl how to plane the edge of one of the boat ribs. "Yeah, right, just hold it steady. What we're after is a nice chamfer, about a 1/4 inch. Yeah, right, steady, steady, don't let it get away from you." Beautiful. As evening approached, the boat began to take shape. It had no skin yet, but the keel and ribs were impressive, to say the least. This was a marvelous consolation, a reward for a full day of enduring Dad's favorite obscure tapes from years gone by. Now that was beginning to be a real test. Carl didn't say anything, but his face was weary as John slapped in another tape and the vociferous Give God Glory songs of the Blue Mountain Quartet filled the room, followed by one more scratchy recording of Mama Tanner and the gospel bells singing about going home to heaven where Mama's teaching angels how to sing. "I'm goin' home over yonder, beyond the crystal sea, across the River Jordan, where Mama's waitin' for me." John knew all the words to this one too. All it took was a look from Carl, and John ejected that one and slapped in another. "Wouldn't you love to hear some good old Led Zeppelin right now?" Carl asked. John was startled. "I used to listen to Led Zeppelin." "How old are you, anyway?" Carl stole a look at the cassette player. "I'm getting old, Dad. I'm getting real old real fast." In another hour the tapes were exhausted, and so were John and Carl. The boat's framework was assembled, and now the glue needed time to dry. Provided some great memories, some great music if you liked that kind of music, and some new perspectives on the scriptures, but not the kind of breakthrough John and Carl were looking for. "It was a good time anyway," said Carl. John had to agree, still feeling a special warmth deep inside. "Sorry if I prolonged the experience with some of these tapes, but it was just like I was spending the day with Dad again." "Well, I got a better glimpse of him today too." Carl stepped forward to check one joint on the boat. It was mostly just an excuse to touch it, admiring the work they'd done. "And I got a better glimpse of you." John knew what Carl meant. "So did I. It's been 20 years since Dad and I were that close." Well, John had to be careful lest his emotions rise again. "We had those days back then at least. And that kid who worked with his dad, he's still in me. He's still there." Now John did break into tears and just gave himself time to feel it through. Carl was enjoying the mystique of this old shop. The whole day had been a fascinating chain of little discoveries, and even the silly ones, the Vicks and the Atco tar, for example, were special in their own way. This building was full of Grandpa's personality, his heritage. "You must have built a lot of stuff out here, huh?" John was wiping his eyes, just coming back together. "Yeah, we did. Especially around Christmas. We tried to build something special every year." "Yeah. I saw the rocking horse and the bookshelf. Did you notice that chandelier in my room?" Yeah. I made that when I was 14. No kidding. Yeah, and Dad made surprises too, things I never knew about. One Christmas he made a whole wooden chess set. Have you seen that? Carl was amazed. The one in the living room. Yep. He did that. It must have. I knew he was up to something, but you know, when Christmas is coming you're not supposed to ask questions. I'd find out on Christmas. John chuckled with the memory. And he always hid my present in the same place, and I always knew where to go to find it. John stopped so abruptly that Carl thought he'd been shot or had had a heart attack or a stroke or, he didn't know what. Dad. John was frozen there, his eyes first gaping and then darting across the room, locking on the lower wall near the workbench. Almost with a leap, he dashed across the room to that corner and began moving some tools aside. Carl raced up behind him. Oh brother, now what? John had uncovered a hinged panel in the wall, the kind that usually concealed plumbing or a furnace or ductwork. It was held shut by a small brass bolt that slid aside easily. In seconds John had the door open. There, in a small alcove where firewood had once been stored, lay a fat manila envelope. Scrawled across the face of the envelope in black marker pen were the words, "For John." It was all Carl could do to keep from grabbing the envelope and ripping it open himself, so great was his curiosity. As for John, his movement was arrested by awe. He reached out slowly, timidly, as if approaching a sacred object. He picked it up with both hands, not wanting to upset it, rip it, bend it. There was no telling what it was. But it had been placed here recently. It was still clean, there were no spiderwebs on it, no dust or mildew. Carl couldn't help himself. Come on, open it up. John got to his feet and went to the workbench. A utility knife was in its place in the second drawer, ready for use. John carefully slit the envelope open and pulled out the contents, laying it all on the workbench. Carl was right there to see everything. Some photocopies of legal documents, another copy of the excerpts. Hand-copied from Annie Brewer's autopsy report. Chapter 21. John laid the papers out flat on the workbench while Carl moved a few cans and tools to make more room. John was shaking. He knew. He stared at the papers in front of them. Do you see all this, Carl? You see what he wrote on the envelope? He knew I'd find it. He hid it there, knowing I'd find it. Carl couldn't think of a thing to say. He could only take it all in. Gawking at the contents of the envelope, leafing through them, arranging them. Then he spotted something and pointed at it so hard he almost stabbed the paper, immediately drawing John's attention to that spot. The name jumped out at him from a filled-in blank near the top of a state death certificate. Hilary Nicole Slater. The governor's daughter, said John. His oldest. He found the date of death. April 19, 1991. Yeah, that's her, no question. I didn't know the governor's daughter died. It was a big news story. She died from taking some mislabeled medicine. John scanned down to the cause of death. Hypovolemic shock. Single quote. What's that? I'm not sure. But, let's see, that was due to exsanguination. Single quote. She bled to death. And that was due to. Hang on. Carl saw the long word and couldn't pronounce it either. John gave it a try. Hypoprothrombemia. Hypoprothrombonemia. Carl was waiting for an explanation. As I understand it, she took some pills by mistake, they were mislabeled or something. John scanned further down the page. Sure. Accidental overdose of warfarin. Taking medication for menstrual cramps, but took the governor's blood-thinning medication instead, and suffered a fatal hemorrhage. Yeah, we covered the death, the funeral, and we did some consumer spin-off stories on drug labeling and safe medicine cabinets at home, that sort of thing. It was a real hot topic for a week or so. Carl scanned the materials. Grandpa had everything he could collect. On Annie Brewer. Some of the autopsy report. Yeah, and what's this? Hey, Annie Brewer's death certificate. All right. Yeah, look here. It's just like the Brewers told us. Primary cause of death: septic shock, due to septicemia, due to toxic shock syndrome. John brought another page alongside. But here's the hand-copied excerpt from the autopsy report. Let's see. Yeah, right here. The most attractive hypothesis that would explain the mechanism of death in this case would be that initially this person had an abortion complicated by staphylococcal infection resulting in peritonitis and septicemia leading to septic shock and inadequate oxygenation of the vital organs, leading to death. Single quote. Well, it wasn't toxic shock syndrome anyway, Carl said. Sarcastically. Yeah, there's a direct contradiction. But look at this. Another copy of Hillary Slater's death certificate. John looked at the receipt paper clipped to the certificate's upper right corner. $11, paid by check to the Bureau of Vital Statistics, May 2, 1991. So Dad went down to the public safety building and got a copy. Why'd he buy two? John shook his head. I don't think he did. The first one we looked at is different. It's newer, printed at a different time, different paper stock. And the receipt's for $11. That would be the price for one. Carl was getting the picture. Two girls, two death certificates. Annie's death certificate is definitely phony. John picked up the thought. And it could be Dad thought Hillary Slater's was phony too. That seems to be the direction he's heading. Man, a period of silence seemed to go on forever. John and Carl were both leaning on the workbench, their weight on their elbows, their heads near the speakers. A sudden sound cut in, a male voice on the telephone. District 12. Fire emergency. A female voice. Young, frantic. Hello, my girlfriend's in trouble, she's bleeding and it won't stop. Your location please. It is in the governor's house. You need the address. Yes, please. 1527 Roanoke West. And what is the phone number you're calling from? It is. I can't. Is the number written on the telephone you're using? Oh, 5559875. And your name? My name, it is, Hillary Slater. Is the patient conscious? I can't see her from here. Is she breathing normally? She's gasping real hard. You say she's gasping? Yeah, like she can't breathe. Is she choking? No, she's breathing real hard. And did you say she's bleeding? Yes, and it won't stop. Where is the blood coming from? The girl said something unintelligible. Where is the blood coming from? Where is the wound? She had an abortion. Has she soaked more than 2 pads in the last hour? We've run out. We've used about 7. Okay, stay on the line. I'll send help. A clunking sound. A receiver set down. The dispatcher's voice. Hello, are you with me? No. Dispatcher's voice. District 12, Rescue 231, Medic 231, vaginal bleed, the governor's residence, 1527 Roanoke West. Then, back on the phone. Hello, are you there? No reply. Dispatcher on radio. Rescue 231, Medic 231, be advised, unknown age. Female experiencing breathing difficulty, unknown if conscious at this time, possible induced abortion. I have an open line into the residence at this time. A radio voice with a siren in the background. Medic 231, we copy. Long pause. Some radio chatter. And then, background sounds. A woman screaming frantically, hurried. Footsteps. Then the clunking sound of the receiver being picked up again. The dispatcher's voice. Hello, are you there? A man's voice, desperate, urgent. Who is this? I need the phone. Sir, this is District 12 fire emergency. We have dispatched medic 1 and an aid unit to the governor's residence. Who are you, sir? I'm Governor Slater. It's my daughter. Is she conscious, sir? No, I don't believe so. Is she breathing normally? The governor called off the phone. Is she breathing? Ashley. Is she breathing? A woman screamed something in the background. The governor came back on the phone. She's breathing, but we don't think she's conscious. Does it sound like she's breathing normally? No, she's gasping. It's very labored breathing. Would you like to do CPR? I can help you. Yes. I just need to. The woman shouted something. There were thumping sounds, doors opening, footsteps, voices. Oh, the tape went silent. John had to sit down and sank right to the floor. Oh Lord, God, oh Jesus, he prayed, his eyes shut, his voice trembling. Carl hit the rewind button. He had to hear it again. They listened to it 3 more times, straining to hear every word, to know it thoroughly. Then they went back to the papers Dad had gathered and hidden, for John. Yeah, said John, his hands shaking, his throat tight, look at this letter. Here. Dad told me he'd written to Governor Slater, though he never did get a direct answer. The photocopied letter read, Dear Mr. Governor, first of all, let me join with all the citizens of this state in conveying my condolences to you upon the untimely death of your daughter Hillary. My wife Lillian and I are remembering you and your family daily in our prayers. With sorrow and humility, I now come to the main purpose of this letter. I realize I'm in no place to judge any man, but nevertheless I must say what God has laid upon my heart and call attention to facts you are already aware of but have not dealt with, which could be much to your harm, as well as the serious harm of many others. Knowing the true cause of your daughter's death, I am deeply dismayed. That rather than bringing to light that true cause and dealing with those persons, practices, and policies that allowed it to happen, you have let politics choose your course for you, meaning nothing will change, all things will continue as they were, and a great danger will remain unaddressed. We are reminded by Scripture that all things are open and laid bare to the eyes of him with whom we have to do, and that nothing is hidden, except to be revealed, nor has anything been secret, but that it should come to light. You have presented an image of yourself to the public, but it cannot endure. It must soon fall, and when it does, what then? Will an honorable man be found standing in its absence? What more can I say than to admonish you, even plead with you, to turn from deception and to walk truthfully? No political success is worth the faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. The God who requires righteousness has also provided a way to attain it. May you turn to him now. I remain sincerely yours. John W. Barrett Sr., H.M. Yeah, that's Dad all right, John said. I can see why he got on the governor's nerves. He noted the date at the top of the letter. May 6, 1991. That was before Annie died. He looked at Carl and saw the same incredulous expression that had to be on his own face. He knew, Carl. He knew. Can you imagine? When Max Brewer met him in front of the Women's Medical Center and told him about Annie, Dad already knew about Hillary Slater. So what he feared, the great danger, he talked about in this letter, really happened. Another girl died, just like Hillary. And then a thought, a fact, a bit of knowledge, hit John as clearly as if he'd always known it. Carl, I'll bet they both died in the same clinic. Dad knew that all along. Another thought hit him. And I think God told me too, just the other day. All of a sudden I knew Annie wasn't the only one. But that's what Dad was hoping to prove. And somebody killed him. And somebody killed him. Now both of them sat down, John on a stool, Carl on the floor. This sort of thing you didn't just learn and then go on to the next thing. They had to think it through and process it, and before that they had to believe it. John reached over to the workbench and leafed through some more of the papers. Yeah, look here. Glenn Murphy, Al Connors, paramedic, and here are the phone numbers. Dad may have contacted the paramedic who was on that Hillary Slater case. Here's Max and Deanne Brewer's number, and, good grief, here's Drive. Mark Denning's address and phone number. Wonder if Dad ever got through to him. Well, Leslie has anyway. And you can be sure we'll talk to the others. John set the papers back on the workbench. We've got to think, Carl. We've got to botched abortion, and it sounds like it was really botched. And covered up. The whole warfarin overdose story released to the media, including News 6, and now it looks like even the death certificate was falsified. We'll have to check into who filled it out. Something went a little strange at that point. So how did Grandpa find out? When did he find out? Maybe the Lord told him, I don't know. But he got the death certificate on May 2nd, which is about 2 weeks after Hillary died, so he was checking it out, we know that. Then, only 4 days later, he wrote to the governor about it. From what he told me, he never got through, as if that's any surprise. Then John shook his head. No wonder he was at the governor's rally saying all those things. He was going to get the governor's attention one way or another. John smiled slightly at a recollection. He'd been following the governor for quite a while, from May through September, just trying to get the governor's attention. I think he really started getting under Slater's skin. He got somebody's attention, whoever gave him the tape. The visitor. John mused. It was the same day I went to have lunch with Dad. Jimmy and Chuck say a man came to see him around 10 o'clock. He didn't stay long, so it doesn't sound like he did much business. I think he was there just to drop off the tape, and probably that other copy of Hillary Slater's death certificate. John nodded as the pieces came together. Sure, when I got there Dad had Chuck Catesman's Walkman on his desk, and he'd been crying, and he said he'd learned something he really wanted to share with me but couldn't because. Carl filled in, because you weren't on good terms with the truth yet. Good old Carl, as blunt as ever. But John saw no sense in objecting. Yeah, that's right. But now at least I'm trying. Carl accommodated that. Okay. But I've got a question. Why, Grandpa? John could only entertain theories. It could be that after Dad was at the rally, he got himself on television that night. Somebody must have thought this was a perfect enemy of the governor. John's face said, good thought. That could be. But the tape. The way I understand it, you don't just drive down to your local fire station and pick up a copy. Those tapes are privileged, they're confidential. Carl was intrigued. Oh, so now we're talking about an insider. Yeah, probably someone close to the governor. It could have been someone who read Dad's letters and maybe saw him at the rally, and maybe even knew about the Brewers and how Dad was helping him find out what happened. Right, and may have known that I was his son, somebody in the media. Well, we're guessing, and that's all. But here's something that spooks me. If Dad was killed because he had the tape, then what about that girl on the tape who called 911? She's a witness. She could confirm that Hillary had an abortion. She said it was an abortion, right on the tape. And from the way it sounded, Hillary was in bad shape, so I wouldn't be surprised if this girl. Well, yeah, she said Hillary was her girlfriend, right? Yeah. So they were friends. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was Hillary's girlfriend, probably a close friend, who drove her home from the clinic after the abortion. So she'd know which clinic it was. And it sounded to me like she got out of there, when she heard the governor and his wife coming. Sure, it was a secret abortion. The parents aren't supposed to know. The girlfriend drives Hillary to and from the clinic, but something goes wrong. The friend calls 911, but then the parents come home right in the middle of it, the friend drops the phone and gets out of there. Carl blurted out another thought. Yeah. And remember, she didn't want to give the dispatcher her name. She fumbled around and said her name was Hillary Slater. She was scared. She didn't want to be discovered. The next thought was grim. So, would the governor know who it was? I think he'd want to. But would he even know she was there at all? John thought for a moment. He had to. Hillary was in no condition to make that phone call. She was semi-conscious at best when the call was made, and in a different room from where the phone was by the sound of it. The phone was already off the hook and the emergency call made when the governor got there. If I were the governor, I'd think Hillary had a friend along. If he heard this tape, he might recognize the voice. But first he'd have to get a copy of the tape. John looked at the cassette player, which he did. And now we have it. Carl stared at the cassette player. We're holding on to dynamite, you know. John was staring as well. Yeah, we are. The governor's up for re-election. Abortion's a hot issue in the campaign. His daughter died from a botched abortion, and he covered it up. Then John's head sank. And, if it was the same clinic, that means Annie Brewer's death could have been prevented. Carl added, it also means this girlfriend of Hillary's could be in big trouble. John went to the workbench. Let's gather this stuff up and get it put away. I'm going to call Leslie. We've got to get going on this. On Monday the faces of John Barrett and Allie Downs began to appear in bold, splashy billboards all over town, holding their scripts, peering down at the passing traffic like ever-vigilant observers of the times, like godlike guardians of truth, their expressions kind, their gazes incisive. Against a field of video grid blue, the fiery letters proclaimed, Barrett and Downs, your premier news team, and then the next line read, NEWSSIX at 5, a full hour of news. The big push was on, and the whole city was hearing about it. Video. The interior of a large church packed with people. The camera pans slowly over the crowd, catching the mournful people weeping. A sad occasion. Cut to a minister in a black robe speaking from the pulpit. Audio. All our children grow as flowers in a garden, and sometimes God decides to pick one for his own bouquet. In Hillary, God found the fairest flower of all. We will miss her. We will miss her smile, her laughter, her love of life. Fast forward. The minister's mouth chatters rapidly, his head twitching from side to side and down at his notes. Another angle. The governor and his family seated in front. Hold it there, said John, and Leslie released the fast forward and put the tape on pause. As the minister continued speaking, Governor Hiram Slater sat beside his wife and two remaining children. Okay, what are the names again? Who's who? It was Monday night after the 7 o'clock newscast. John, Leslie, and Carl was seated in John's living room, watching videotapes Leslie had checked out from the station archives, raw footage of Hillary Slater's funeral. That's Ashley Slater, of course, Hiram Slater's wife. She's taking it pretty hard, Carl commented. She did. The night they found Hillary, she had to be hospitalized and sedated. She looked at John to check. We didn't say anything about that on the air, did we? John shook his head. We kept this whole thing pretty low-key, which was only right. Leslie hit the pause button. The girl is Haley Slater. She's 15, the second oldest, currently a sophomore at the Holy Names Academy. Both she and her brother are attending there now. John noted that with interest. Is this something new? I don't remember them going to a Catholic school. They didn't. Last year all three kids were going to the Adam Bryant School, a private K-12. A lot of the state senators and representatives send their children there while the legislature's in session. It's a good school, not real posh, good academics. All that to say, the governor took Haley and Hyatt out of the Bryant School right after Hillary died and put them in holy names, just that quick. We'll keep that in mind. Anyway, that's Hyatt. He's 12, I think. He's a sharp kid. I interviewed him once. Leslie hit the pause button again, and the video continued. They noted the people in attendance, many VIPs, of course, and a sizable throng of unidentified friends and family members. And, said Leslie, that's about it for that one. John prompted, you said you had some video of reacts from Hillary's friends. Coming up. Leslie ejected the funeral cassette and reached into her carrying case for the next one. She pushed it into the machine and hit the play button. Video. Exterior of the Adam Bryant School. Leslie explained, I remember this one. Joyce Petrocelli did the package, and this is footage of the school. You can imagine the copy while this ran. Joyce read something like, students at the Adam Bryant School mourned the loss of a friend, and counselors were available to those who needed to talk about it. Single quote. Right, I remember this, said John. What we're looking for now is that friend who's on the 911 tape, so watch and listen carefully. Oh, a pretty blonde girl appeared on camera, looking forlorn, talking to the interviewer whose microphone was visible under the girl's chin. She was really nice. I'm going to miss her. Joyce Petrocelli asked off camera, did you do a lot of things together? Well, kind of. That's not her, said Carl. Nope, said John. Leslie held the fast-forward button until another face appeared, a young man. She went past him to the next face. A young black girl. It's just so sad. We were looking forward to graduation. I mean, she had her whole life ahead of her. She began to weep. I don't think so, said Leslie. John looked at Carl. Carl shook his head. Fast forward. A round-faced girl with curly brown hair. She was always the cheerful one. I mean, she wasn't stuck up or anything even though she was the governor's daughter, she just acted like the rest of us. She was great. Nope. Fast forward. 2 more boys. Then another girl with short blonde hair, fidgeting and jiggling nervously. Well, we sang in choir together, and she was a great singer. Carl leaned closer, and so did John. Leslie looked doubtful. It's just scary, you know. One day she's there, and the next day she's gone. You just don't know what to think, what to say. No, said Leslie. No, John agreed. But those were all the reacts on the tape. They hadn't found friend 911. What else? John asked. 3 more, said Leslie. I've got that story we did on the Hillary Slater Memorial Fund, and a few of the spin-offs we did. This one on product tampering and mislabeling, and this consumer story by Dave Nicholson on how to safeguard your medicine cabinet. John waved the last 2 off. No, not those spin-offs, unless they've got information about Hillary on them. No, but lastly, I have. She asked for approval with her eyes, the footage at the governor's rally, the shots of your father. John braced himself and said, okay, run it. Maybe we'll be able to make out what he said, you never know. It was familiar stuff, painfully familiar. There was Leslie in front of the camera, and there was Dad, visible above the crowd behind her. She was apparently waiting for her cue to start her stand-up. Weird, huh? Said Leslie. I'm not even saying anything but they taped the whole feedback at the station. I think Tina Lewis wanted the footage. That's all there is to it. John felt like cursing right then and there, except that now he was trying to quit. Dad was talking, but they couldn't quite hear what he was saying. Turn it up a little, could you? Leslie cranked up the volume until John Barrett Sr.'s words became intelligible. Governor, I plead with you, search your heart and change your course, for if you do not, God will change it for you. Carl was spellbound by the image and sound of the old man. prophesying from the concrete planter, and leaned toward the television, watching intensely. John watched with a whole new set of eyes. Suddenly he realized how much he identified with that one pitiful soul up on that planter, that one lone voice against a contrary multitude. Like Nebuchadnezzar of old, Dad said with tears in his eyes, "You have set up an image of yourself for all men to follow, a towering image, a mighty image, an image far greater than yourself. But please take heed. The Lord would remind you, you are not that image." John could see the reaction of the crowd, the animosity, the hatred. But Dad kept going. He just kept preaching with a desperate fervor. And no wonder, John thought. During this moment, while the crowd mocked and jeered and his own son was ashamed of him, he knew about Hillary and he knew about Annie. He was crying out for them, and for how many others. And how much more did he know that John, Carl, and Leslie hadn't discovered yet? How many times had he wished for someone, anyone, to listen to him, and no one would listen? The governor probably never saw his letter. His own son gave no credence to his message. No wonder Dad stood there alone, shouting to that crowd. This was not a kook or a religious fanatic. This was a heartbroken man, pushed to desperate measures, just trying to do right, trying to be heard. "Why don't you just shut up, big mouth?" came a voice from the crowd. John strained to see who'd yelled that, but couldn't tell. "The truth must be heard, though the lie be a tumult," Dad replied. "Not him again," came a woman's voice. "Get off that planter," yelled someone else. "You don't belong up there." Then the crowd started chanting into Dad's face, "Hi-yo, Hiram! Hi-yo, Hiram!" and Dad's words were buried under the clamor. John watched as Dad tried to reach them, tried to be heard, pain-filling. His face. But his voice had vanished under the noise. A forest of shaking fists sprouted up at his feet. "Hold it," John said. "Stop." Leslie hit the pause button. The picture froze into a silent tableau. There was Dad, his arms outstretched toward the crowd. And there was the crowd, so much like an angry mob, shaking their fists, their faces twisted in anger and loathing. "Maybe that's all there is of your father. Well, later on he gets grabbed and hauled off. I don't know if you want to see that." John took some deep breaths to pull himself together and then wiped the tears from his eyes. Leslie, Carl, that was no kook. When he raised his head, they were not looking at him. They may have been listening, but their attention was fixed on the still screen. "No," said Leslie, her face troubled. "It wasn't." "No way," said Carl. John looked again at the screen, at the lone prophet becoming the object of a mob's hate. He was right. Everything he said was true. Carl gazed at the screen, at John Barrett Sr. standing his ground. "That was my grandpa. That was him. That was the man with a creed." John too gazed at that hurt old man, his heart filled with yearning. "The man with a creed," he repeated, and then a phrase came to mind from his religious tradition. "His feet planted on the rock." Leslie fell silent, her eyes on the screen, her fingers over her mouth. John Barrett Sr. was speaking to her. John could see it in her face. "Leslie." She jumped a little, startled out of her contemplation. She looked at John and Carl and then back at the screen. He couldn't be moved, could he? Look at that, a whole river of humanity moving all around him, and there he is, holding still, just standing firm. John nodded, fully realizing her point. "Yeah, we've talked about that, haven't we? We've talked about it." Leslie pondered it just a moment longer, and then, tucking it all away somewhere in her heart, she left it there and got back to business. "Well, I guess we've gotten the message from that tape." John agreed with the shift back into gear. "Sure. At least we have a rough idea of what he was talking about, and knowing what we know now, it all makes a lot more sense." Carl suggested, well, how about the last one? Sure, John said. Let's get onto that. Fund. I think Joyce Petrocelli was on this one too. I don't really remember it. She hit the play button and they waited, starting to feel a bit weary. Video. An auditorium filled with students. Oh, right, said John. The student assembly at the Adam Bryant School. Any date on the tape? Leslie ejected the tape momentarily and checked the label. May 3rd, 1991. What's that? Just about 2 weeks after Hillary's death. Yeah, 2 weeks. Leslie put the tape back in and let it play. The governor was starting his speech, speaking informally from note cards. I know many of you were close friends of Hillary's, and her passing is a tragic loss to all of us. Her years here at Bryant made up a substantial part of her brief 17 years, and you, her friends, were the center of her life. She spoke of you often, and, well, you know how it is with high schoolers, how they get so wrapped up in activities and school functions with their friends, you hardly ever see them. That's how it was with Hillary. Her friends were important to her, they were her joy, and I know she was your joy. John put a quick note on his mental bulletin board. Then why did he yank Hyatt and Haley out of Bryant? What about their friends? The governor went on to praise the school, its principal, and its teachers, all longtime acquaintances whom the governor admired. Then he came to the focus of his talk, holding up a special envelope. Education is a top priority for me as governor, and had Hillary lived, I would have done all I could to be sure she got the best education possible. But I want you to know that the dreams I had for her are still alive, and I want them to live on, if not through her life, then through the life of other students who exemplify the joy, the character, the virtue and tenacity which so characterized Hillary Nicole Slater. The governor looked toward the side of the stage and smiled. Well, when it came time to decide who would be the first recipient of the Hillary Slater Memorial Scholarship, we didn't have to look very far. I think it is only fitting that the first recipient is not only an honor student from Bryant, but also one of Hillary's closest friends. Shannon. The auditorium erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. The camera zoomed back, quickly focused, and caught a young lady, smartly dressed, dignified, and lovely, striding across the stage to join the governor. At the podium, as one, Leslie, John, and Carl leaned forward a little and peered at the screen. She was beautiful, but she seemed ill at ease and her smile weak. As she came and stood beside the governor, her hands clasped nervously in front of her and her eyes on the podium, not on him, he finished his comments. I know that if Hillary could see us now, she'd be cheering and saying, "Go, Shannon. Go after your dreams." He looked toward the audience again. The very first Hillary Slater Memorial Scholarship is hereby awarded, with pride, to Shannon Duplius. Applause, applause. Now the kids all rose to their feet, applauding and cheering as the camera panned the auditorium. Speech, speech, said Carl spontaneously. Does she say anything? John asked Leslie. Leslie gave a shrug. She couldn't remember. The governor handed Shannon the envelope, shook her hand, and then Shannon turned away and went back to her chair on the stage, sitting between her teachers and what must have been her parents. Her mother gave her a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Shannon took it all with a sorrowful, troubled expression. They kept watching. Perhaps there would be an interview. The tape ended in snow. No speech. No interview. Don't you just hate it? Leslie moaned. Where's Shannon now? Probably off to college somewhere, spending her scholarship. Yeah, her scholarship, John mused. Only 2 weeks after his daughter dies, the governor has a memorial fund set up and a recipient picked out. Hillary's best friend. Well, Leslie was dubious. Oh, I know I'm being suspicious, but, right now we're scratching for anything. Carl understood John's drift. So you're saying he bought her off? We've got to hear her voice, I know that. Okay, said Leslie, I'll check the library for news clippings. There might be some info on what college she planned to attend. Then I'll call the college and see if I can find her. And then what? Carl asked. What are you going to ask her? Leslie shrugged. I haven't thought of that yet. John sat up straight and started scanning the list in his head. We've all got plenty of work cut out for us, and I think we need to move fast, before we get found out and the governor can bury everything. We have seen that happen, said Leslie. You got that right, said Carl. Well, that's why we have to keep this all under wraps. I don't even want the police to know, not until we have something they can really run with in a hurry. I don't think we'll be interfering with any investigation because right now there isn't one. And besides, News 6 has a reporter on the police beat, and if he gets wind of it, Tina Lewis and various other elements at the station will get wind of it too. So what are the assignments? Carl asked. He was raring to go. Carl, let's you and I call these numbers here in Dad's notes and try to find out who this paramedic is and what he knows. Then, based on whatever we find out, Leslie can track down this, the MD who filled out Hillary's death certificate. Leslie found the death certificate and the name. Drive, Leland Gray. So, Leslie, if you would, track him down and see if he'll release any information at all. Did he do the autopsy, and if not, then who did, and what we're finally after is the real cause of death. Something got altered or covered up somewhere along the line. What about Dr. Denning? Carl asked. I'm still waiting for him to get back from Sacramento, said Leslie. But I feel good about that contact. I think it is in the bag. What did Deanne Brewer say? John asked. I'm respecting her more as I get to know her. We talked this afternoon, by phone, and I think she understands what happened, and she trusts us. Max still doesn't, which makes it hard for her. She's hesitant to associate with us again until he simmers down. That autopsy report would help, wouldn't it? Leslie smiled. If we can come through with that, and it is still going to take Deanne's help, it would make a nice peace offering. We have to convince Max he isn't being used again. John made a grim face. That's why we have to keep this quiet until we can play the game on our terms. I've still got my theory, maybe more than a theory. We're going to prove that. We're going to need on the record testimony from both Shannon Duplius and that other girl, the one called Mary. If Shannon Duplius is the girl on that 911 tape, and if Mary will come forward again and go on the record. And if we're going to do that, we can't have any more confidence crashes or foul-ups. Good luck, moaned Carl. John replied directly, that's the goal, folks. That's what we're after. That's what we're after, Leslie agreed. Plus any revelations about your father's death. I've got a sneaking suspicion that we'll stumble over those in the process. So, John scribbled as he spoke. I've got a friend at the Capitol. Charlie Manning. He used to feed me tips all the time, years ago when I was still a reporter. Exciting days, huh? Asked Leslie. John smiled. Oh, they're getting exciting again. But anyway, I'll ask him if there have been any upheavals in the governor's office. I'm just wondering if someone close to the governor has any reason to want to get back at him by leaking a sensitive tape to a plumbing wholesaler. Carl asked, not needing an answer. John stopped short. Whatever Dad was finding out, it could have been enough reason for somebody to kill him. Now that they've killed him, the heat's got to be turned up for whoever it is. He took a moment to be sure he had their eyes and then said, whoever this ultimately leads to. Chapter 22. As it turned out, Glenn Murphy, the first name on one of Dad's little note sheets, was one of Barrett Plumbing and Fixture's longtime customers, a partner with his brother in Beacon Hill Plumbing, a nice little retail supply and repair service on the South End. The guy sounded jolly enough over the phone, one of those loud laughing characters who live to hunt, fish, and watch football on widescreen TV. In person he was big, wide-waisted, and a real backslapper. "Well, no kidding," he bellowed, standing behind the counter in Beacon Hill Plumbing with his burly arms crossed. "I am really talking to John's boy face to face." "You sure are," said John, accepting Glenn's firm handshake. "And this is my son, John's grandson, Carl." Glenn grabbed Carl's hand and pumped it with his big fist. "Well, good to meet you, Carl," he told John. "Nice-looking boy you got there." Carl smiled. This guy was making him feel a little shy, but at least Glenn Murphy would not be put off by his appearance, which certainly had changed. Carl had let his grandma cut his hair into something conventional, trimmed evenly on the sides, parted on the left, quite mute as far as any statement was concerned. As for the jewelry, it had remained in his drawer at home. Carl gave no reason for the change other than he just felt it was time for one. "Well," Glenn said in a somewhat more sober tone, "Al's here, so let's go on into the office. Jack, cover the counter." Jack, a young man in a blue apron, nodded and took his post, while Glenn led John and Carl down an aisle past shower heads and flexible tubing to an office in the back of the store. Glenn made the introductions. "Al Connors, this is John Barrett, Jr. John Barrett's son. And age with a somber expression, dressed informally in jeans and plaid shirt. Well, pleased to meet you. I've seen you on TV. Your father told me about you." Glenn cleared off a portion of desk to sit on, and the others found chairs. "Al, just to get you caught up, this is almost a repeat of last time. Remember, I called you about the elder John Barrett wanting to pick your brain a little." Al nodded. It seemed he was feeling things out before saying too much. Glenn continued, "I already told John here about that, how his dad and I got talking about the governor's daughter and—" "When was that?" "May, I think," said Al. "Early May. Yeah. I know the governor's daughter had just died, and they'd buried her. And that's when you and I talked about it," said Al. "Yeah, right, since you were there and saw the whole thing." Glenn said to John and Carl, "We're fishing buddies. When you're out in a boat you talk about all kinds of things." "Sure," said John. "So you came to Dad's warehouse the week after that. ... Yeah, and your dad saw me and right away, like it was the first thing on his mind, he took me aside and asked me, 'Glenn, you've heard something about Hillary Slater. Can you tell me what you know?' And I was kind of, surprised that he'd just ask me that, like he knew I'd been talking to Al or something. But I told him what I'd heard from Al and how I thought it was a real sad situation." Al interjected, "But he already knew about the abortion thing." "Yeah, right. That's why we got him and Al together." Glenn could tell from John's face that some parts of the narrative had gotten lost somewhere. "Well, you see, Al and his buddy on the medic crew had a feeling about the Slater case." Al interjected again, "You know what the final story was on it, right? That Hillary Slater died from an overdose of warfarin." John and Carl nodded. "Well, that's what it turned out to be in the end, that's what the doctor at the hospital said it was, but up to that time, the dispatcher saying there may have been an abortion. That didn't pan out, but, boy, the whole time, from what we saw, it sure could have been. I remember Joel, my partner, whispered to me so nobody could hear him, 'Maybe this is what a coat hanger does,' but we thought that out and knew it didn't make sense, not with the abortion laws making it so easy for anybody to get one. But anyway, we were thinking about it." Glenn spread his hands and asked John, "So how did your dad know about that?" "He wasn't there." John was about to venture an answer, but Glenn kept going, not needing one. "So anyway, I told your dad what Al and I talked about, and your dad said he wanted to talk to Al himself, so we set it up, just like we set this up." So Dad met with you, when? Oh, first or second week in May. It wasn't long after the Slater girl had been buried and things were beginning to settle down. Al paused a moment to reflect on the memory. I liked your dad. I'm real sorry he died. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. Al looked at John and Carl with inquisitive eyes. Talking to you, I almost feel like I'm talking to him again. You know how it is. You don't like to make waves or ask too many questions. But your dad seemed to be the kind of guy who did, and I liked that about him. I can't speak for him. I don't know exactly why he was going after this, but I don't think it was just to get some spicy stuff on the governor. I think he had something more in mind. He was feeling pain for somebody. Al turned to Glenn. Don't you think so? Glenn shrugged a little and said, I think he was grieving for Hillary, maybe for a lot of Hillarys. Well, anyway, said Al, maybe you'll be able to finish where he left off. We hope to, said Carl. John added, right now we're trying to find out where he left off. So, why don't you tell us what you told him? Tell us what happened. Sure. Roanoke West, which is the governor's residence, his mansion. Glenn jumped in with, hey, Al, tell him about that, how much you hear about vaginal bleeds. Well, they're not uncommon. I've noticed it, and the people I work with have talked about it. Not out in the open, but, you know, just here and there, just a little bit. But when you come right down to it, we get vaginal bleed calls on a pretty regular basis. It makes you wonder, how many are from abortions gone wrong? John ventured. Al shook his head. We just don't talk about it. And you know, the manual we use doesn't say a thing about it either. It mentions spontaneous abortion, which is miscarriage, but not botched, intentional abortions. But anyway, we don't always go out on vaginal bleeds. A lot of times, they aren't real serious, and the aid units and EMTs handle those by themselves. But this was a bad one. They had an aid unit and us together. Anyway, we responded, and while en route we got our short report from the dispatcher. Unknown age female experiencing difficulty breathing, unknown if conscious, possible induced abortion. Single quote. John wanted clarification. So the dispatcher actually said, abortion. Possible induced abortion. Until you get there, you don't really know. But the reporting party must have said something to that effect or the dispatcher wouldn't have relayed it to us. John and Carl exchanged another glance. So far Al's account was lining up with the 911 recording. Al continued, so we got to the governor's mansion, and that's a nice big place. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Never been inside. Oh, it is nice. Big entryway and a long, curving staircase and fancy paneling, all that stuff. Governor Slater's wife met us right at the door. It was kinda strange, seeing her upset, frantic, just like real people. You forget they're people like anybody else. But she took us upstairs and down the big long hallway to their daughter's bedroom, and there Hillary was, laid out on her bed, and we knew we had ourselves a real problem. Mrs. Slater had been trying to sop up the blood with towels, and we almost had to grab her and wrestle her to get her out of the way so we could do our job. The patient was, turning blue. Her lips and her fingernails were turning a bluish purple, from loss of blood and oxygen. So we got an oxygen mask right on her and worked on her vital signs. Her pulse was weak and rapid, and the blood pressure. Well, we couldn't hear well enough to get a reading with a stethoscope. Mrs. Slater was hollering so much and the governor was hollering trying to keep her from hollering and Al had to pause for a moment. The memory was obviously still disturbing to him. Well, it was just a real mess, I want to tell you. We finally got a blood pressure reading by palpating. You mean, by touch. Right. Holding her wrist and feeling for a pulse. And we counted respiration, which was rapid. She was in trouble all around, to put it simply. She was bleeding to death, just bleeding out. The EMTs were there then, and they shared the load. We gave her an IV, got a tube into her airway, got the bag valve hooked up to the tube to assist her breathing. You know, pump air into her lungs because she wasn't getting enough. Then we radioed the police to do a blood run for us. What's that? Well, we draw blood samples from the patient, fill 3 vials, and then send the cop after blood. He meets us at the hospital and then we're ready to transfuse. Got it. So, we got the stretcher in, got her on it, and got ready to transport her to the hospital. Oh, while we were doing that, I asked the parents some real quick questions. I asked them if Hillary was pregnant or if she'd ever given birth before or if she was under a doctor's care for any special medical problems or if she was taking any medication. It didn't really matter what I asked. They didn't know anything. So they had no idea she was pregnant. They weren't aware of it. And so I imagine they knew nothing about any abortion. Well, all of this was new to them. They had no idea what was going on. I had my suspicions, but it wasn't my place to tell them that. Once we got her to the hospital and the doctor had a look at her, then he could determine what the cause was and handle the parents. So anyway, we transported her to the hospital. Bayview Memorial. Right. We got her into the emergency room, and that was when the governor's family physician, Leland Gray, got into the loop. He was waiting there at the hospital, and he basically took over, calling the shots. We told him everything we knew, including our suspicions that it might be an abortion, and he took it from there. But obviously it was too late. She died on the table. Drive. Gray called it at 7:14 p.m. The governor and his wife were both there at the hospital, along with their other 2 kids, and I remember Drive. Gray going out to the waiting area to tell them, and I remember Mrs. Slater really going hysterical. She had to be sedated and admitted to the hospital for the night. John wanted to double-check. You did tell Drive. Gray about the abortion factor. Al nodded with a resigned look on his face. Yeah, we did, and it surprised us a little when we checked back and heard it was an overdose of warfarin. But what the doctor says, that's what it is. You just don't know everything when you're on the scene, and you don't have the whole picture, till you bring the patient in. So when the whole picture finally comes out, well, that's that. You had your own theories, but the doc says what it really is. John asked, Dr. Gray in this case. Well, him and the pathologist who did the autopsy. We didn't find out the true cause of death until a few days later. I think they did the autopsy the next day, Saturday, and we found out on Monday. We saw it was Dr. Gray who filled out the death certificate. Yeah. He certified the cause of death. And after all this, what do you think of Dad's idea? That it was a botched abortion. Well, I'm still wondering how he knew about it. But the big problem with that whole theory is that you'd have to have Drive. Gray and then the hospital pathologist both be liars or in cahoots or something. When the governor's physician and the pathologist agree it was an accidental overdose of warfarin, and the doctor signs the death certificate to that effect, what else are you supposed to think? I might take into consideration the influence the governor and his personal physician might have. Al smiled. Pathologist even agreed with Dr. Gray's finding. Al's face went a little blank. Well, the pathologist did the autopsy. But how do you know the autopsy found the same cause of death that Drive. Gray states on the death certificate? Well, it is a pretty safe assumption to make, isn't it? John said, mostly to himself, it would be nice to see the autopsy report. Al shook his head. Not without a court order, you won't. It's confidential. But you know the official version. Tell us again so we can compare notes. Al drew a deep breath, gathered an outline in his mind, and laid it out. Succinctly. The way I understand it, the governor was taking warfarin for a blood clot in his leg. Drive. Gray prescribed it. It was no secret or anything. When Hillary took those pills by mistake, well, Dr. Gray said it was just one of those freak accidents. Bad timing and bad labeling at the same time. Hillary Slater was having her period and probably thought she was taking pills for menstrual cramps when she took her father's pills by mistake, which makes sense, I suppose. The doc said the dosage of pain medication she would have taken would have been about right, but the same dosage of her father's medication would have been enough to bring on a hemorrhage from her uterus and, well, that's what we found, an obvious hemorrhage from the uterus, and that's the explanation we got. Let's go back to the governor's house for a minute. Now you say you found the governor there and his wife. Right. Did you see anyone else in the house? Well, the other two kids. Haley, the daughter, about 15. Right. And the boy. They were pretty shook, of course. Anyone else? Well, besides our crew, the aid crew, and then the police who came for the blood run, no. No other friends or relatives. I didn't see anyone else. I'm curious. Any idea who called 911? Al thought about that a moment. The governor. Nobody said who made the call. What about the dispatcher? Would he know more about that? Al shook his head. That's out of bounds. 911 calls are confidential, and the dispatcher sure isn't going to give you any details if he values his job. What about the recording of the call itself? How would someone get a copy of that? I don't think you could, to be honest. First you'd have to be a family member or a close relative, and even then you'd have to file a request for information form and have the station captain okay it, and then you could get a copy taken from the master tape, but there's no way some reporter with no connections at all is going to get a copy of that conversation. It just isn't done, not without a court order, which you won't get without a really good reason. John and Carl exchanged a glance. Now Al spoke more out of fantasy than hard possibility. It would be great if you could get the hospital pathologist, the guy who did the autopsy, to tell you what really happened. That would settle everything, wouldn't it? Drive. Matthews. Harlan Matthews. Drive. Harlan Matthews, pathologist at Bayview Hospital, looked up from his desk to see an attractive blonde woman poking her head through the open door. Yes. Leslie stepped in and came up to his desk, offering her hand. I'm Leslie Albright. May we talk for just a minute? Drive. Matthews was young-looking, although his tired expression was giving his age away, which was 45. We'll have to make it quick. I have an autopsy coming up in just a few minutes. Oh, I'll be brief. This is regarding an autopsy you performed on Hillary Slater, the governor's daughter, back in April. He smiled courteously. I'm not going to be able to say much about it. The information is confidential. Who am I talking to? She smiled, feeling awkward. Well, this is going to sound funny, but I'm Leslie Albright, and though I work for Channel 6, I'm not here as a reporter for them. I'm here on my own. The light dawned. Oh, yes. I've seen you on News 6. I thought you looked familiar. He chuckled. Now I know I'm not going to have anything to say. Leslie chuckled only to keep things loose and friendly, if that was at all possible. Doctor, I assure you there are no cameras. She opened her suit jacket. No hidden microphones either. I'm not after a scoop. Drive. Matthews looked at his watch, making sure she saw that he was looking at his watch. You have 1 minute to clearly state your business. Leslie spotted a chair near the door. May I sit down? He extended his hand toward the chair, offering it to her. She sat. Of course, she began, everyone has been told that Hillary Slater died from an overdose of warfarin, resulting in a hemorrhage from her uterus. She could see the immediate tension in the doctor's face. Her time with this man was going to be quite limited, she could feel it. That's what the death certificate indicates. That's correct, he replied, and his tone indicated he hoped that would be the last word on the subject. Well, I did a little checking with the records department. I was trying to find out who did the autopsy, and that's how I found you, and I happened to find the transcriptionist who transcribed your remarks. She remembered it right away. It was a big deal, you know, the governor's daughter and all. It was easy to remember. He looked at his watch again and began to clear his desk. I have to be going. Leslie started talking faster. Well, before you go, sir, could you help me out with one thing? I doubt it, he quipped, his eyes on his papers and paper clips, not on her. The transcriptionist thought the autopsy report was quite remarkable, especially since it contradicted the death certificate. According to her, your finding was that Hilary Slater died from exsanguination. That's correct. Reports in a file drawer. Due to hemorrhaging from the uterus. He kept filing as if not hearing her. Due to incomplete removal of the placenta and the products of conception. An incomplete abortion, in other words. Suddenly he turned and just locked eyes with her. She couldn't tell if he was going to admit it or throw her out or both. I'm sorry, he said firmly, deliberately. The autopsy report and everything connected with it is confidential, and I cannot discuss it. Well, without discussing the report itself. Leslie stood up, planning to block the doorway if necessary, for as long as she could get away with it. I noticed that the governor's doctor, Dr. Leland Gray, signed the death certificate as the certifying physician. Apparently he was content with the warfarin story, but, could you explain the discrepancy between the autopsy findings, which we won't discuss, and the cause of death indicated on the death certificate? He stopped on his way to the door. He was apparently a gentleman. He didn't trample her. He seemed to be thinking about what she'd said, reviewing his options. I really can't explain that. Well, without discussing the report itself, were you aware, sir, that Hilary Slater had received an abortion the day she died? He shook his head and took one step toward the door. I can't discuss that. She held her hand up in one last hope of detaining him. Off the record, sir, off the record, if I were to believe that Hilary Slater had an abortion the day she died, would you have trouble with that? I can't discuss it. Now if you'll please step aside. Don't tell me she did or didn't. Just for my own peace of mind. In this, okay. If I thought Hilary had an abortion that day, would you have trouble with that? Would I be all wet? He smiled at her tenacity. She was thankful he was smiling at all. Ms. Albright, you can think whatever you want. It's a free country. Now. He motioned with his hand for her to step aside. She held both hands out pleadingly. Off the record. If I were to say to you that Hilary Slater didn't die from a warfarin overdose but from a botched abortion, would you, and you don't have to say if she did or didn't, would you have any trouble with that? He pointed his finger right at her nose, so close she almost crossed her eyes to see it. Ms. Albright, you learned nothing new from me today, isn't that correct? She took a quick inventory and then replied, yes, that's correct. I've told you nothing you didn't already know. Correct. He looked directly into her eyes with a gaze that seemed it would push her backward. The answer to your question is no. I wouldn't have any trouble with that. All right. She maintained a meek and courteous stance, and she truly was grateful. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. He stepped past her, took just a few steps down the hall, and then turned and pointed at her with that same forceful gaze. Now don't bring this matter into my presence again, understand? Yes, sir. He turned his back on her and hurried down the hall. She turned away, used the doorpost to keep her balance, and mimed a Wide-eyed, silent whistle. The nurse receptionist sitting in the little glass window at Drive. Leland Gray's private practice took the call, made a note of it, and then informed Drive Gray the moment he'd finished with a patient. Drive Gray, you received a call from Dr. Matthews at Bayview. He'd like you to return his call ASAP. Drive Gray was an older man with thinning gray hair combed straight back, a firmly set jaw, and cold blue eyes that could stare down an army. Upon hearing this message, he maintained an even, general-like demeanor, but did take a peek through the window to see who was out in the waiting room. Nothing urgent. Mrs. Dimitri is next, he asked. The nurse consulted her chart. Yes. She's complaining of a sore throat. Okay. I'll be just a few minutes. All right. He walked, almost marched, into his office and closed the door behind him. He quickly banged out a staccato tune on his touch-tone phone and waited while the other end whirred a few times. Drive Matthews, a voice answered. Harlan, this is Lee. Lee. There was an uncomfortable pause. Well, come on, man, I have patients waiting. Bad news, Lee. I had a reporter from Channel 6 drop by my office. She's been sniffing around and knows about the Hillary Slater thing. Drive Gray's eyes narrowed, but his spine stayed straight. What reporter? Leslie Albright. Never heard of her. She's no big name or anything, but she does news reporting for Channel 6. So what does she know? What did she ask, and what did you tell her? Matthews fumbled a bit at the rapid-fire questions. Well, first of all, what did you tell her? I told her nothing, Lee. I told her I could not discuss the case. So what does she know? She knows, or at least she's in the process of finding out, the cause of Hillary's death. Gray was getting angry. Well, can't she read? The death certificate is quite clear. She knows it doesn't line up with the autopsy report. How does she know that? Well, I didn't tell her. I want to make that clear. Then who did? Matthews was getting flustered. Lee. Who did? Then said it was the transcriptionist who typed up the autopsy report. Now Gray just cursed without saying anything else. Matthews kept going while he had the chance. I do not know what got this Albright woman started on this, especially after all this time, but, obviously, there's been a leak somewhere, and I'll be direct about this, it didn't start with me. She already had her information before she came in here. Well, who's the transcriptionist? I'm going to find that out. When you find out, tell me. I'll do that. Any other suggestions? None at this time except keep your $hash at, yap shut. Gray slammed down the receiver, thought a moment, and then picked it up again. Miss Rhodes, Governor Slater's secretary, answered the phone at her desk. Governor Slater's office. Upon hearing who the caller was, she put the call right through. Governor Slater picked up the receiver and then swiveled his big chair toward the window, the high back hiding him from the rest of the office. Yes, Lee. He listened intently for a few minutes, his face turning grim, his hands making and unmaking fists on the arms of the chair. Looking out his window toward the Capitol dome, he suddenly felt naked before the world and swiveled toward his desk again. Thanks, Lee. Less than 3 minutes later Devon rushed to the governor's office. Strode in fast enough to kick up a breeze across Miss Rhodes's desk, and closed the door behind him. Sit down, Martin, said Slater. Devon knew from the governor's face that there was trouble. The governor couldn't even come around to speaking for a moment, but brooded and steamed and then slammed the desk with his fist as he barked out a curse. Sir, what is it? Slater flopped back. Devon felt a spear go through his stomach. He knew what was coming. What is it, sir? I just got a call from our family doctor, Dr. Gray. As you know, he was there when Hillary died. He determined the cause of death and filled out the death certificate. He did what he could to protect my family's privacy. Devon nodded. He'd been a party to all this. The governor was seething and trying very hard to control his voice. All it takes is an election year. He cursed, and not too quietly. Of all the years for her to die, and die this way, it had to be an election year. Then he winced at his own words and backed down a little. Or, Hillary, I'm sorry. He seemed to be praying, addressing his daughter through the ceiling. It wasn't your fault, I know. He looked at Devon. But sometimes I can't believe my bad luck. He leaned over the desk and delivered the news. Drive. Gray just got a call from the pathologist who did the autopsy. What was his name? Matthews, I think. I have the records in my office. Matthews, that's right. Matthews says a reporter from Channel 6 came by to see him. She was asking questions about Hillary's death and seemed to know what the real cause was. Now the spear in Devon's stomach twisted painfully. Oh no. The governor just kept leaning over the desk with fiery eyes, so Devon had to ask the question. You did say Channel 6. Channel 6. Which reporter? Albright. Do we know anyone named Albright? Devon nodded. Why, yes. She was the one at the rally. It was her report that we spiced up a little. Slater reared up on his haunches and gestured widely. Martin, how in the world did she find out? No one was supposed to know. Not even my wife knows. I don't know, sir. Well, I want you to find out, and I want you to kill whatever there. You have friends there, Martin. Don't tell me you can't. Tina Lewis has some influence, but she isn't the top power there. What about Lauren Harris, the station's general manager? I thought you were friends with him. Slater shook his head. No, that's a last resort. Lauren's too big, too visible, too. Well, don't you see the problem? If I lean on him, it will look like I'm trying to kill a story, like I'm trying to use my influence to cover up something, and if that gets out. He rolled his eyes at the very thought of it and took some time to pronounce fiery judgment on the whole situation. I don't want to look like I'm doing anything about any of this. I want this handled quietly, under wraps, nothing visible, you understand. Yes, sir. The governor brooded some more, glared some more at the pests on his desk, and then appeared to spot one pest in particular. Lake. Devon looked horrified, because he was Lake. But his voice stuck in his throat, and he had to clear it. We didn't share any of this with him. How would he even know about it? The governor sneered at the memory of Lake's old, conniving face. He could have found out if he really wanted to. He's not above anything if it'll give him power over his enemies. Well, we're his enemies now, Martin. I should have seen that coming. Devon admitted. Lake did leave here quite angry, that's true, sir. The governor held up one finger to count. I want you to find out what's going on, and then he held up two fingers. I want you to stop it, if at all possible. And then the next thought. And I think you ought to track down Mr. Lake and have a talk with him. Come to an understanding if you can. Devon rose from his chair, not expecting his legs to be so wobbly. Consider it done, sir. And don't worry. I'm worried, Martin, said the governor quite sternly. I'm worried too, Devon mouthed to himself as he went out the door. Devon settled just a few other matters, made a few phone calls, implemented some office policy changes, and forwarded some speaking invitations to Wilma Benthoff, the governor's campaign manager. Then he buried himself in his office, the door closed, without a word to anyone. He was careful to make it look official, serious business, confidential, big stuff, only he could do it. Don't ask, I won't tell you, it is only for us special people to know these things, especially me, the governor's most trusted confidant. Once he was in his chair, behind his desk, behind his closed door, he Had a chance to grope, curse, fume, worry, fret, and try to sort out what was happening. There had to be a way out of this. He'd taken too long, worked too hard, stepped on too many people to get where he was. There had to be a way out, an answer, a solution to the puzzle. And he would find it. That was part of his job, wasn't it, to keep the governor on a smooth, even road, to keep his boss clean above all else. Well, he hadn't failed yet, and he had no plans to start failing now. Okay, let's get it down, he mused, let's get it organized. He scribbled some names on a piece of paper and then flipped open his desk directory for the phone numbers. Information was the first step. He was going to know what was going on, and once he knew, the next step would be control. Lots of control, as much as he could muster. First on the list. Drive. Harlan Matthews, the pathologist. He would have to hear directly from the governor's office. It would remind him of the gravity of his duty, and the consequences should he fail in his duty. Drive. Matthews, came the voice on the line. Devon had a pen poised over a yellow legal pad, ready to scribble notes. Drive. Matthews, this is Martin Devon, Chief of Staff and Special Assistant to Governor Slater. And what do you want? He didn't sound too impressed by Devon's title. Devon dove in, undaunted and ready to put the leash on this guy. He spoke rather curtly. It's come to our attention that you've been speaking to a reporter from Channel 6. I've called to verify that. Matthews was even less impressed. Yes, I have been talking to a reporter. I even sent her home with a kidney and a gallbladder. Devon did not take kindly to being toyed with. Excuse me, doctor, I believe I asked you a question. Not yet, you haven't. Have you been talking to a reporter? Turn it around, Devon. A reporter came to see me, uninvited. Unexpected. I turned her away and went about. How can we be sure of that? Now Matthews was mad. Because I'm a professional, Mr. Devon. I operate according to certain ethics. Devon hadn't written anything yet. He drew back a little and tried a gentler approach. Well, of course you understand that the governor and his family will appreciate your continued cooperation in keeping the whole matter in strictest confidence. The governor's wishes are none of my concern, and his worries are ill-informed. Listen, I do between 10 and 20 autopsies a week, all of them according to the same procedures and protocol. The results are confidential, the information is not released to the public or the press, and it never has been. The governor's daughter was one case among many. I view it no differently, nor have I treated it any differently. Now either the governor is overestimating his own importance or he's underestimating me, and either way I'm more than perturbed. Now Devon eased way down. He still needed information, and he was beginning to fear Matthews would hang up before he got it. I understand, sir. But for my own information, could you tell me who the reporter was? Leslie Albright, from Channel 6. She claimed to be here on her own. And not as a reporter, but of course I couldn't trust that. Of course. But what questions was she asking? What do you think? She wanted to know about the situation. She already had all the basics. That felt like death to Martin Devon. Did she say how she found it out? Oh, she talked to one of our transcriptionists, but I'm sure she knew before that. She knew just what to look for and whom to ask. Did she mention John Barrett at all? The anchorman. Yes. No mention of John Barrett. And you told her nothing. Matthews was getting short of temper. Hey, don't worry. I protected you. I protected Gray. I protected all of us. I know how the game is played, Devon. A thing like this could give the medical profession a bad image, and I don't want my neck on the block. I did my job. I filed an my mouth shut. Whatever happens beyond my control, hey, it is your problem, and none of my doing. Well, I'm sure the governor will appreciate. Matthews cursed the governor and then said, "Just leave me alone, all." Right. Chapter 23. Martin Devon slammed down the phone and took a moment to recover his resolve, and his ego. Okay, Doctor. Big stuff Matthews, be a jerk. There were other sources, the prime one being Tina Lewis herself, executive news producer at Channel 6. If there was anything going on of any consequence, she would know, and she would be willing to tell him about it. He'd helped her out in the past. He had no qualms about calling in a favor. He tapped out the number, and Tina answered. "This is Tina Lewis." Tina. Devon felt like busting a few heads over at that station, but he knew he had to maintain a good relationship, especially in an election year. He used his old buddies from way back tone of voice. "Martin Devon here." She was glad to hear from him. "Well, Martin, how are you?" "Well, I'm quite all right." Tina stepped over to her office door and closed it. "So what are we going to do for each other today?" "Well," Tina sat down and spoke in a lowered voice. "Sounds like we might have a problem." "Yeah, we just might, and I knew you'd be the one to ask about it. The governor and I spoke this morning, and Tina, he's concerned about his personal privacy, his family's privacy." That was a cue, a hint about the problem. But Tina didn't pick up on it. Hello. Come on, Tina, don't act so innocent. "Well, listen, I think we've had a good relationship with you and with other members of the press. You and I have always been open and straightforward with each other." He couldn't help the cutting edge on his voice. "Then of course you're not aware of your reporters snooping around for private information on Hillary Slater, the governor's daughter." This was news to her. "What? Hey, if you're after a story, just tell me what you need, Tina. Just come to me and let's talk about it. I gave you that camera opportunity at the governor's rally. I've tried to be a reliable source for you." She wasn't following him, Martin. But he was rolling and didn't hear her. "And as always, if you people want to know something or if you're planning a story, don't be afraid to let me know, or contact Wilma Benthoff. We'll give you what we have." "Martin, do you follow me?" He was not asking but demanding. Now Tina felt free to be angry herself. "No, Martin, I don't. Now, suppose you back up a bit and tell me what's going on." "Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but we happen to know that one of your reporters has been prying into some of the governor's private concerns. And did I hear you say something about Hillary Slater?" Devon gave an exasperated sigh. "Yes. I'm talking about the governor's daughter Hillary and the details surrounding her death. I think we covered that sufficiently when it happened, and there's nothing more to be said about it." "All right. You've finally made yourself clear. So let's hear about it." "Well, hang on." Tina reached for the latest Outlook sheet, the computer printout that kept the newsroom up to date on who was doing what where and when. "How about a few details, or do I have to guess those too?" Devon drew back to think. He had to decide what he could tell her. He knew a lot, but that didn't mean it was available. Sure, they had a good professional relationship, but the emphasis was on the word professional. Professionally speaking, Hillary Slater died from a warfarin overdose, and that's how the media had covered it. Professionally speaking, Devon wanted it to stay that way. "I can give you a name. Immediately. Leslie Albright. What's she been up to?" "We understand she was snooping around Bayview Memorial Hospital today trying to dredge something up on Hillary Slater's death. It was all very tasteless. I thought maybe you would know about it." "I wouldn't know about that, Martin. If I knew about it, it wouldn't be happening." Tina quickly perused the Outlook sheet, muttering, "Of course, with Leslie there's no guarantee." Then she found Leslie's name. "I see here she was assigned to a story on automotive emissions. Now, Tina. Hey, I've given you some good information in the past, and I'm not about to lie to you now. That's what the printout says, and to the best of my knowledge that's what she was covering today. So whatever she's up to, we didn't assign it. I'll just have to ask her. She might be researching a possible story on her own and we haven't heard about it yet. Reporters do that all the time. The station encourages it. Devon took a moment to decide whether he believed that or not. What about John Barrett? Is he involved in this? Tina looked out through the glass partition and surveyed the newsroom. Well, what do you know? There were John and Leslie right now, at Leslie's desk, having their own little private conference. He might be. I can ask both of them. But first I need to know what you know. Devon hesitated a little. How much could he tell her? I think Albright, and maybe Barrett, are after something they hope will damage the governor. Albright was bothering a pathologist at Bayview Memorial Hospital this morning, trying to get him to reveal the contents of Hillary Slater's autopsy report, which, as you know, is confidential. It was a tasteless thing to do. I might even say it was vicious. It's the kind of thing you'd expect in an election year, I suppose. Tina knew he was trying to rile her, to get her defensive and wanting to prove him wrong. She knew what he was up to, but it was working nevertheless. She could feel her anger rising as she spoke. I don't think that kind of thing would be condoned by the management of this station, Martin. I know I would not condone it. Well, I certainly hope not. So what else? Anything more? Devon hesitated to answer. He didn't want to tell her. And she knew it, which made her all the more curious. Come on, can't hang 'em without charges. Just what deep, dark secret are they trying to pull into the open? Devon took a moment to decide he could trust her to handle the information correctly and then settled on a half-truth. Well, Tina, for some reason Albright seems to want to blame Hillary's death on a legal abortion. What? Good, Devon thought. She's mad but in the right direction. It's a preposterous notion, really, but this is an election year, and you know how the muck gets dredged up, whether it is there or not. It's the Brewer thing, Tina thought. Albright and Barrett are eating sour grapes because they couldn't get around the law. These people never rest. All right, Martin, I think I see what might be happening here. I'll check into it. I would appreciate hearing back from you right away. You will. Devon hung up on Tina Lewis and went to the next person on his list. The principal at the Adam Bryant School where the Slater children were once enrolled. Erica Tyler. Ms. Tyler, this is Martin Devon, Chief of Staff and Special Assistant to Governor Slater. She knew who he was. Oh, yes. We have a rather discreet matter to discuss. I won't take long. Yes, Mr. Devon. As I recall the conversation we had back in early May, you really had no answers to give to any questions, and that was fine with us. We were happy enough not to ask any questions. Do you recall that? She sounded just a little leery as she answered, yes, that's how I recall it. And we were happy to let things remain as they were, correct? Yes, that was our understanding. Fine. Very good. Now the reason I'm calling and going over this once again is because we've just recently learned that some people in the press are beginning to ask questions, and though we don't know this for sure, they may very well come to you with those questions. As you can well understand, it would be the governor's desire that the same policy apply in every case, to all persons, namely, that you simply have no answers, that everything must remain confidential. Do we understand each other? Oh, we certainly do, Mr. Devon. As I said to you before, this school desires no connection, no involvement whatsoever, with, the situation. Yes, and we agree with that. We both know, don't we, that any revelations that leak out would be very harmful to us and to you. Yes, we're aware of that. There will be no information available here. Not for anyone. Excellent. We're more than happy to have it that way. But you should be advised, and also advise others on your staff, whoever needs to be forewarned, that some people from Channel 6 might come around asking questions, and maybe even some other members of the press, who knows. You might want to remind your staff of the understandings now in place. I'll do that. And I should ask at this point, have there been any questions? Any visits by the press? I'm thinking of Channel 6 in particular. No, Mr. Devon, not yet, not that I'm aware of. Good enough. Then so far we've contained everything. We'll have to be sure it stays that way. You have our fullest cooperation, Mr. Devon. Thank you. Good day to you. And you, sir. Leslie and John had had a productive day, with assigned work and with their own research. As soon as Leslie returned from the field, with her auto emissions story, they met at her desk, discussed some of the material being slotted for the 5 o'clock, and then lowered their voices to discuss their investigation. John gave a quick report, leaning on the partition, the day's outlook in his hand. I spoke with Charlie Manning, my friend down at the Capitol. I asked him if there'd been any but he didn't have any details. He's checking into it. Leslie opened a manila file and produced some photocopied news clippings and some notes. Here's a story from the News Journal on the governor's presentation of the Hillary Slater Scholarship. Shannon Duplius was planning on going to Western, right here in this state, but since she received the scholarship, she's enrolled at Midwestern University. It's an upper-crust school, no question, quite an opportunity. John scanned the article and took another look at Shannon Duplius. This time she was smiling for the camera as she stood by the governor holding her award, but John could still remember how troubled she seemed when she'd actually received it. The governor's taking really good care of her, isn't he? And, if I may take such a leap, he's also making sure she's far, far away. John's expression said, good point. Anyway, Leslie continued, I'll give the university a call as soon as I can and see if Shannon's really there and try to get her phone number, her address, whatever. She lowered her voice even more. I don't want to use a line here at the station. John nodded in agreement. The phone records would be a perfect trail for someone like Tina Lewis to follow. I'm just not sure yet what I'll say. I don't think I want to identify myself with News 6. I just about lost drive. Matthews because of that. Whatever you do, record the conversation. We've got to hear her voice. If I can get her talking about anything, we'll have at least half a success. Right. Then Leslie quickly and nonchalantly stowed her materials, her eyes following someone's approach. John knew right away it had to be Tina. It was. She wore a pleasant expression as befitted a professional, but they could tell a brooding storm cloud lay just under the surface. May I have a word with you too? Well, there was nowhere to run and no place to hide. What's up? Asked Leslie, standing to meet Tina. Tina joined them by Leslie's desk, and now all three of them were. How's that auto emission story? Tina asked, and they could tell she was hoping it wasn't finished. I gave it to Rush, said Leslie. It's all slotted and ready. Tina turned to John, and how's the editing going? John was honest. Just fine. Same as usual, I suppose. Tina looked at them just as a first-grade teacher would look at two class cut-ups who weren't getting their work done. Well, great. Leslie, might I have a word with you? Sure. John took his cue and started for his desk. John, said Tina, I may want to speak with you in a moment. Sure thing, he said over his shoulder. Silently he was praying for Leslie. Tina pulled a chair over and sat down next to Leslie's desk as she said, Go ahead, sit down. Leslie sat. Then Tina just sat there for a moment, eyeing Leslie in a way that used to make her nervous and timid, but now just made her angry. Leslie pretended to be busy, tapping away at the computer console but doing nothing in particular. You can look all you want, but I hope you won't mind if I try to get some work done. I'd like to know what you and John are working on. Leslie looked directly at Tina, her anger and resentment fueling her courage. Tina, first of all, we both understand that things are not too good between us. Tina cut her off with, and you do understand, don't you, what my position is and what my responsibilities are and who you answer to. Leslie considered herself interrupted and said no more. But she was determined to stand her ground, and if it had to get nasty, then so be it. I understand, Tina. Then I'd like to know what you and John are working on. It's my responsibility to know and your responsibility to tell me. I just paid a visit to the archives, and I noticed that you checked out the video of Hillary Slater's funeral. What do you have going? We are pursuing a story, but so far we don't have anything solid, just some ideas. Were you at Bayview Memorial Hospital this morning? The question was direct, and Leslie knew she couldn't lie. Tina, I was there during my lunchtime, representing only myself and not this station, and I said so. Said so to whom? Leslie stopped, carefully rechecked her knowledge of newsroom policy, and then took a tough position. Tina, I could sit here and evade your questions, but I don't like it when somebody does that to me, so I won't do it to you. To be perfectly honest, I just plain don't want to talk about it. The story hasn't been sold to any editors or producers, and neither has it been officially assigned, and therefore the station has no direct interest and you have no direct authority. Hey, if you don't like the idea once I pitch it to you, then the story's dead right there anyway. But until we're ready to pitch it and it is time for you to approve it, I don't want to talk about it. Tina's spine straightened. It was her way of bracing for a fight. Would you like to talk to Ben about this? Sure. Let's go. Leslie stood up, got into the aisle, and even got several steps toward Ben's office before Tina finally broke and said, "Hold on." Leslie turned slowly, noticing Tina's icy glare, and returned to her desk. She sat down again, enjoying her first tinge of hope. She'd called Tina's bluff and actually come out on top. Newsroom policy had saved her bacon. Most everyone in the newsroom understood how Ben encouraged the reporters to sniff around for scoops and exclusives, even on company time as long as their assignments were done and done well. And until the stories were actually bought by the producers or managing editor and officially assigned to the reporter, they were a reporter's privilege and domain. It was an effective incentive, and one way to protect a scoop from being stolen by other media. Tina must have been hoping Leslie would not invoke that rule, but unfortunately for her Leslie did. So, said Tina, visibly stewing, the story's still yours. What there is of it, yes. How about John Barrett? Is he working on it too? Leslie was cornered on that one. She could lie and say he wasn't, but Tina would see right through that. If she refused to answer, that would be as good as answering. We both are. But like I said, there isn't much there. Right now. We might have something to show you after a while. Tina slowly wagged her head and pronounced sentence. I'll never approve it. Better quit wasting your time. Leslie objected. Tina, you haven't even seen the story yet. You don't even know what it is about. I know enough, Tina replied, and I promise, you'll never get it past me. Leslie studied Tina's face, now hard, cold, and scowling about the eyes, but showing the slightest hint of a devilish smile about the lips, and she recalled what John had said about Tina's secret wounds. It all fit. She could almost sense it herself as Tina sat there as hard as stone but at the same time as brittle as glass. For the first time, she understood what forces drove this woman. Leslie spoke gently, her final word. We'll see. Tina rose and took a moment to glare down at Leslie from a higher eye level before she turned and walked jaw first back to her office. Leslie looked across the newsroom. John was watching the whole thing. She hurried over to his desk to quickly fill him in. "It looks like Tina's onto us and not at all happy about it," she said. "So I observed," John answered. "But how much does she know? We weren't very open with each other." John laughed, and Leslie continued, "She knows we checked out the video on Hillary Slater's death and funeral, and somehow she heard I was at Bayview Memorial today. Maybe Matthews complained, I don't know, but I think she picked up on the abortion angle. She promised me the story would never get past her. Well, it is safe to say she knows a lot. And judging from past performance, we might just have a race on our hands. We're trying to get the story and Tina's trying to blow it open and bury it before we do. She's good at that. We've got to call Shannon Duplius tonight. We've got to do anything and everything yesterday. Carl's working on rigging up a phone. I'll call and see how he's doing." Only a little later, when other business, other subjects, and other people had put some time and distraction between herself and her, "What have you got?" Leslie Albright and John Barrett are working on something. "So John Barrett is involved?" "I'm quite sure he is." "What do you mean you're quite sure? Is he involved or isn't he?" Tina held the receiver away from her ear, offended, then warned. "Martin, please watch your tone of voice." Devon tried to tone down. "I'm sorry. This whole thing has me upset, in case you hadn't noticed." "Well, are you going to let me in on what's going on?" "Just tell me what they're working on." "I don't know exactly." Devon cursed. "They work for you, don't they? Don't you know what your own people are doing?" "Martin, the story isn't assigned, and they haven't pitched it to the managing editor or to me or to anyone, so at this point it isn't really the newsroom's business. It's their scoop until they sell it to us." "What the carrot at $hash are you talking about?" "I'm talking about Channel 6 policy, that's what." "Tina, now come on, give me a break. I need the story stopped. You've got to kill it before it gets out of hand." This sounded big. Tina had to ask, "Martin, what's the story about?" "I told you. It's a slanderous piece of trash just to smear the governor. Dredging up slime about his daughter. I can't believe the audacity of some people. Did Hillary Slater have an abortion?" Devon seemed to drop out of existence for a moment. The silence on the other end spoke volumes. Finally he said, "Don't be ridiculous." Now it was Tina's turn to curse, and she made sure Devon knew her opinion of his character. "Don't you play your little games with me. You know where I stand on that issue, and I won't be lied to. I've done plenty for you. I've checked around for you. I've confided in you. Now if you want friends in the media you can start with me. Otherwise, we'll say goodbye right here and now." Devon thought it over for a long time and then gave in. "Then I guess all right, dinner. How about Keaton's, at 7? "That'll be fine." Devon fumed for another moment, then asked, "So, what do you think about the story they're working on? I mean, can you stop it? It's already dead, Martin. I told Leslie I'd never approve it. They can do what they want, but they won't get anything on the air." "Thank God. No, thank me. But, Martin, yes. That doesn't mean this won't get out. Whatever it is, people are going to find out about it. Other media are going to pick it up. You'd better be ready for it." Devon sighed, cursed, and moaned, all at the same time. That evening, immediately after the 7 o'clock newscast, Leslie and John rushed over to Mum Barrett's. Mum and Carl were there waiting, Mum with some snacks and coffee, Carl with a tampered with and taped together telephone, a vast tangle of wires, 2 pairs of headphones, and a reel-to-reel tape recorder. "Does it work?" John asked before he'd even taken off his coat. Carl gave him a thumbs up. We were picking up the radio station for a while, but hey, I'm a genius, what can I say? John gave him an excited and grateful pat on the back. Leslie removed her coat as Mum went around the table to collect it and John's. I'm just glad the office at Midwestern University was still open. Thanks, Mum. There's a 2-hour difference as it is. Where'd you make the call? The pay phone across the street from the station. She produced a notebook from her handbag. But I got the number of Shannon's dorm room. If she's there tonight. John looked at his watch. It's 8:10. So it is 10:10 over there. She might still be up. We'll just have to be rude, said Carl. Well, we can always pray, said Mum. Leslie sat in front of the protruding from the receiver. So how does this work? Carl explained, no different from a regular phone. I tapped into the wires to the earpiece and ran them through the tape recorder here, so we'll be able to record the call, everything you hear, and then we'll be able to listen with the headphones. Leslie was impressed. Good work. How about a quick test run? John suggested. And I think we'd better pray, said Mum again. Fine, said Leslie. Who do we call? How about your sister? John suggested. Sure, okay. Carl sat in his chair, the tape recorder in front of him. John sat between Carl and Leslie and picked up one pair of headphones. Mum sat on the other side of Carl, and Carl turned one earpiece around on his headphones so Mum could press up against it and listen. Ready? Leslie asked, her hand on the receiver. Go, said Carl, starting the recorder. Leslie picked up the receiver as the reels started slowly winding and dialed her sister's number. John, Carl, and Mum listened raptly. John was delighted. The sounds were coming through loud and clear. Hello, came a voice. Hello, Angie. Oh, hi, Leslie. What's up? Well, we're running a little experiment here. Leslie went on to explain Carl's make-do invention without saying a whole lot about what it was really for. Angie wanted to go on talking, but Leslie asked to cut the conversation short, and Angie understood. Okay, said John, good enough. Carl wound the tape back to check the recording, and Angie's voice came through fine. Mum handed Leslie a piece of paper she'd worked on that afternoon, a complete transcript of the 911 call. Mum, you're beautiful, said John. Carl made copies, so everybody gets one, Mum said, passing them out. Leslie perused the transcript, underlining key words. I suppose it'll be tough, said John. If she had a lisp or something it would be easier. Well, hopefully the same inflections will come through. John looked at his watch again. 8:34. It's getting later and later over there. We'd better pray, said Mum. Go ahead, said John. They all bowed their heads in customary fashion as Mum led in a short prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask for your divine hand upon this undertaking. May we find the truth, dear Lord, and may the truth set free all those concerned. And we ask this in Jesus' precious name, Amen. Amen, they agreed. God help us, said Leslie as she picked up the receiver, consulted her notepad for the number, and dialed it. Carl turned on the tape recorder, and he and John put on their headphones. Mum leaned close to Carl to listen. The phone rang. No answer. Leslie scanned her scribbled notes, not sure how to start. The phone rang again. Clunk. Hello. Leslie had been looking at John and Carl. Now all her concentration went on that young lady 2 time zones away. Hello, this is Leslie Albright calling Shannon Duplius. Who's calling? Ah, Leslie Albright. I'm with Channel 6 News. Is this Shannon? Yes. She sounded hesitant, wary. Well, hi. I apologize for calling so late. I didn't wake you up, did I? Leslie rolled her eyes at having to use such a line. No, I'm not in bed yet. Well, listen, we were thinking of doing a follow-up story on the First recipient of the Hillary Slater Memorial Scholarship, just see how you were doing and what reflections you might have. Excuse me. Shannon didn't seem to be following Leslie's write to you to see if we could set it up, but we couldn't get your address. It's at Midwestern, but after that we're not sure how to write you. You need the address. Leslie knew she'd triggered a key phrase but didn't have time to think about it. John underlined it on his copy of the transcript. Leslie kept going. Keep her talking, keep her talking. Sure, could you give it to me? It's box 9921, Midwestern University. Leslie wrote it down. Great. Now anyway, what I was calling about. We'd like to ask if you'd be interested in letting us do a follow-up story on you, where you are now, how you're doing. We're kind of keeping track of the Hillary Slater thing and the scholarship program the governor set up. That was all she said. Leslie had to ask another question. This girl just didn't roll easily into a conversation. Okay, well, first of all, we understand that you and Hillary were best friends, right? Hesitation. Yeah, that's right. When the last phrase was unintelligible. Pardon me. I think we have a bad connection. Shannon spoke louder. Oh, I said we went to school together. Okay, great. Well, what would you say is your fondest memory of her? Hesitation. Well, what do you remember about her the most? Well, long pause. Hello. Suddenly, I don't. I can't talk about Hillary. Oh boy. Now what? Oh, I am sorry. That must still be a very painful area for you. I probably shouldn't be talking to you at all. John and Leslie caught each other's eye immediately. Oh, Leslie continued delicately, is this not a good time? It's late. I can understand that. There's a 2-hour difference, right? Leslie could feel it. She was losing the contact. Well, we don't want you to talk about anything you're not comfortable talking about. I don't. Well, it is not you, okay. I just can't talk about it. So, you're not interested in any follow-up story, any. Click. Shannon Duplius hung up. Leslie became angry with herself as she hung up the phone, but John countered her reaction right away. Hey, you did fine. I think we got enough. But Leslie was still upset. There is something wrong with that girl. Carl rewound the tape. She's scared, did you hear it? John scanned his transcript. Well, we got one complete phrase. You need the address, plus an opening, hello, 1, Hillary, and 3 can'ts. There might be more when we listen again. It's her, said Carl. No question about it. It's her, said Leslie. Let's hear it again, said John. They played the tape until Shannon said, you need the address, and then John signaled Carl to stop there. John had Dad's cassette player with the 911 tape cued. He let the tape roll until the 911 girl said the same phrase, you need the address. A little more hysterical, I would say, said Mum. Let's play them close together, said John, winding the cassette back. Just a touch. Carl used his hands to manually cue the tape reels. With a nod from John, Carl played the phrase again, you need the address, and then John played the cassette, you need the address. John looked at the group for their reaction. Leslie heaved a sigh and reiterated with all the more certainty, we've got her. Carl shook his head. No doubt. It's her. Mum nodded. She wasn't frantic this time, but it was her. It was the same voice. John withheld his vote just yet. One more test. Let's find where she says Hillary. Single quote. John found the one mention of the name on the 911 tape, while Carl sought out the one occurrence in his recording. They played 'em close together. Same vote, said Leslie. It's her, said Carl. Now I'm even more sure. Mum raised her hand and said, praise the Lord, it is her. John looked at them one by one and finally cast his vote. We've got her. Leslie was troubled. But how in the world are we going to get through to her? How do we get her to talk to us? We pray, said Mum. Well, besides that, John was new at this matter of faith and prayer, but he was learning. No, you mean after that. If God's on our side at all, we need to include him in our deliberations. Mum's absolutely right. Let's pray. Leslie smiled. Well, it has been a while, but I guess even a backslidden Baptist can do that. It can't hurt. Carl was watching John intently. You really think it will help? John tried to be honest. Son, I'll admit I'm still befuddled about a lot of things, but there's one thing I know for sure. God is there, and he can speak, and he can listen, and if we're doing the right thing, what he wants us to do, then I think he'll help us out. Then John turned it right back to his son. How about you? What do you think? Carl thought about it. If you pray, I'll pray. Well, then we're all in agreement, said Mum. So with a slightly fumbling but willing faith, they gave it a try, and Chapter 24. Shannon Dupliese, 19, honor student, sat on the edge of her bed in her dorm room and ran a brush through her long, brown locks, pulling hard, almost tearing through any tangles, her expression grim, her mind and heart fiercely debating. On her desk were her studies, almost completed for the night, but abandoned ever since that call from the Channel 6 lady, that call that brought a buried ghost back to life so it could return and haunt her. Back to life. Really. As Shannon continued to brush her hair and think it through, she realized the ghost was never dead or buried in the first place, but alive and well. It had followed her to the university and was sure to follow her everywhere throughout her life. Yes, during the few weeks of classes she'd tried to turn her back on it, but now this phone call had jarred her and spun her around to see it still there, its fingers of pain and regret still entangling her as relentlessly as ever. And then there was the matter of the invisible, subtle string attached to her education. No one mentioned this string, or rather this leash, when she was awarded the scholarship, but she hadn't asked about it either. The agreement was made without a word spoken, and now it was there, attached to the money and to her, a choke collar that tightened every once in a while and had just about gagged her to death when Channel 6 called. She was imprisoned in a cage with a horrible secret, gagged and unable to scream. The phone rang again. It was 10:45. Who would be calling at this hour? Hello. Hello, Shannon. This is Martin Devon. How are you? The leash. The choke collar. She always felt it whenever Martin Devon called to extend his best wishes and see how she was doing, to pry, in other words. Tonight, especially since that call from Channel 6, she could feel his loop around her neck as she'd never felt it before. Teasing her, yanking her, continually keeping her in line. Little session with her keeper and trainer, Martin Devon. He would crack the whip and toss her treats, and she would do her tricks. Or would she? Shannon. Hello. She fumbled, her mind disoriented, distracted by a new defiance that surprised her. Tonight, this time, she didn't feel the usual intimidation. Instead she felt anger. Finally she replied, hello. Sorry to be calling so late. I've been trying to get through to you, but the phone's been busy. He was asking what she'd been doing on the phone. He was hinting to know whom she'd been talking to. Aha was all she said. I suppose you were having a nice visit with someone, right? That was no hint. That was a nosy question. None of your business, creep. A friend. MMHM. Then an abrupt leap into easy, friendly territory. This guy could switch into social gear so easily it was disgusting. So how are the studies going? Just fine. Well, that's good. We're all rooting for you. So I'd like to hear from the governor sometime. It was her way of saying, I'm sick of hearing from you. She'd not heard from Governor Slater since his grand media performance in awarding her the scholarship, but she had heard from Martin Devon more than she'd heard from her own parents. "Well," said Devon, "the governor's been really busy with his campaign. But I'll pass the word along that you'd like to have a call from him. I'd appreciate that. So, Shannon, I won't keep you long, but I do have some very important matters to discuss." She didn't acknowledge the statement but remained silent. Let him do the talking, she thought. He made the call. Let him carry the conversation. He carried it. "Shannon, have you gotten any calls from the media? Anyone calling to ask questions?" "Yes, as a matter of fact." She wasn't ashamed of it. "Put that in your pipe. And smoke it, Marty." "Not really. But I got a call just now, right before you called." He got confrontive. "Was that the, friend you told me you were talking to?" "Yeah." "Who was it?" "Somebody from Channel 6. She couldn't hear it clearly, but she knew. He was swearing to himself. They called because they wanted to do a follow-up story on me, something about the first recipient of the Hillary Slater Scholarship." His voice was strained. "Do you remember the name of the reporter?" Leslie something. Leslie Albright." "Yeah, that was it." This time she could hear his swearing distinctly. "What about John Barrett? Did you talk to him?" "No, just Leslie." "So what did you say to her?" "I told her I couldn't talk about it." "You did? Really?" "Yes, really." "So, you didn't answer any of her questions?" "Hey." She actually laughed a little. "You sound really paranoid, you know that." Devon didn't laugh. He sounded nervous, upset. "Well, Shannon, I'm sorry to have to put this kind of a burden on you, but you have to realize this is the governor's family, his own private matter, and now it is an election year, he's out campaigning, and there are people in the media who would really jump at the chance to destroy him, to dig something up that would hurt him. You understand that, don't you?" Shannon was understanding it more and more, even as she heard Devon fuss and squirm. "I think I understand. So, I'm very glad you didn't say anything to them, and I know the governor will greatly appreciate that. But I should warn you, they may call you again, and if they do, please don't talk to them. I really need to have your word on this, that you won't discuss Hillary's death with anyone." Shannon could feel that leash. She could feel this guy trying to control her life. She was amazed at her courage even as she asked, "Mr. Devon, what if I do talk to them? What will happen?" Devon didn't answer right away. Apparently he was taken aback by the directness of her question. "Shannon, really, you have to believe me, that would not be a wise thing to do. It would hurt some people. It would be a betrayal of a sacred trust." So now he was trying the old guilt trip. The governor had used that one on her in the very beginning. "Mr. Devon." Oh no, now her emotions were choking her. The last thing she wanted to do was cry. "I don't think you care how I feel. I don't think it even occurs to you." He switched into a sympathy mode. "Oh, Shannon, of course I do. You've been through a terrible ordeal. We're trying to protect you as well. We don't want the media prying into your life either." Mr. Devon. She'd never thought about this before, but right now, at this moment, it seemed like a marvelous idea. "Mr. Devon, I'm considering withdrawing from classes and coming home. I could just give you back the money. I'll work for a while and just go to school there." That alarmed him. "Shannon, now wait. You're just upset." "You'd better believe I'm upset." Now she really was crying, but the release felt wonderful. She'd been saving up for this a long time. "You and the governor never cared about me in the first place. You just wanted me out of the way. Shannon, now that's not true, and you know it. Then why is it you're the only one who ever calls me?" "Shannon, I told you, the governor is busy, so I call on his behalf." "Then why is it every time you call it is always about the same thing?" Are you all right, Shannon? Are you getting over it, Shannon? You haven't told anybody, have you, Shannon? Single quote. Now he was really getting flustered. Even through the flood of her emotions, Shannon could tell she'd hit the right nerve. Shannon, now, you know that isn't true. We're thinking of you and your future. That's what the scholarship was all about. You're thinking of you and the governor and the election. That's what you're thinking about. I don't think you even cared about Hillary. I know the governor never did. Oh, her father, and besides that, he was far away, a little voice on the phone that she realized she hated. Oh, is that so? Well, Hillary used to tell me about it. She used to cry about it, how she never even saw him, how he didn't care about her, he was always gone, always doing his political thing. But now that she's dead, she's important to him. Now that she's dead, he cares about her precious reputation. Hillary, he bumbled. Shannon, it is late, and you're tired, and things are going to look a lot different in the morning. Why don't you sleep on it, okay? We can talk again tomorrow. Give me a call, okay? I don't want to call you. I don't want to talk to you, not ever again. I'm sick of talking to you. Now, Shannon, you call me tomorrow, after you've had some time to think about things. We have a lot invested in you, and we don't want to see you throw it all away. That was enough. That one little attempt at another guilt trip was just enough to spur Shannon onto new heights of courage. She slammed the phone in his face. Then she wept, half from sorrow and pain and half from a new freedom and release. Before this moment she'd not realized how bound she was, how heavily weighted down. Martin Devon did not sleep much that night. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, staring at the wall, turning this way and that, and having a long, furious conference with himself. Agenda, second agenda, course of action, alternatives, information selection, presentation, first impression, second impression, arguments, counterarguments. He rehearsed conversations with the governor, babbling to himself under the sheets. He came to dead ends, pounded the mattress with his fist, and started over. What could he say? What could he not say? How much did the governor really need to know? How much should he tell the governor in any case? Which information would be to his own advantage and which would not? What would the consequences be? Well, he would have to say something. The last thing he needed was for the governor to Barrett has the tape. I know he has the tape. And that thought was always connected with another. Your goose is cooked. Checkmate. You've had it. Cash in your chips. You're out of the game. Oh no, was his reply. Not me. I'm never out. Somebody else is going to fall. But it isn't going to be me. I'll find a way. Yes, sir, I'll find a way. And he stayed awake most of the night trying to do just that. On a TV screen. Rosalind Klein, sexy, sultry actress from the TV sitcom Who's Got Problems, teases and cavorts with a handsome, hairy-chested man in a large, ornate bedroom. He embraces her. She teasingly begins to finger the top button of her blouse, and then, with a little laugh and a flip of her blonde tresses, she says in her breathy voice, "Oh, I can't take this off. I'll catch cold." Cut, says the director off camera. Another angle. We see the camera crew, the sound technicians, the lights of a TV soundstage. Rosalind and the male actor break character. She gives him a pat on the shoulder as he walks off the set and is handed a can of soft drink. Rosalind turns and walks toward us, away from the bedroom set. Her name appears across the bottom of the screen. Rosalind Klein, star of Who's Got Problems. She looks directly at the camera and says in all seriousness, "There was a time when talented women like me were regarded as objects and playthings, but thanks to visionary people like Hiram Slater that was then and this is now." Women enjoy a new dignity and equality, and with important changes occurring every day in the workplace, women are finding opportunities for personal growth and advancement not open to them only a few years ago. But much remains to be done, and that's why I'm asking you to re-elect Governor Hiram Slater. This is one man who cares about women. Cut to bold, Mount Rushmore-ish shot of Hiram Slater's stern countenance and the slogan, "The New Dawn Lives On." Hiram Slater for governor. Small letters across the bottom. Paid for by the committee to re-elect Governor Slater, Wilma Benthoff, chairperson. Governor Hiram Slater backed away from the television set and clapped his hands in glee. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Then he quipped, and the ad wasn't bad either. He was in his office, his desk cluttered with some serious work to be done, but, well, he knew the ad would be running in between some of the soap operas, and he just had to see it. Not just on video, but on the air, for real, the same way the public would be seeing it. The experience was downright thrilling. Rowan and Hartley, his PR men, were doing an exquisite job. "Mr. Governor," came Miss Rhodes's voice on the intercom. "Mr. Devon is here to see you." Slater was delighted. Now he'd have someone to share his delight with. Great. Send him in. Devon came through the door looking tired and worn. His eyes were puffy and his expression somber. "Well, Martin, things are rolling. The celebrity ads are starting to air. And they look sensational." Then the governor noticed Devon's countenance. "And you look like you could use some good news." Devon smiled weakly. "I could, sir." Slater went to his desk and produced a report. "Well, have you seen this? I just got an endorsement from the United Feminist Front. They're backing me 100%, and that's quite a statement." "Yes, sir. That's marvelous." Devon smiled again, but he did not dance for joy. "Mr. Governor, I'm afraid I may have to rain on your parade. You'll recall the assignment you gave me the last time we talked. Well, I have a report for you." Slater sobered up, sat at his desk, and gestured toward a chair for Devon. Devon sat and tried to recall the outline he'd written in his head all through the night. "First of all, I had dinner with Tina Lewis last night. She's been able to confirm that John Barrett, the anchorman, and Leslie Albright, a reporter, are working on something having to do with your daughter Hillary. They're digging it up again." The governor tried to remain calm, but he was visibly upset and his voice strained. "Did she say why? What are they after?" Devon shook his head and threw up his. "They're working on something, but they haven't presented it to their bosses yet, and until and unless the story is pitched to the producers and editors, whoever's in charge, there really isn't anything Tina can do about it. It's policy that." Slater held up his hand to stop Devon in mid-sentence. No, Martin, that's where you're wrong, or she's wrong, or both of you are wrong. We are going to do something about it. You are definitely going to do something about it. You can consider that part of your job." Devon tried to maintain the appearance of strength and confidence, though he certainly felt neither strong nor confident. "Sir, unfortunately for us, it is a free country, and, realistically, we can't stop them from asking questions. They're not doing anything illegal that anyone knows of, and they're not violating any policy at Channel 6. The governor softened a little, although he didn't like it. Devon was right. "Well, what else? I have one small comfort. Tina says it doesn't matter what they're working on because whatever it is, it won't get past her. She has enough influence to frustrate, hopefully even block, the story, and she's agreed to do that. She can block it." "Yes, sir." Then Devon tried to rebuild his worth in Slater's eyes by adding, "She does things for me. We have a certain working relationship going, if you know what I mean." "Well," Slater leaned back in his chair and considered that possibility. "Your little liaison may buy us some time, but it won't save us. This does not look good, Martin." He brought his weight forward again. What about our old nemesis? Mr. Ed Lake. Is he the one who leaked to the press? This was a delicate subject for Devon, but he had to say something. I have strong suspicions about him, but I haven't found him yet. He's left town indefinitely, and that says a lot right there. Yes, it does. Well, if it is him, I'd sure like to know how he found out and what he told them. I would too, sir. Right now I have no idea. Almost no idea, would have been more truthful. And Albright checked out the videotape the station had on Hillary's death and funeral, and also your presentation of the scholarship to Shannon Duplius. Slater saw it coming. Oh no. Devon nodded. I called Shannon last night after dinner with Tina, and he broke the news gently. She told me she'd gotten a call from Leslie Albright at Channel 6. At that, the governor groaned, sank into his chair, and rested his brow on his fingertips. Devon kept going, trying to keep himself and Slater afloat. She said she didn't tell Albright anything. The governor blurted, and you actually trust her? Devon hadn't rehearsed any answer to that question last night. Ah, well, that's difficult to answer. Haven't we been trusting her all along? Slater pondered that, then nodded with realization. Martin, that was our biggest mistake. But what else could we do? She was there, with Hillary. She saw the whole thing. Her voice was, on that 911 recording. Slater continued, his voice rising. These reporters have been talking to Drive Matthews, they've been talking to Shannon, and who knows who else they've talked to or will be talking to. But, Martin, Shannon is the one person who can testify to anything of real consequence, and I do believe that sooner or later she is going to talk. The press is going to find out. We'd be fools to think otherwise. He shook his head and muttered, the old prophet was right about that. He got up and paced about the room, looking out the window, glaring at the floor, glaring at Devon. So maybe it started with Lake, but does that really matter now? Not really. The press is going after it, and sooner or later they will find the leaks, and one leak will lead to another until finally the story will explode all over the media, and there will go the campaign. Bob Wilson will love this. Devon had come to that conclusion himself last night. You're absolutely right, sir. It will come out, one way or another. But I've been thinking about that. Slater sounded a little comes out. We have some connections with the media, and we have Rowan and Hartley, our PR boys. Perhaps we could get the jump on this story and release it our way. If we go public first, Barrett and Albright lose their momentum. They won't be able to strike the first blow, and their story will lose its novelty. We'll steal it from them. Devon had struck the right chord. The governor calmed immediately. His brow furrowed as he processed the idea. It could work. I have great confidence that it will work, sir. Except for the timing. We don't control that yet. Sir. Governor Slater looked directly at Devon with cold and calculating eyes. If we're going to build momentum, or even shape the information the way we want it, we have to control when the information gets out. If the media get their hands on it first, before we have a chance to shape it. The governor took a quick mental inventory and then concluded, I think all the other potential leaks are slow enough. Matthews values his job and hasn't revealed anything up to this point, and chances are he never will, not willingly or directly. The autopsy report can't be seen without a court order, which the press isn't about to get. What about the Adam Bryant School? Devon shook his head. I talked to Erica Tyler, the principal. The school doesn't want any trouble or any connection with any trouble. We're safe there. Good. Good. The governor had a thought, but then dismissed it. There was that recording of Shannon's 911 call, but that's destroyed. Yes, sir. Destroyed long ago. It wasn't hard for Devon to lie when necessary. And the master recording at the dispatch center is confidential. I suppose we took a risk having that copy made. A necessary risk, sir. We had to know who made that call. Which brings us back to Shannon. She's the only high-risk factor. The media have already contacted her, and we can't count on her silence. Martin, have you done a lot of thinking about this? All last night, sir. I haven't thought of one yet, sir. The governor's tone was that classic command tone that was not to be ignored, that allowed no hesitation. Think of one. The next afternoon Leslie was busy at her computer, trying to clarify that the hit-and-run driver who fled from police in a harrowing car chase crashed through the front window of the Parkland Credit Union after he hit the pedestrian standing outside, but that this pedestrian was not in the van the driver hit in the first place before the chase and the ensuing crash, that it was the lady with all the groceries who was first seen on the sidewalk after the initial crash and who identified the driver of the hit-and-run vehicle just before the chase ensued, and that the crash through the window was an accident in addition to the first one, and by now. She was glad when the phone rang. She'd straighten out her notes later. Hello, this is Leslie. Hello, Leslie Albright. Yes. This is Dr. Mark Denning. You spoke to my wife a few days ago. Leslie scrambled, shoving her other notes aside and flipping to a fresh sheet in her notepad as she spoke amiably. Oh yes, Dr. Denning, thank you so much for calling. I enjoyed my visit with Barbara. Yes, she did too. So how did things go in Sacramento? Well, just great. I have a job, so we'll be moving. Terrific. Anyway, now, I take it you know the Brewers. Yes. Myself and John Barrett have been working with them trying to come to a conclusion about the death of their daughter. Well, let me tell you what I can do. John was busily editing the script for the 5 o'clock and having trouble with a story about a hit-and-run driver in a car chase with the cops. After hitting a lady with some groceries, it wasn't making a lot of sense just yet, when someone came alongside his desk. Leslie. She was looking rather pleasant, maybe even victorious, holding some notes in her hand. She spoke softly. John, I'm going to start praying more. I just got a call. From Dr. Mark Denning. John leaned back in his chair and looked up at her, his eyes wide with expectation. Do tell. He just got back from Sacramento. He managed to get a job down there, so he was in a pretty good mood. She looked at her notes. He has a copy of Annie's autopsy report in his own files, and he's prepared to release it. Praise God! John exclaimed quietly. He noticed he was beginning to revert back to his Pentecostal roots during moments of joy, but he didn't mind. But, does it? Leslie smiled and nodded. Oh yeah. It confirms the cause of death to be septic abortion. She held up her finger. But hold on, there are a few details to be worked out. The rules I got from his wife are the same. He'll release it only to the Brewers, and he'd prefer some kind of legal document that would authorize him to do so. I asked him if he'd accept a request for medical records like the one we used at the Women's Medical Center, and he said that would be perfect. She chuckled. He says he doesn't really need one, but if a question ever comes up he wants to cover his rear as best he can. Well, let's call Aaron Hart. I did. He said I'm not his client. Deanne Brewer is. She'll have to ask him to draft the letter. So, will she? Leslie was happy to report, Deanne's ready. She was just waiting to hear what the next move would be. What about Max? Well, he's simmered down a little. She says he hasn't really abandoned us, that he still respects the memory of your father. Is just trying to sort it out. That autopsy report would make a nice peace offering, wouldn't it? I think it would. It'll mean something finally went right for the Brewers after all this time. I think, won't stick his neck out again. But he says if Deanne wants to get her hopes up, he won't stop her. So when will it happen? Aaron Hart will have the request letter ready by tomorrow, and I've made the appointment for Deanne and I to go see Denning tomorrow night. John gave a low whistle. I think this thing is going down, as they say. It's happening fast. Well, the faster the better, before something else goes wrong. But you know what? Once we get that report, proof of how Annie died, I think we'll be that much closer to breaking through to Shannon. And if we ask Deanne to call her. That thought flowed through John's mind like warm, soothing oil. Deanne. He looked up at Leslie with a profound new respect. Of course. They've had basically the same experience. They're feeling the same pain. Of all the people who could talk to Shannon, Deanne's the one who could do the most good. John's heart was stirring. We could be getting close to linking the two deaths at the same clinic. Maybe, Leslie cautioned. We'll see. But now, one more question. What? John pointed at the computer screen. The lady carrying the groceries. Was she standing outside the Chapter 25. The driver of the big city bus hit the brakes and lurched to a stop. Halfway into the crosswalk, almost spilling his passengers from their seats. Now they were griping at him, and the pedestrian he almost ran over was making an obscene gesture as he bounded onto the curb. Watch where you're going, the driver yelled through the windshield. Watch where you're going, idiot, yelled the pedestrian as the bus continued down the street. Stupid jerk, trying to kill people out here. Stupid bus. On the side of the bus, a bold poster of John Barrett and Allie Downs reminded him that they were doing a full hour of news starting at 5. The man cursed. Yeah, that figures. It was night, the best time to meet with people you don't want to be seen meeting with, and Martin Devon had an appointment. He ducked into Clancy's, a boisterous night spot with a lounge, dance floor, and pool hall, located a few blocks up from the waterfront in a district you wouldn't want to be seen visiting. Which was okay. None of your friends would ever go near the place to find you there. The heavy brass door swung open with a substantial tug, and the warm, beer-scented air washed over his face as he stepped inside. The street outside was noisy, in here it was noisier. The jukebox demanded you listen to 50s oldie goldies whether you wanted to or not. The neon beer logos hanging on the walls persuaded you to drink. The menu on the wall persuaded you to eat the greasy food. The blue haze in the air persuaded you to smoke. The girls draping their frames here and there over furniture, bar stools, and booths persuaded you they were fun to get to know. Well, they would never know Martin Devon, at least not as Martin Devon, not tonight. He wore an old jacket, a ragged pair of work jeans, a baseball cap with a beer logo on the front, and a pair of dark glasses, trying to look the part of a blue-collar, beer-drinking, good old boy. He even walked tall, underclassmen in high school. Despite his appearance, though, he still tried not to look anyone in the eye. This was a world he wanted nothing to do with, at least not directly. The kinds of things that happened in this world could be distasteful to someone of his stature. They were things he never wanted to touch and did not want touching him and certainly did not want to be associated with. But sometimes, like now, such things were necessary, even unavoidable. The same was true for Willie, the man who could provide such things. He was the kind of man it was best to avoid. Distasteful described him well. Devon had never met him face to face. He'd heard of Willie through a mutual friend, a politically active fellow of substantial means and influence who could do favors for those in power, in exchange for favors, of course. All contact Devon ever had with Willie had been by telephone up to this point, and all paychecks to Willie were mailed to a post office box with no questions asked. The jobs got done, that was all Devon cared to know. But now Devon considered the situation to be somewhat desperate, calling for a less casual approach. He had to meet this Willie face to face. He had to be sure they really understood each other. Maybe this would be the only meeting of this kind. Perhaps the business would be finished quickly and their relationship could immediately dissolve. Devon hoped so. He turned and walked down the aisle between the bar and booths, then wound his way through the tables in the lounge toward a dark corner in the back. On a small stage across the room, under multicolored spotlights, a trio of musicians maintained a flow of not quite right pop tunes while couples meandered around the hardwood dance floor. This was a good place to meet. Dark, noisy, distracting. He saw a hand wave to him from the corner booth, just wiggling above the surface of a table, not in the air. The face above the hand wasn't much of a surprise. It looked old, held a grim expression, and, as Devon could see as he drew nearer, had been in more than a few fights over the years. "Are you Willie?" Devon asked. The thin lips pulled back into a smile that revealed some teeth. "Into the booth. Will you have a drink?" Willie asked. "I won't be staying long. Long enough for a beer maybe." Devon didn't want to antagonize the man. "Okay." A miniskirted waitress took the order and hurried away. "So," Willie began, "what brings you into my neck of the woods?" Devon took another look around to make sure they would be speaking in private. "Things are getting out of control. John Barrett has the tape, and he's going after a news story." Willie smiled a so-what smile and nodded lazily. "Well, now we finally know where it is. I knew that tape would turn up sooner or later." Devon was not about to make a scene, but he did touch Willie's arm quite firmly for emphasis. "Listen, you, if your guys would have done their job correctly, we wouldn't be in this mess. I hired you to get the tape back, not kill somebody, and now I hope you figured out that neither of us can afford for anyone to find out what happened." Willie looked him in the eye for a moment and saw the steel in Devon's gaze. He finally nodded in agreement. "What makes you so sure Barrett has the tape?" The waitress came with Devon's beer. "When she left, he continued, he's the son of the man you killed, and now he's tracking down Shannon Duplius. What more do you want?" Willie nodded slowly. "That's enough." Devon was seething. "The way your boys got such perfect results at the kickoff rally, I was sure they could handle this situation without turning it into a major scandal. A simple mugging would have been enough. We could have survived that, we could have stayed clean. We didn't plan to kill him." "Well, that doesn't make much difference now, does it? The cops aren't on our trail, are they?" Devon had no immediate answer. "Looks like Ted and Howie covered their tracks pretty well if we haven't heard anything by now. Suppose Barrett takes that tape to the police. You don't think that will stir things up?" Willie nodded. "That will stir things up." Devon locked eyes with him. "So let's talk completion. I want the job completed to my satisfaction. You want John Barrett roughed up? Don't be ridiculous. He's a public figure, right out in the open." Devon drew closer so he could talk more quietly. "I'm talking about Ed Lake, for one. He had the tape in the first place, and he knows what's on it. We have to keep him quiet about this. Well, he's a weak little man. When Ted and Howie got him down on the ground, he blabbed everything, told em exactly who he gave the tape to, where to find the guy. He didn't have a lot of fortitude, you know. And I hear he's skipped town. He's scared. But if you want us to, we can scare him again." Devon thought for a moment. "We absolutely cannot afford for anyone to find out what happened. Keep Lake quiet. Do what you have to." "All right. We'll do that. And you can send the check to the same mailbox. You're not through yet." Willie wheezed a beer-stench chuckle. "Oh, yeah, the girl. Yeah, I suppose you're concerned about her." "I would be. Barrett has the tape, but what does it prove? That Hillary Slater had an abortion, maybe. Big deal. Who doesn't these days? But now Barrett's father is killed for a tape with Shannon's voice on it. A tough break, I admit it. And Shannon knows how certain people would benefit from that. which could make old man Barrett's death look like more than an accident, which should get the cops interested. Devon knew this thug was tormenting him. He grabbed for authority. Something impressive. The governor wants this whole mess cleaned up neatly and quietly. We're prepared to pay you. Another wheezy chuckle. Hey, don't give me this governor business. I never got any call from the governor. I only got a call from you. Willie's eyes took on a tormenting twinkle. And I'd be willing to wager the governor doesn't know a thing about this. You got yourself into this mess, right up to your little beady eyeballs. Devon placed his hand around Willie's throat. He didn't squeeze. He just put it there to make a point. I didn't get myself into this. You and your thugs got us both into it through sheer business. Devon removed his hand. And you are going to do whatever is necessary to get us both out. Neither one of us wants to hang, but if I hang, I'll see to it that you hang with me. I'm sure you understand. Willie nodded. I'd do the same for you. Devon relaxed just a little. Then we do understand each other. That's good. So okay, then. No more mistakes. Let's get to the girl. She's your biggest problem. Aren't you the one who handled the scholarship money? That's right. And you were telling me the other day how you were trying to ride herd on her to keep her quiet. Devon nodded. Willie allowed himself a little chuckle, but not too much of one. Well, considering all that, if she ever does talk, she'll probably talk about you first. Correct. So obviously I need something quick and decisive, if your boys can do it. Ted's available. Ted. He was supposed to intimidate the old man and ended up killing him. Willie shrugged and gave a little smile. Well, it is what you're going to want in this case, and it is what he does best. And he's better with women. Well, can he keep it from looking like a crime? Willie snorted and waved away that comment. College co-eds get raped and killed all the time. It'll make the news for a while, then get blamed on some serial rapist or something, and then the whole thing will fade, especially since Ted will be back here, far away. Devon was hearing too much. He held up his hand. I don't want to know how you do it. I just want it done. Willie was pleased enough with that. I'll be in touch. Devon finished his beer quickly and got out of there. The front door to the and a handsome, dark-haired man looked out at Leslie and Deanne. He was expecting them. Well, hello. Come on in. Leslie made the introductions as they stepped inside. Drive. Denning, this is Deanne Brewer. Deanne shook his hand, feeling nervous, trying to appear calm and sociable even as hope and despair battled within her. I'm pleased to meet you. He returned the greeting. I'm pleased to meet you. She just had to ask, even before Barbara Denning took her coat. Doctor, can you help us? If you can't, then I won't take any more of your time. He nodded as he understood her feelings. I think I can. Why don't you come in and sit down? They settled into the soft couch in the Dennings' living room while the doctor and his wife sat in another couch opposite them. They talked about how nice the house was, and how distinctive the china cabinet and dinette looked, and how long Barbara Denning had been collecting Hummel figurines, and then they discussed the TV news business and how reporting worked, which finally brought him around to the subject for the evening. I understand one story got away from you, said Denning. Both Leslie and Deanne made an unpleasant face at the recollection. At Deanne's expense, most certainly, said Leslie. Did you see it? Asked Deanne. Barbara told me about it. Leslie said, it was a terrible setback. It almost came between us. Max is still upset. He doesn't want to trust anybody, said Deanne. Denning leaned forward, concern filling his eyes. Then, if I may ask, what's to keep the information I have from being misused as well? They were all looking at Leslie, even Deanne, needing an answer to a valid question. Leslie had determined she would be forthright. To be perfectly honest, present circumstances in the newsroom being what they are, I don't think this information has much chance of a fair treatment or of even being noticed at all. She quickly added, and Deanne and I have talked about the newsworthiness of this and whether or not that mattered, and we've agreed that it really doesn't. Was sorry it did. Maybe if the picture becomes clear enough and the climate in the media is right, we could do something on it, but we're not concerned with that right now. My real concern is with Deanne and Max. We started something with them, and I want to finish it. She looked at Deanne, yielding the floor. Deanne spoke her part. Drive. Denning, my husband and I have our own life to live and our own children to raise and our own affairs to manage, and that's always going to be the same whether it is ever seen on television or not. We've lost our daughter, and we want to know why. Even if nobody else ever hears what happened to her, at least we'll know. That's what we want, at the very least. Drive. Denning seemed pleased with that, though still troubled. It's hard to get people to view things through clear, untainted glasses, don't you agree? Leslie nodded. Certainly. We're all up against that. Even an unbiased news story won't please a biased viewer, and sometimes you can't win no matter what you do. Denning laughed. Well, the medical profession is no exception, let me tell you. We're supposed to be the empirical, objective professionals, but we have our biases too. There are some things we want to know and some we don't. There are findings our peers will accept and findings our peers will not find acceptable. Part of surviving in the medical profession is to learn how to handle certain information. There are rules. Leslie ventured, such as botched abortions, you don't talk about. Your peers moonlighting at abortion clinics, you don't talk about. Non-physicians performing abortions in place of the physician who's late, you don't talk about. Prescriptions being written by non-physicians on forms signed in advance by the physician who isn't even there, you don't talk about. Unsanitary conditions, rushed procedures, little fudges here and there for the sake of saving time and making money, you don't talk about. Denning was showing some frustration now. Because if you do talk about it, that makes you anti-abortion. You're branded. You're not politically correct. You're not one of the recognized professionals anymore. He looked at Leslie with a glint in his, and even if you tried to, well, we've already seen what happens. Leslie said nothing for a moment, having no reply. Finally she offered. Very quietly, at the present time I can't disagree. So, Denning said with a sigh, we all climb aboard and let the profession carry us where it will, and we obey the rules, don't we, because we don't want to be kicked off. As you were. Denning nodded. MMHM. Do you know how many abortion-related cases come through Westland Memorial Hospital each month? How many? Denning shrugged. I don't know. No one does. Ask the records department and you get a blank stare. Dig through the files and you get vague entries on the charts. There's an entrenched mentality in that place, and you fall in line or you don't last long. He paused for an emotional breather and then told Deanne, as far as my personal knowledge is concerned, as far as what I saw in pathology, your daughter Annie was only one among many over the last few years. Deanne nodded grimly. She was not surprised. But whoever hears about it. Denning reiterated. We did, Deanne said gratefully, and we owe you a debt of thanks. Denning smiled resignedly. Well, I think your husband and his friend. That older fellow. John Barrett Sr. said Leslie. He was the father of John Barrett, the news anchor at Channel 6. Denning found that strangely amusing. I wonder how that old man and his son get along. They didn't get along too well, obviously. Denning caught Leslie's emphasized past tense. Oh, is the elder Barrett deceased? Leslie nodded. Killed a few weeks ago in a warehouse accident. Denning slowed his pace a little to show respect. I'm sorry to hear that. He reflected on his experience with John Barrett Sr. and smiled. That man didn't blend in much, not around that hospital. It was startling, well, refreshing, really, to encounter someone so opposite in his thinking from the people I worked with day in and day out. I think that might be why I took the risk I did. Being pulled around by the prevailing winds at that hospital, that I was glad for the opportunity to do something, just one thing, for conscience's sake. I never lied on an autopsy report. What I found, I recorded. But I knew the rules, plus the written policy about anything abortion-related being inaccessible to parents, so I went along with that. And if someone chanced to pirate some information from a patient chart while my back was turned, well, I understand it still got you fired, said Leslie. I believe so. There's no record of that, and no one will admit it, but. He looked at Deanne. Please don't blame your husband. I think he was right to cause the fuss he did and make the demands he did, but. He got you in trouble, said Deanne. Denning nodded. It all got traced back to me in short order, and that was that. I didn't think I was snitching on my peers, but they saw it differently. And what about Dr. Lawrence, the obgyn on Annie's case? Asked Leslie. I suppose he had a voice in your demise. He did. And you'll be interested to know that Dr. Lawrence and Dr. Huronik are good friends. Deanne asked, whose drive? Huronik. Denning chuckled at himself. Well, see how little anyone knows. Drive. Michael Huronik does most of the abortions at the Women's Medical Center. It's basically all he does, 6 days a week. You see the connections here. Birds of a feather look out for each other, and the odd birds have to watch out. So, you did get another job, okay? Leslie asked. At a Catholic hospital. I won't say it is heaven on earth, but at least. Abortion isn't an issue we have to grapple with. Leslie had a thought and muttered to herself, Catholic. A Catholic school. HM. Deanne took a notepad from her handbag. Could I have that doctor's name again? Denning spelled it out for her. Hurona circa. Michael. It's none of my business, but might you be considering some litigation? That really got Deanne's attention, and Leslie's. Really? Did you happen to bring a legal request of some kind? Deanne hurriedly dug through her handbag and produced an envelope. From Hart, McLaughlin, Peters, and Sanborn. Here. I'm the personal representative of my daughter's estate, and as such I have legal power to request her medical records. Denning rose from the couch and took it from her. He opened the envelope, scanned the letter inside, and said, Great. This protects my rear. I didn't leak it to you, you asked for it legally. I'll be right back. He left the room for a short moment while Barbara, Leslie, and Deanne refilled their coffee cups. When he returned, he held out a thick, white envelope. Deanne stood and reached out to receive it. Leslie stood too. Such a moment you could not take casually. This was a treasure, the end of a quest. As Deanne opened the envelope to look at the contents, Denning briefly explained, It's all there, all the findings. I can explain any of it that you don't understand, but the bottom line you already know. The abortion was hurried and sloppy, there were parts of the fetus and placenta still left inside and festering, the uterus was perforated, and the infection had spread generally throughout Annie's system. So the primary cause of death was generalized septicemia, which is bacterial infection of the bloodstream, and the secondary cause was septic abortion, something for which the abortionist is responsible, in my opinion. Deanne asked, and, are you saying you'd be willing to testify to this in court? Denning did not answer lightly. Yes, I would. My employment situation is not quite as shaky now, but even if it was, it felt so good to be honest that one time that I'm ready to try it again. Deanne wanted to hug him, but restrained herself. That would just be so wonderful. But do you have any way to prove which clinic is responsible? I'm willing to bet it was the Women's Medical Center and doctor. Leslie was surprised, not really expecting the offer. Well, like I said, that's secondary to just getting the truth for the Brewers. Denning just gave a what the heck shrug. If you can use it, sometime, who knows when, fine. But we'll have to do it soon. Barbara and I will be moving. Well, let's set a time then. Good enough. Deanne just kept gazing at that autopsy report, in their hands at long last, the first solid evidence to prove what happened to Annie Dolores Brewer. Max Brewer, a scowl on his face, his wife, Deanne, by his side, received the thick white envelope from John Barrett, his son Carl, and Leslie Albright as they all stood in the Brewers' living room. It was like a little ceremony, the presentation of a peace offering. Hopefully it would result in John and Leslie being able to stick around for a while instead of being thrown out. Max opened the envelope, pulled out the autopsy report, and took the time to flip through every page, the scowl never leaving his face until, as he looked upon the last 2 pages, realizing it was all there, and reading once again what it contained, the scowl melted into tears and he started sniffing, holding Deanne close. John had said it before, but now, seeing Max soften so, he tried saying it again. Max, we never intended for the story to get twisted around like it did. We're on your side, and we sincerely apologize for the grief we may have caused you. Max said nothing, but their eyes were on each other, and Max was listening. This whole thing has been a moral struggle for me, and I know I'm still not finished, but for whatever it is worth, it was no fun having to anchor that story the way it came out. I hope I never find myself in that kind of predicament again. I'm sorry, Max. Max looked at Deanne and then at the autopsy report and then muttered, or, I guess there ain't that much harm been done. Then he glared at John with that look John had come to recognize. Eyes of fire, heart. John smiled and offered his hand. Max took it, and they were friends again. There's more, said John as Carl set up a cassette player on the dining room table. Midwestern University. Ted Cannon stood on the steps, overlooking the quad plaza at the center of the campus and took it all in. Yeah, Willie said it would be a big place, and he was right. Lots of fancy red brick buildings, close mowed lawns, brick sidewalks, ivy, shade trees, noontime carillon bells, sweet-looking chicks swivel-hipping their way across campus. MMMMMMHM. I should have gone to college, he thought to himself. Think of how things would have turned out. I could have been a rocket scientist or something. Oh well, how many of these kids have control like me? I got control. I call the shots. I make the moves I want to make. And I get paid to do it. He looked himself over, wondering if he would blend in very well. Not really. He was big, which was fine, but he was a little older than all these spring chickens, and the tattoos on his arms made him look more like a street thug than a rocket scientist to be. What about the black, greasy hair? Well, he was seeing all kinds of hair walk by, so that was no problem. But he'd get some better duds right away, something clean and maybe natural looking. He didn't want anyone to think he'd hurt them. He pulled out a map of the campus Willie had gotten from some big wheel in the state government and checked again for the location of Clark Hall, one of the girls' dorms. Yeah, there it was. He'd go check it out. He was hoping there'd be some trees around that place somewhere, some dark areas, some bushes or something. That would make his job easier. And did you say she's bleeding? Yes, and it won't stop. Where is the blood? Where is the blood coming from? Asked the dispatcher. Where is the wound? She had an abortion, came the voice of Shannon Duplius. Max mouthed a cuss word, not out of anger, but out of horror, resting on his elbow, his head only inches from the cassette player's speaker. District 12, Rescue 231, Medic 231, Vaginal bleed, the governor's Residence, 1527 Roanoke. John, Carl, and Leslie sat with the Brewers at the table, not saying a word, just letting the tape speak for itself. The dispatcher's voice. "Hello. Are you there?" A man's voice, desperate, urgent. "Who is this?" "I need the phone." "Sir, this is District 12 Fire Emergency. We have dispatched medic 1 and an aid unit to the governor's residence." "Who are you, sir?" "I'm Governor Slater. It's my daughter. Is she conscious, sir?" No, I don't believe so." "Is she breathing normally?" The governor called off the phone. "Is she breathing?" "Ashley. Is she breathing?" A woman screamed something in the background. The governor came back on the phone. "She's breathing, but we don't think she's conscious." "Does it sound like she's breathing normally?" No, she's gasping. It is very labored breathing." "Would you like to do CPR?" "I can help you." "Yes. I just need to." The woman shouted something. There were thumping sounds, doors opening, footsteps, voices. "Oh, they're here. Thank God." The tape ran a few more seconds as the aid crew arrived and then went silent. John hit the stop button. Max remained frozen by the speaker for a moment, as if hypnotized by what he'd heard. Deanne had grabbed his hand at some point during the tape, and now her hand was locked there. It took both of them several seconds to relax, to turn from stone to flesh again and ease back from the speakers. Max even took some extra breaths to make up for those he'd lost. "Oh God Almighty," said Max. "Oh Jesus," Deanne prayed, "what's become of us?" Max asked Leslie, "What was it Denning said?" "That there were others. Besides Annie." Leslie nodded. "I guess Hillary Slater would fall into that category." John added, "And I think Dad knew that both deaths occurred in the same clinic, the Women's Medical Center. That's what he was setting out to prove." "Well, he even knew about Hillary Slater's death before he got this tape," said Carl. "He went down and bought a copy of her death certificate just a few days after she died, and he wrote to the governor about it too, right about that same time. He was onto something, and the governor knew it. And now he's dead," said Max. "Is that what I told you?" "Ha. Well, there's still a lot we just plain don't know," said John. "We have hunches, sure, but we don't have any solid connection between Dad, the tape, and whoever killed him. We'll find M, or they'll find us, either way." Max's words had a sobering effect on 'em all. Leslie offered, "Well, we may be in the dark about what happened to Dad Barrett, but as far as what happened to Annie and to Hillary Slater, I think we're close. It all hinges on two key witnesses who can link the two girls' deaths at the same clinic. One is that girl who calls herself Mary, the one we talked to at the Human Life Services Center, and the other," she gestured toward the cassette player, "is Shannon Duplius. And, Deanne, you're the one who will have to talk to them. You've been through it. You can relate to these girls. And you're not the press," said John. "You're a mother, just a plain and simple, totally real person with a real concern." "Well," Deanne felt complimented but didn't know what to say. John explained, "We've got to handle this thing on a real level, person to person and not person to media machine. If a news story comes of it later, fine, but I've lost my father, and you've lost your daughter, and maybe a lot of other folks have lost someone because of whatever this is, and I'd just as soon approach it on that level alone." Carl spoke up. "Dad, would it be—" John smiled at his son. "Yeah, and that should be reason enough. Whether this ever gets 2 minutes on the 5 o'clock news is secondary and maybe doesn't even matter. It's still something we have to do." Max nodded. "Yeah, I do feel better about that." Deanne asked, "So what should I do?" Leslie answered, "Call Shannon Duplius. It's too late now, she's 2 hours later than we are here, but maybe tomorrow night." "But what do I say to her?" "Just tell her the truth," said John, and then Chapter 26. As the public watched. Video. The majestic mountains and tall timber. A bald eagle soars above the peaks. Some elk graze lazily in a green meadow among colorful wildflowers as a breeze rustles the grass. A whale breaks the surface of the sea, spouting and slapping his tail on the surface with a violent, white-watered splash. Voice over drum and flute music. The Native Americans say the earth is our mother. Perhaps they are right. As human creatures, we share the earth with all of nature, from the trees to the birds, from herds of deer to schools of spouting whales. For all of us, the earth is home. On a high mountain ridge, walking along a trail with jagged, snow-capped peaks in the background, a durable, handsome young man approaches the camera, walking stick in his hand, coat over his shoulder. At the bottom of the screen appear the words, Eddie Kingland, star of the TV show Love Thy Neighbor. Eddie looks sincerely into the camera and continues, the mountain breeze making his hair wave and play about his backlit head. I've devoted much of my time to the protection of our precious natural resources because, as we should realize, we and the earth will all live, or all die, together, and our children's fate, their world, is in our hands to form now. That's why I'm happy to give my support to the man who has served your state, and the earth, with care, respect, and vision. Hiram Slater loves the earth he came from and knows how much he owes her. If you love the earth, you owe Hiram Slater your vote. Cut to an eagle flying against a burning, sunset sky. As it floats on the wind, the words appear below it. Hiram Slater. The NEWSSIX logo appears on the screen, along with the words in gentle, flowing script, a window on life, as a piano plays softly, soothingly. John Barrett appears in a living room setting, dressed casually, sitting in a comfortable chair, his weight forward, talking to someone off camera. I often feel a special closeness to the people we report on because when a story breaks, real people are involved, and when our cameras enter their world, it is like opening a window through which we can share their experience, their joy or pain or hope, well, just anything and everything that makes us human. No other medium can bring us that close. He reflects a moment, then smiles at a moving thought. You know, I see life through the eyes of new people every evening, and it sure can expand your way of looking at things. The screen goes to soft white as the words appear in gentle, flowing script. News 6. We'll be there. The little portable television in Dad's shop sat cold, silent, and dead. I blankened, staring into the room with nothing to say, no message to bring, and no one watching. But the room was filled with warmth and joy anyway as John and Carl began to cover the little rowboats ribbing with marine plywood. They talked as they worked, sometimes on big issues, sometimes on the foolish things, often laughing, sometimes even arguing, but they talked and worked together the whole morning. Later that evening, John sat at his computer in the bustling News 6 newsroom, trying to get the script ready for the 7 o'clock. Even though some of the stories seemed wordy and too long, he decided they would just have to do. He couldn't concentrate enough to bother with them any longer. He was thinking about the Brewers and wondering how things were going. Carl was working on the rowboat at the time, and as long as he had to line up the seams and seal them just so, his mind was on the task. But as soon as the plywood was in place and he'd set, it was just after dinner time at the Brewers. Deanne and the kids had all hustled to get the dinner dishes washed and put away, and now the house was settling down to a relative quiet. Deanne took her place in Max's easy chair, the telephone on the stand right beside her. Leslie had already given Deanne the phone number, along with Leslie's calling card number for charging the call, and Deanne had them scribbled at the top of a sheet of notes she'd made. Still don't know what I'm going to say, she said with a bewildered shake of her head. Don't worry, babe, said Max. You're Annie's mum. You just remember that, and the words'll come. I know John and Carl and Mrs. Barrett are all praying for you, said Leslie. Then she added, and so am I. Oh Jesus, Deanne prayed, looking toward heaven, I'm praying too. Help me do it right. She picked up the receiver and started dialing the number. Now watch her not be there. A recording asked her to enter the calling card number, and she did, consulting the number at the top of her notes. A short pause. It's ringing, she reported. Click. Hello. Okay, Deanne told herself. It's all yours now. Hi, is this Shannon? No, this is her roommate Olivia. Oh, is Shannon there please? Just a minute. Then away from the phone, Shannon, it is for you. Deanne looked at Max and Leslie, and they just looked back at her. Their faces full of support. Hello, came another voice. Hello, Shannon. This is she. Shannon, my name is Deanne Brewer. I'm a mother, I've got 4 kids. Well, I had 4 kids, now it is just 3. Deanne hesitated. She spoke the words. Shannon, I used to have 4 kids, but my oldest, Annie, who was 17, died from an abortion she got at the Women's Medical Center, that abortion place down on Kingsley Avenue. And Deanne's hands were shaking, and her voice was beginning to quiver. Well, Annie died in May 24th. And I don't mean to. Are you still there? There was silence. Deanne looked at Leslie and Max, worry in her eyes. Shannon. Shannon's voice sounded weak. Where did she die? The Women's Medical Center, that clinic on Kingsley Avenue. That seemed to hit home. Shannon said nothing for a moment, fidgeting with the receiver. Then she said, Oh God. Shannon. Honey, are you still with me? Pardon me, what was your name again? Deanne Brewer. My husband's name is Max, and our daughter's name was Annie. Mrs. Brewer, what did they do to her? Well, did she bleed to death? No, they hurried too much, I guess. They left parts of the baby inside and perforated her uterus, and she got an infection and died. Shannon's voice was quivering and weak. She could have been crying. How did you know to call me? Deanne struggled for just a moment and then remembered John's words. Just tell the truth. She decided to do just that. Shannon, my husband, Max, and I have been trying to find out what happened to Annie and who was responsible, and some good people from the TV station, from Channel 6, have been helping us. We just got a genuine copy of Annie's autopsy report last night, and that's the first real proof we've had. The clinic won't tell us a thing. They're hiding it. Channel 6. Yes, that's right. They know there's something going on at that clinic. Right now, she's sitting right next to me. But, she said she was trying to do a follow-up story on me as the first recipient of the Hillary Slater Scholarship. Deanne had no answer for that. Well, would you like to talk to her? Shannon hesitated. Maybe you can ask her about that and she can explain it to you. Okay. Deanne held the phone out to Leslie. Leslie sank just a little, feeling she'd been cornered and caught. Well, time to come clean and die merrily. She took the phone. Hello, Shannon. This is Leslie. Hi. Are you the one who called me? Yes. It was Tuesday night, I think. We were talking about your being the first one to get the Hillary Slater Scholarship and, well, I guess do you still want that story? Leslie perked up at that. Well, Shannon, I have to tell you. I wasn't really after that in the first place, I'll talk to you. And I want to talk to the other lady too. Mrs. Brewer. Yes. I've had time to think, and I know I have to talk to somebody. I can't carry this. Emotion overtook her. Excuse me, Shannon. Leslie could hear her crying, so she spoke gently. I'm going to let you talk to Mrs. Brewer again, okay? She knows how you feel, more than anybody else does. Leslie handed the phone back, whispering, she's crying. Deanne felt she was reaching out to a daughter. Shannon, I'm here. Deanne listened to the girl weep and began to shed tears herself. You go ahead and cry, honey. I've got my arms around you, here. I've got my arms around you. They met and embraced for real under a spreading oak tree in the center of Ballin Commons, the centerpiece of the Midwestern University campus, a pleasantly meandering mall of groomed lawns, 100-year-old trees, brick walkways, and gently rolling terrain. With sporting bronze porpoises trickled and sprayed, and here and there bronze, marble, and granite sculptures jutted out of the evenly mowed grass like oversized toys. It was Saturday afternoon, a warm and pleasant day for October. This is my husband, Max. Max offered his big hand, and Shannon took it warmly. I'm gonna take myself a tour of this place for a while, he said, and let you ladies talk when you want to meet. They consulted their watches and agreed on a time about an hour later. Max walked away, just taking in the campus and looking for something interesting to do. Shannon and Deanne found a bench in a pleasant little hideaway, bordered by shrubbery alive with tiny, chattering birds. They talked for a while about themselves and their different backgrounds. Deanne, raised in the inner city by staunch Baptist parents, never well-to-do nor career-oriented, but happy to be the wife of a welder and a mother of 4. Shannon, raised in a wealthy home by social activist, Presbyterian parents, with the children of VIPs for friends, including the governor's daughter, and now aspiring to study law and economics. And then they talked about Annie, not much younger than Shannon herself at the time of her death, a young lady with a bright future and the mind and will to tackle it. Understanding and appreciating her life was easy. Trying to derive some sense or meaning from her death and all the factors that caused it was another matter. Then Shannon said abruptly, "Please don't hate me." Deanne was shocked at that. "Shannon, why would I hate you?" Shannon looked across the campus as she gathered her thoughts and controlled her emotions. She was determined that they would serve and not rule her today. "It's my understanding that, had I spoken up, had I said something, had that clinic been investigated, Annie could very well be alive today. Ever since Hillary was killed, I was always afraid that it might happen to someone else, and when you called, well, I knew it had happened. That's what I'm having to live with now." She returned her gaze to Deanne, her face tense with emotion, her eyes watery. "Mrs. Brewer, I've been under tremendous pressure not to say anything. Did choose the easy route, or what I thought was the easy route. It's been that way ever since April, when Hillary died. But I can't go on with it. It just can't continue. I've thought a lot about it and I arrived at 2 possible choices. I could stay quiet about it and die inside, just cease living as a true human being. Or I could speak up and probably ruin my educational future. But, since either course will be a kinder death anyway, I figured that last death I could live with." She smiled at the paradox of the words. Then she looked away again. Just looking across the lawn and the leaves turning gold made it easier to think, speak, and hold her emotions in check. "I'm sorry if I don't look you in the eye very much. I'm feeling a lot of shame right now." Deanne reached over and touched her hand. "Honey, don't carry any shame for me, or for Annie. I forgive you, and I know she would. And God will, if you just ask Him." Shannon closed her eyes and drew a deep, shuddering breath as her jaw trembled. For several moments she fought back her emotions, her hands frequently going to her face to cover it or to dab away tears. "I do appreciate that. I need to dig my way out of this pit somehow, and I do appreciate your understanding." Then with trembling hands she reached into her carrying bag and produced a spiral notebook. "We really need to get into this while I still have the strength." She opened the notebook in her lap and paged through it until she found the first of many pages of notes. "Do you want to record this?" Deanne shook her head. "Honey, this isn't an interview. We're just Talking, that's all. If you decide you ever want to talk to Leslie and John and do it for a camera or a tape recorder, that's entirely up to you. Right now it is just you and me." She nodded. "Well, I could use a dry run anyway." Then, starting at the top of the first page, she pressed forward, purposefully forcing herself over rough and difficult emotional terrain. Deanne didn't know what else to do but slide close to her and touch her whenever she needed it, which was most of the time. Hillary Slater and I were best friends from the time we were children of the elite, the influential. Hey, we were privileged kids. We had the best. So Hillary and I grew up together, and we got to know each other's family, and I always knew that Hillary's dad was a driven man. If something didn't bring him success or power or influence in political circles, he didn't show much interest in it. And that's how it was with his children. He drove them too. He was very demanding, and he expected them to play the political game with him. I can remember the whole family putting on the smiles and standing together for pictures and publicity during his last campaign, everything rosy and the wife happy and the kids doing fine. But it was all public image. Hiram Slater can be cruel, and I saw him slap Hillary a few times to keep her in line, to keep her going along with his program. She was the governor's daughter, and she had to perform and look good to make him look good, and for the most part she did that. She maintained the image. Until she got pregnant. I know who the boy was, but that's immaterial. He's in college now, and I suppose he's dating other girls, and all I can hope is that he's learned a lesson, but who knows. But I remember Hillary was really scared and kept talking about how her father would just kill her, and she didn't want anybody to know about it. She just wanted to get it taken care of and go on with her life. Knowing her father and how publicly oriented he was, and how public everything was with their family, I didn't blame her. I remember on April 16th, a Tuesday, I was called down to Mrs. Ames's office. She's a counselor at the school. Hillary was there in the room, and she and I and Mrs. Ames had a private meeting, and that's when I learned that Hillary was pregnant. She'd had a pregnancy test done by the school nurse, Mrs. Hunt, and the test had come up positive. So now Mrs. Ames had made an appointment for Hillary to get an abortion, and Hillary chose me to be the one who would drive her to the clinic and then take her home afterward. We had a lot of trust between us. We'd shared a lot of secrets, and now we were sharing this one. Mrs. Ames picked the Women's Medical Center because it was across town, in the South End, where the lower-income girls usually went. She figured that would be the best place because no one noticed. They would even accept a phony name as long as you used the same one in all your dealings with them. So we picked out a false name, Susan Quinto. We got the idea from Susie Q. It was dumb, but that's what we picked. So on Friday we both went to school like always, but then got excused from classes at lunchtime. Mrs. Hunt wrote both of us medical excuses, and we drove over to the clinic. And that place was busy. It was just crammed. A whole van full of girls got there right before we did, and everybody was quite stressed. There was a lot of tension. The clinic people were stressed and yelling at us, and Shannon drew a few deep breaths. And the doctors were stressed as well. We could hear them yelling in the back, and we could hear some of the girls screaming. Shannon couldn't hold back her tears at this point. She wept, pulling out a tissue to wipe her eyes and nose. And she was angry with herself for crying. Deanne put her hand on Shannon's shoulder and spoke earnestly. "No, now don't you mind it. If you don't cry you'll break. You go ahead." Shannon continued even though her voice was shaking and she spoke an octave higher. And Hillary was so frightened. She just wanted to run, to get out of that place. She said. I remember her saying, "This is hell, why do I have to go through this?" Single quote. And I kept telling her to just be brave, just go through it, and then everything will be all right, it'll all be over. She blew her nose, tried to gather herself, and then pressed on. And then her turn came, and the lady, I don't know if she was a nurse or just a counselor or what, came and got her and took her through the big door, and the door closed, and I didn't know what they were going to do to her. I didn't know they were going to kill her. No, honey, of course you didn't. Shannon pulled herself together somewhat, at least enough to continue. In a normal octave, though still shakily. And it didn't take long at all. I think it was maybe a half hour later, the lady, the same lady, came into the waiting room and told me to drive around to the back door to pick up Hillary. She was ready to leave. So I got the car and drove around to the back door, and they brought her out, the counselor lady and then some other assistant, one on each side of her to help her walk, and they said she should lie down in the back seat, so she did, and she had some birth control pill instructions to follow. She dug through her bag. I've got those somewhere. She leafed through a folder and pulled out a green sheet of paper, somewhat wrinkled, with text photocopied on both sides. Deanne received it from her and looked it over. At the top was the name and address of the clinic and then the title, Post-Operative Instructions. The lady gave me that copy so I could help Hillary remember what to do. Hillary was she was just. I can't describe it. She just lay there in pain, just real sick, and it was like she was already gone, like she'd already died. She just wasn't the same, and she just kept saying, "Take me home, just get me home." And the lady told us to watch the bleeding, that it would stop after a while, but we had to keep a fresh pad on it. She said to get Hillary home and get her to bed and everything would be okay, so I started driving her home, but the bleeding just got worse, and we had to stop and change her pads and Shannon buried her face in her hands. She spoke through them, her voice muffled. And the blood was everywhere. Max had taken a casual walk around the campus and now was returning to Ballon Commons. He reached the top of the knoll where the big oak tree stood and from there could see Deanne and Shannon sitting together some distance away. It was obvious they were in the middle of something very intense. Deanne had her arm around Shannon, and Shannon appeared to be crying. It looked like he'd be taking another lap around the campus, which was okay with him. This was why they flew out here, to find out. Hold on. Max moved quickly behind the oak tree and tried to look casual as he carefully peered around it. Who was that sitting over there, that guy with the newspaper? He was close, not more than 40 feet away, sitting on the edge of one of the big bronze sculptures, just flipping through the newspaper and trying to look casual. He was dressed in jeans and a long sleeve. That guy was at the rally. Yeah. He was one of those guys who started the big fight at the governor's rally. And he was watching Deanne and Shannon. Max didn't notice, but his hand had turned into a dangerous, tight fist. As he stood there behind the tree, Shannon sat up straight, wiping her eyes and nose, and pressed on as steadily as she could. I got her home, and the rest of the family was away. We knew they would be. The governor had some kind of speaking engagement, and Mrs. Slater and Haley and Hyatt went with him, and they weren't supposed to be back until that evening. We thought we could just get the abortion done and Hillary would be okay and no one would know the difference. That was the plan, but it didn't work. I remember how weak she was, just dragging. I could hardly get her up the stairs to her room. And by then I was getting scared, and I said maybe we should call somebody, but Hillary kept begging me not to let anybody know, not to call anybody. She said she'd be okay, and so we just kept soaking up the blood and changing the pads and it just wouldn't stop. Finally I called the clinic, but the line was busy, and I called again, and the line was still busy, and Hillary just kept bleeding and getting worse and worse. She started sweating and gasping for air, and I called again, and somebody finally answered, and I told them the bleeding just wouldn't stop, and that woman didn't know what to tell me. She asked, "Well, are you following the instructions on the green sheet?" And I said sure, but there was nothing on the instructions about this much bleeding. And then she said, "Well, if it doesn't stop by tomorrow morning, give us a call," and she acted like she didn't want to talk, like she didn't have time, and I think she was just putting me off. She didn't want to talk to me, she was too busy. And she just hung up. And then I looked at Hillary, and she was starting to turn blue, and she wouldn't respond to me anymore. She was fading. So I couldn't wait any longer. I called 911 and got help, and then the governor came home. I saw the headlights in the driveway and heard the garage door opening, and there. I thought Hillary would be okay because I called 911 and they were going to send somebody, but I was scared. I didn't want to be there when the governor came in and saw Hillary and all the blood and found out. I didn't know what he'd do. So I ran to my car. We'd shuffled cars around. I'd driven over to Hillary's and then we both rode in her car to school and then back to her house from the clinic. We were trying to keep everything secret, you know. So my car was parked a few blocks away, and I ran and got in my car and drove home, and my folks weren't home yet, which was a good thing because I know they would have seen something was wrong. But by the time they got home the word was getting around, and they'd already heard that Hillary had been taken to the hospital, and then they told me and, from then on I didn't have to hide how upset I was, I could just flow with it because everybody was upset. So, when Hillary died I just came apart, and my mum and dad felt real sorry for me, and they were great, but I never told them what really happened. I never said a word, even after the governor told my dad that story about Hillary taking his pills by mistake, even after it came out on the news. And you know, for a while I wasn't really sure. I thought maybe that really was what caused it. Maybe Hillary was taking those pills and then had the abortion and then had the bleeding because of the pills, but I know she wasn't having her period. I mean, she was pregnant, so why would she be taking pills for menstrual cramps? And why would she get into her father's pills in the first place? She had her own bottle of pills in her room and she knew what they looked like. She wasn't stupid. But then the governor came to see me. He came over to the house to have a private little talk with me, to give me some comfort, you know, and my folks were really glad he was being so thoughtful. But you know what? He came to make sure I wasn't going to say anything. I don't know how he figured out I knew anything about it. I didn't ask, and, you know, neither one of us said anything directly about it. He just said things like, we both loved Hillary very much, and we wouldn't want anyone to know things about her that are private and her own business. And then he told me, I believe in privacy, so I'm not going to ask any personal questions, not about you, and not about Hillary. And then he said, but I'd like you to do me a favor, a very big favor, and that is, please respect Hillary's privacy and reputation, and keep this as something only you and Hillary shared. Single quote. Shannon laughed a small, derisive laugh. Something only I and Hillary shared. He made it sound so honorable, so virtuous, like I was doing my best friend a favor as only a best friend can do. And you know, it took me a while to figure out what he was really doing. I wasn't going to tell anyone anyway, but then he came and gave me his big privacy pitch, and then, just a few days after that, his number 2 man, Martin Devon, called me and told me I'd been chosen to receive the first scholarship and that I could go to Midwestern if I wanted, all expenses paid, and she shook her head incredulously. And I still didn't get it. I accepted the scholarship and enrolled at the university, and I had this big idea in my head that I was going in Hillary's memory, and I thought that was so great, but I always had an inkling that the governor had his own agenda in mind, and now I'm convinced of it. She got a sudden thought that wasn't in her notes. And you know, what else convinces me? He took Haley and Hyatt out of the Adam Bryant School right after all this, and it was close to the end of the school year. Nobody really knew why, but it all makes sense to me now. The school sent Hillary to that clinic to have an abortion behind her father's back, and he couldn't stand that. Haley and Hyatt are going to a Catholic school now. Surprise, surprise. Governor Slater talks all about privacy, 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 but when it happens to his own kids, watch out. Anyway, I get a call from this Martin Devon character almost every week, and he's getting to be a real pest. He just keeps calling to make sure I'm okay and make sure I know they're still watching me, still making sure I keep quiet. Well, last time I told him the press wanted to talk to me and I just might talk to them, and I told him he could have the money back, that I was sick of the whole thing. Shannon heaved a deep sigh. Oh, and did that ever feel good? He got real upset, but I felt great. Now I know what I'm going to do, and, well, a lot of people aren't going to like it, I know, but I have to do it anyway. I can't carry this anymore. Deanne put her arm around Shannon and pulled her close. Shannon returned the embrace, and they remained that way for a moment, just savoring the closeness and kinship that had formed between them in such a short time. Their stories, their pains, and their fears, beautiful answer to her need. Max didn't want to leave the Commons in case the guy from the rally decided to slip away or, worse yet, attack Deanne and Shannon. He kept an eye on the character with the newspaper, but then managed to catch the attention of a passing student. "Hey kid," he almost whispered, beckoning to the young man. The young man stopped, a little curious, a little suspicious. "Yeah. You got police around here?" The young man smelled trouble. He was interested. "Campus police." "Yeah, any police." "Sure. Call, get me one." Chapter 27. Night fell over the Midwestern University campus, and with the loss of the sun the temperature dropped to that crawling, autumn kind of cold that settles into the pockets and valleys like clouds of dry ice and turns the edges of the leaves and grass frosty white by morning. The between-class bustle and rush of the daytime was now an intermittent trickle of students, most wearing warm coats, crossing the campus to attend libraries, late classes, cultural events, and political meetings. Now the amber floodlights came on to illumine the main walkways and malls, and the shadows beneath the trees and behind the thick shrubbery became ink black. Ted Cannon was ready and altogether patient, like a skilled and ruthless hunter. He would only have one chance, one opportunity, and he was willing to wait for the right one. When it came, he would be quick, the results would be final, and he would be out of there, ready to fly back west and collect his payment. He'd gotten to know the landscaping around the campus, especially the pockets of blackness and covering that lay along the several routes to Clark Hall, one of the girls' dormitories, the dormitory he was most interested in. He'd kept track of Shannon Duplius all through the day, even during the hours she'd visited with that black lady, whoever she was. He hadn't been on campus long enough to find a reliable pattern in the girl's routine, but tonight showed some promise because he knew where she was now, where she would be, and when. After having dinner with those black folks at the North Campus diner, she'd gone to the research library. The library closed at 11:00, and that hour was fast approaching. Unless she took a long, circuitous route around the perimeter of the campus, she would have to choose between two possible routes back to Clark Hall, both of which presented very short but very good windows of opportunity. The most favorable route included a concrete wall on one side and a thick, wooded area on the other. At a key spot there was a small trail leading from the walkway into the woods with one row of bushes forming a perfect blind where he could wait. He'd plotted out several quick escape routes from that area, one down a service alley behind the Biomed Library and out to the avenue bordering the campus's west side, the other south through a botanical garden that was perfectly designed to hide a fleeing killer like him and bordered on the main street leading to the medical center. Either way, if things went well he would be long gone before this girl was even missed. The other route she might follow would be a little riskier because the vegetation wasn't quite as thick and an escape route was further away, across open space. If she chose that route, he might not make his move tonight. In any event he picked out a vantage point from which he could see which route she chose and then outtrace her to the place of ambush. And that was where he now crouched, silent, dressed in black, patient. Shannon Dupliese tried to study but couldn't keep her mind on it. She looked up at the clock on the wall. 10:55 p.m. The research library would be closing soon, and she was getting very nervous. She put her book away. She might as well quit for the night. 11:05 p.m. As Ted Cannon watched from his vantage point, two young men walked along the main thoroughfare from the research library, talking quietly, their heads and shoulders illumined by the amber floodlights. Then two women. Then a man and woman holding hands and laughing. He remained still. She would come soon. Two faculty members came by, one of them earnestly trying to make a point and the other not going along with it until they rounded a corner and their voices faded. Then one lone man, walking briskly in the cold. Then, some distance behind him, alone, came Shannon Dupliese. He recognized her long, brown coat and the thick stocking cap she wore on the crown of her head, now pulled down around her face against the cold. She was carrying her large canvas carrier over her shoulder in typical fashion, and she seemed to be in a hurry. "Okay, baby, which will it be?" He watched as she approached the Graphic Arts building, for at that point she would turn right and follow the path that went behind the stadium bleachers or would turn left and walk up the steeper route through the trees and along the parking lot. She reached the Graphic Arts building. She stopped. What was she doing? She set her bag on the pavement and looked through it. Had she forgotten something? Too late now, baby, the library's closed. She looked back in his direction. He didn't flinch. He knew she couldn't see him up in these bushes. Then she seemed to make up her mind. She picked up her bag, and turned right. Come on, do it, make me happy. Yeah. She was going to take the better route for sure. She was heading that way, not turning back. He bolted from his hiding place, bounded up the hill, over a short bridge, and down the winding path toward the stadium. Then, at a predetermined entry point, he bounded like a black gazelle into the woods and wove his way through the trees and bushes to the ambush point, making it there well ahead of her. He crouched behind the bush blind, his heart racing, his adrenaline pumping. He was already seeing it happen in his mind's eye. He could already feel his hand around her throat. Looking up the walkway, he could just see the boundary of the last floodlight's amber circle. Between that circle and himself was just the right kind of darkness, and so far there were no other human beings passing by. He heard her footsteps before he saw her. His body tensed, and he fell. Especially silent. The footsteps continued, clicking evenly and quickly along the concrete, growing louder and more definite as they approached. Then he saw her pass through the last reach of the amber light and into the darkness, into his snare. She was walking down the center of the walkway, her head down, the cap pulled down against the cold, her arms close to her chest. She came closer. He prepared for his leap. She came alongside his hiding place. He leaped from behind the blind, silent as a spirit, a blurred shadow, a sinewy demon of death. His arms closed about her shoulders, his hand clamped over her mouth, and she made no sound. She struggled, bending, twisting, but he had her in a steel grip and now he was going to finish it quickly. He began pulling her toward the woods. Ooh. He felt like his groin would come out his throat. The blow kinked his spine, and the pain numbed his brain except for one thought. Hang on to her, hang on. He managed to keep his grip on her as he tried to recover from the pain that coursed up his body. Whump. An elbow rammed his ribs so hard he felt he would never breathe again. Somehow one of her arms got free, and her palm slammed into his face. He stumbled backward. How did her foot get behind him? He tripped over it and slammed flat on the pavement. Footsteps. Running footsteps. They were closing on him. The game was over. The hunter had become the hunted. He got to his feet, his legs wobbly, his back bent, his guts threatening to pour out of his quivering body. Freeze! Came the shout from further up the walkway. Police! He pushed with his legs, one at a time. It didn't feel like running, and made for the woods. Out of the corner of his eye he could see a cop dressed up like Shannon Duplius aiming a .38 at him. He got to the edge of the woods, took 2 painful steps into the bushes, and ran into a huge, muscular wall with powerful arms and raging eyes. "Where you goin', man?" the wall asked before shoving him back onto the concrete, where he went tumbling again. He got back on his feet in an instant, ready to run, but the big black man already had him by the collar and belt and slammed him up against the concrete wall. He bounced off and fell backward into the arms of 2, 3, a dozen police officers who swarmed, tackled, pinned, and cuffed him. It was over. Boy, was it over. "You have the right to remain silent," said one officer. Ted Cannon looked up from the concrete to see a cop remove a wig and stocking cap, another cop holstering his gun, 2 campus police standing ready with nightsticks, and the lone, uniformed orator reading him his rights. As for that wall that met him in the woods, it was a huge black man standing over him with muscular arms crossed over his chest, smiling knowingly, just glaring at him like a lion eyeing his kill. "We got you, punk, and now you better sing." The phone rang in Shannon's dorm room. She got up from her desk where she'd been waiting and picked up the phone. "Shannon," came the voice of a police officer. "Yes. We got him." The dispatcher's voice. "Hello. Are you there?" A man's voice, desperate, urgent. "Who is this? I need the phone." "Sir, this is District 12 Fire Emergency. We have dispatched medic 1 and an aid unit to the governor's residence." "Who are you, sir?" "I'm Governor Slater. It's my daughter. Is she conscious, sir?" No, I don't believe so." "Is she breathing normally?" The governor calls off the phone. "Is she breathing?" "Ashley. Is she breathing?" A woman screams something in the background. The governor comes back on the phone. "She's breathing, but we don't think she's conscious." "Does it sound like she's breathing normally?" No, she's gasping. It's very labored breathing. Would you like to do CPR? I can help you. Yes. I just need to. The woman shouts something. There are thumping sounds, doors opening. The aid crew is there, sir. Yes. Very good, sir, they'll take it from here, all right. Yes, thank you. Goodbye. Click. The tape went silent. John hit the stop button. Monday night, a little after 8 p.m. Detective Bob Henderson sat there on the edge of John's easy chair and just stared blank-faced at the cassette player for a significant length of time. Finally, in as cool and efficient a tone of voice as he could muster, he asked John, "Is that one tape your only copy?" "I've made some others, and they're in safekeeping," John answered. Henderson went back to staring at the cassette player again, thinking. Rubbing his chin, his mouth. "Okay, so it is just like Shannon Duplius says. Hillary Slater died from an abortion." Leslie answered directly, "That's right. No ifs, ands, or buts." Deanne reminded the detective, "She was there, Mr. Henderson. She saw it, and she's ready to testify to it." I know, said Henderson. She told me on the phone. She even knows the false name Hillary used in case we need to subpoena the clinic records. And that's why that cannon punk tried to kill her, Max added. She knew too much, and they were afraid she'd talk. Henderson held up his hand. Now, let's not go too fast. Let's get all the facts in hand before we jump to conclusions. Max was quite ready for conclusions. What more facts you need? John Barrett Sr. had the tape, and he got killed. Shannon Duplius is the one talking on the tape, and somebody just tried to waste her on Saturday. You ought to be asking yourself who and why. I'm asking myself, Key Bono, said Henderson. What's that? Asked Max. Who benefits? Henderson stared at the floor and rubbed his face some more. And listen, I really do not like the answer to that question. I've got to be really careful. He pointed his finger right at John. John shrugged. That's why we called you. We thought we finally had something you could run with. Henderson only shook his head and whispered a mournful oath, followed by a quick excuse me. He reviewed some facts in his head. Well, Shannon is convinced the governor and his chief of staff were trying to hush her up, permanently. She says Devon was hounding her, trying to keep her quiet, and she told him she just might talk. And then, a few days later, here's Cannon jumping her, well, the decoy of her. So okay, said Max. There you are. Yeah, here I am, in a very sticky situation where I'd better be right. And I mean absolutely, totally right, before I make a move on this thing. Henderson took a deep breath and switched from a dumbfounded to a methodical mode. Well, we've got something started. I've been in touch with the police back at Midwestern University, and we've got a firm ID on Ted Cannon. I know the guy. He's from right around here, and he's got a record as long as 3 of our arms. I've run him in a few times myself. So I think it is fair to ask what a two-bit hood was doing clear over in the Midwest, attacking the only girl on that campus who just happened to be best friends with the governor's dead daughter. He looked at Leslie. Now was it you that had that video? Leslie nodded. Right, the video of the governor's rally. Ted Cannon is in it, and I think one other character who started that fight. Yeah, I need to see that before Cannon gets extradited back here. I want to know if he's got any immediate friends I can pressure. I'll have it for you tomorrow. Henderson looked over the scribbled notes in his hand, notes from the conversations he'd had with Shannon, with the Brewers, with John and Leslie, and now from the playing of the 911 tape. A lot of pieces here, but a lot of the puzzle. He flipped a page over. Looks like Governor Slater either lied or somebody lied to him. I'd like to get to the bottom of that, find out who and why. He cut off any objection from Max by looking at him and adding, for sure. And then, he looked at John. You know, that whole pipe rack theory of yours makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it? With no clear fingerprints on the forklift, we've needed another trail of some kind. Well, now we've just about got ourselves a smoking gun here, a motive and a possible connection to the party. One big question. Just how the heck did your father get that 911 tape? John answered, we've looked in the governor's direction. I have a friend who's trying to find out if the governor's made any recent enemies, someone on the inside who'd know about all this. Henderson tightened his lips at a difficult thought. You're talking about somebody way inside. Maybe so. But the guys at the warehouse say Dad did have a visitor. That day I dropped by to see him and saw him with Chuck's Walkman. I'll drop by and get the description from them. We've got to find the guy, whoever he is. He may have just been a courier for someone else, we don't know. No, we sure don't. Henderson flipped to a page with some room on it. John, if you don't mind my asking, why do you think your father got the tape? I mean, the guy was a plumbing wholesaler. Why give a tape like that to a plumbing wholesaler? Well, remember what I said about his religious leanings? Henderson gave a big nod. Ah, yeah, the pro-life are making pro-choice enemies. So he did have his hands in the political realm. And he was making the governor nervous, I know that. He wrote to the governor about his daughter and apparently knew all about the abortion before he even got this tape. Henderson looked up from his notes. How'd he know? John shrugged. He was a prophet. Henderson's face got a little lopsided. You want me to write that down? John smiled. That's the predominant theory at this time, yes. Henderson wrote it down. This case is full of surprises, I want to tell you. Then he looked at all of them. So all right, I'm going to make a nearly impossible request of all of you. Try to control yourselves. Don't blab this around. It's just too big, too dangerous, and if something gets blown before we're ready, we could lose it all, you understand. And that goes for you people in the media. Leslie retorted, and you too, Henderson. Let me remind you that there are beat reporters around the police precinct all the time who— Henderson laughed. Suspect. They know. Their hired thug just got arrested, for crying out loud. Leslie backed off. Yeah, good point. So, how about we all move fast? And move quiet. And keep our cool. We don't know anything for sure yet. Keep telling yourself that, and don't jump to conclusions. Let's get the whole picture first. Fair enough, said John. Agreed, said Leslie. I'd say you better hurry, said Max. Okay, I'm outta here, said Henderson, rising. I'll be in touch. Leslie, give me a call and we'll see that tape. And, John, if Shannon has anything more to say, let me know. John rose to shake Henderson's hand. I've contacted a friend at a TV station over there. He's going to interview Shannon on camera and send me the raw tape. We'll be in constant contact getting ready for that. Good enough. Oh, and Leslie. John beckoned to her. Yeah. You've got a copy of the post-operative instructions from the clinic. Leslie dug into her carry bag. Oh, yeah, right. She handed a photocopy to Henderson. Here. I got the original from Shannon, and she got it direct from the Women's Medical Center. You can see the center's name and address right at the top. Henderson was intrigued. John continued, and, Leslie, make sure you get one of those to Mrs. Westfall at the Human Life Services Center. Tell her about Shannon. Maybe Mary will come forward now that she has a corroborating witness. Maybe Mary has her own copy, Leslie mused. Carl gave a clap of his hands. Man, wouldn't that be something? That would cinch both abortions happening at the same clinic for sure. I'll call her tomorrow, said Leslie. And I suppose Aaron Hart, the lawyer, needs to find out what's going on. John considered. Out to be some kinda day, almost more than he could take all at once. He got to his unmarked squad car and leaned against it for just a moment. Qui bono? He asked himself, looking out over the city. It just seemed that all the arrows pointed in the same direction. Hoo boy. A bigger can of worms he'd never find. He got into the car, his mind still processing a substantial load of data. Sorting it, filing it in little slots and folders in his head, arranging it all into some rather unthinkable revelations. Who benefits? He asked again and then let his head rest with a bump on the steering wheel at the obvious answer. The meeting behind the tall oak doors of the executive conference room convened early on Tuesday morning, with all those invited arriving promptly despite the short notice. Hiram Slater stood at the head of the long conference table. At his right sat his special assistant and the meeting's organizer, Martin Devon. At his left sat Wilma Benthoff, the governor's campaign manager, and to her left sat Mason Hartley and Eugene Rowan, the governor's innovative publicity team. The others sitting at the table were their special guests, handpicked by Slater and Devon, persons crucial to the carefully laid plan they were about to present. The first was Tina Lewis, close business acquaintance of Martin Devon, and executive news producer for Channel 6. To her right, Gretchen Rafferty, red-haired, grim-faced feminist, political activist, and director of the League for Abortion Rights. Next to her, Candice Delano, a well-weathered, white-haired pillar of radical feminism and president of the United Feminist Front, a woman who hated men and was never timorous in saying so. Across the table from him was an attractive and articulate black woman. Newspaper, the News Journal. They had just heard the truth about Hillary Slater's death from Hiram Slater himself, followed by a quick report from Tina Lewis about the news story now brewing somewhere behind the scenes at Channel 6. Gretchen Rafferty turned red and set her jaw more firmly than ever. Candice Delano let out an unabashed string of obscenities. Fannie Wolf started jotting questions of strategy on her yellow legal pad. And Murphy Boland raised his eyebrows, leaned his chin on his knuckles, and whistled one long, mournful note. Gretchen Rafferty was the first to speak. "Well, whose business is it? Anyway, nobody needs to know." Candice Delano added quite loudly, "Whatever happened to privacy? Isn't that what we've been marching for all these years?" Tina waved her hand for a chance to respond and then answered curtly the pressure was going to be on her and she knew it, it's going to come out. That's a given we all have to accept. Candice Delano was not about to accept it. "From your own people. You're telling us that you have no control over these muckrakers. I can do what I can, but then stop them, fire them, do something. We don't need this kind of." Tina became angrily defensive. "I'm in no position to fire anyone, and I can't stop 'em from snooping. It is a free country." "Snooping. You can't stop 'em from snooping." "Now hold on," said Murphy Boland, coming to Tina's rescue. "The fact of the matter is, for some people this news is gonna be hot. It's gonna be just the thing they're looking for to cook the governor's goose. So you can take up our time blaming whoever you want, but Tina's right, it is going to come out. If her people don't spread it, somebody else will. Anti-choice bigots." Candice muttered. "Of course," Gretchen Rafferty agreed. Martin Devon grabbed for control. "This is the reason we've called you. All together. Now the way we see it, we can't keep the news from getting out. But look around the room, folks. We do have the power to control how it comes out, how it sounds, how it—" Fannie Wolf was ready to jot down ideas. "So what are you proposing?" Devon had an outline already printed and passed it out to all those present. "This is an initial battle plan, wide open for discussion, improvement, comment, whatever. But remember, we have to move on this today if we're going to get the jump on the enemy. If the story breaks before we have a chance to break it first, we'll lose the high ground. But if we can move first and build some momentum in molding public opinion, our enemies will look pretty feeble trying to catch up from behind." They all perused the notes Devon had passed out. No one jumped for joy or remarked how clever the plan was, but no one had any better ideas. Hiram Slater guided them through the outline himself. "You'll notice. We've called for some pretty harsh measures, maybe even some sacrifices on the altar of the cause, and that's one reason I had to have you all here to see this. If I hadn't called you in and shown you this and made it clear to you, I'm sure some of you would have thought I'd betrayed you, that I'd become a turncoat." "I dare say," Gretchen Rafferty replied. Fannie Wolf nodded to herself. The plan seemed to make sense to her. Murphy Boland just smiled as headlines paraded through his head. Slater referred to his copy. "Now, to quickly outline the plan, Phase 1 will be a press release from myself, possibly a press conference or a speech in which I'll release the information that Hillary died from an abortion." Candice Delano slammed the table and let out a cry of indignity. "No, that will never work, Governor. You'll be walking right into the enemy's cannons." "Now, Candice," cautioned Fannie Wolf, "hear him out. There are times to be forceful and direct, and there are times to be subtle. Gretchen agreed. Go ahead, Governor. Slater continued. Fanny used the right word, subtle. I'm sure we're all aware that how we say things can have a great effect on the public's reaction. What I'm proposing is that I go ahead and release the information about Hillary's death, but deliver it from the position that I never knew about it until recently. And that even upon knowing it, I have no regrets that I didn't know because Ashley and I respected Hillary's privacy. And even though an unfortunate accident occurred, the higher ideal of personal privacy remained intact. Listen, if we truly believe total reproductive privacy, then the rules have to apply to everybody, including me and my own children, and that's what I intend to say. Now Candace mellowed a little, chewing on this new morsel. She liked the taste of it. So, Slater continued, we'll work out the details on that later. But then will come phase 2, which is to answer the questions that are going to arise about the safety of legal abortions in this state. This is where some sacrifice might be necessary, and that's why you people are here. I need your input on this. My PR men here. The governor looked toward Rowan and Hartley. Have a nice little slogan I've adopted. Image is everything. Based on that idea, we must deal with the cause of Hillary's death publicly to assuage any fears that might arise in the public mind. So publicly I'm going to launch an investigation into abortion malpractice, not because I have anything against abortion, but because, and our PR program will emphasize this. Governor Hiram Slater cares about women. Now Candace got agitated again, but this time Gretchen and Fanny joined her. Candace spoke first. Sir, you can't investigate the clinics. That would mean government interference, and that would mean war. Our friends would never stand for it. Gretchen added, right on top of Candace, they absolutely will not stand for it. I won't stand for it. It would be tantamount to harassment. Fanny tried to sound reasonable. You would be opening a dangerous crack in the wall of privacy, sir, and who knows how large a flood of invasion and regulation would break through after that. Candace quoted an old marching chant, not the church, not the state. Women must decide their fate. Devon tapped the table with his pen to call for order. Ladies, gentlemen, please hear us out. We are dealing with cold, vicious reality here. The anti-abortion forces are going to be crying for just such an investigation. They will most certainly cash in on this politically, and we have to find a way to diffuse it, all right. Governor Slater was visibly feeling the stress of all this. If I must defend my own sincerity, let me inform you that we did our best to conceal all of this when it first happened because I knew it would be politically devastating. If I'd taken any action at the time, you people would have branded me as anti-choice, and you know it. If I did nothing, then the opposition would have branded me a heartless politician who doesn't care about what happens to his own children. I didn't want to find myself in such a position, and I definitely didn't want your interests jeopardized. But now we, and I mean all of us, are in this position, and we have to do whatever is necessary to dig ourselves out. They quieted themselves and were ready to listen again. Now let me just say, I don't know which clinic is responsible for my daughter's death. I don't want to know, and I have no intention of finding out. Well, we won't tell you either, Candace blurted. May I finish? The governor said in rebuke and then continued, when I say that I'll publicly launch an investigation, I mean I'll be doing something for the public to see. I'll appoint some people, or I'll have Martin handle that. Devon nodded. He can make some calls, ask some questions, interview each of you, perhaps even get you to serve on a committee. Together you can compose some effective sound bites on the safety of the industry, get some pictures of your activities on camera for television, go through the motions, all right. We'll do something for the public to see and hear, and we'll structure the information so as to calm the public mind, just put the whole thing to rest. And then, the governor looked at Tina Lewis. With help from our friends in the media, the story can just fade away, am I right? Tina commented, well, it is going to be a big story initially. There isn't much we can do to change that. But with that as a given, there are two factors that come into play here, as I see it. Number one, the subject matter is something the media in general are not going to want for very long. It's like a hot potato. No matter how you report it, you're going to have somebody screaming at you, and that gets tiring real fast. So far as my own associates are concerned, I don't think the story will be carried for long. Second, in our medium, old news is virtually no news. We have to get people to tune in, which means we can't tell them old things they already know. They want new stuff that's hot, fresh, immediate. Well, this story has oldness built into it. It happened months ago. I think that if we drop the story onto them quickly, with all the loose ends tied up right from the start, sure, follow up and let it die from neglect. After the initial shock, the public will eventually lose interest and want to hear about something else. It happens all the time. She looked at Murphy Bolan, petitioning his view. Murphy nodded resignedly. Yeah, it would get buried pretty quickly. A story as unsavory as this one won't be followed for very long. I know a lot of reporters who won't want their names on it. Whoever does write it is going to be walking a thin line back at the office, if you know what I mean. And once it is over with, once it is buried, I can't imagine any reporter's gonna stick his professional neck out to dig it up again. Then he added, but, Governor, just be sure that whatever you say you're gonna do, at least do something that comes close. If we're gonna report something we have to be honest. I understand, the governor responded. Then he looked sternly at Gretchen, Candace, and Fanny. But before we go on, let me say this for the record. Don't you people forget that I'm not just covering for myself and my policies. I'm also covering for you. I didn't ask for any of this to happen, and I sure didn't ask to have my daughter killed, and if there's any blame to be found for our present circumstances, it is not with this administration but with the industry that got sloppy enough to let it happen. So all three of you need to carefully appraise your demand that I not launch a real investigation into this, because as far as I'm concerned, if I don't do anything about this, then you and your friends in all those clinics had better do something. I've stood by you, I've pushed legislation that benefits you, I've protected your sacred privacy and stayed out of your way. But if you're going to start killing people, it is going to be bad for both of us. You follow me? They paid attention to him and heard what he said, but their response was a chilling, stony silence. Gretchen's jaw was quite prominent, Candace only scowled at him, and Fanny wouldn't raise her eyes, but went back to doodling on her notes. Now, the governor continued, as for Phase 3, considering that no amount of subtlety or craft will satisfy the anti-abortion camp, and anticipating that they'll try to make a big deal out of Hillary's death, we're going to be working on shifting the public's attention away from the fact of the death itself and toward this administration's concern for women and their right to privacy, safe, sane, legal privacy. It's going to be an image. This was their cue. Eugene Rowan, horn-rimmed glasses in place and tie still crooked, stood to speak. We've contacted the agents of several celebrities who have already contracted with us for the campaign ads, and we're now working on what you might call counter-information ads, special ads that will underline in the public mind the real motivation behind Governor Slater's action, or inaction, as it were, that Governor Hiram Slater cares about women. Mason Hartley spoke up without standing. The whole point is, the opposition might try to stir up gossip and innuendo about what the governor should or shouldn't have done about Hillary's death, but we'll just hit that head-on with a firm presentation of his motivations and reasons for doing, or not doing, what he, did or didn't do. Am I making sense? So far, said Fanny. How are you going to protect choice? Candace asked. Rowan fumbled through the papers in front of him just a moment, then answered, well, look at it this way. The opposition says something like, Hiram Slater doesn't care if his own daughter dies in an abortion clinic, and so we just come right back and say, Hiram Slater believes in the sanctity of privacy, even to his own hurt, so deep are his convictions. Single quote. Gretchen was impressed. Wow. Fanny nodded, smiling. Very smooth. Candace kept scowling but nodded her approval. Rowan continued, and, the opposition might say something like, if the governor's own daughter can die in an abortion clinic, then is anyone safe? And we can turn right around and say, Governor Slater understands in the deepest, personal sense the need for safe, legal abortions and stands with all women in the fight to fulfill this need. Single quote. Now even Candace smiled. Hartley added, excitement in his voice, and get this, we've just talked with Anita Diamond's agent. She's the black pop singer, right? And she has agreed. He took a moment to look 'em all in the eye, to bait 'em a little, to do an ad for a springtime, sunshine, and heavenly sparkles floated into the room, at least where the three women activists were sitting. They liked what they were hearing. Rowan concluded, we'll work this new material in so that it meshes perfectly with the ad campaign already underway. That way the public will immediately identify with the graphics and the style and fall into line, just flowing with it, not being jarred by any abrupt change in direction. Hartley concluded, and this work is underway right now, as we speak. Ready for airing within 2 or 3 days. Devon took back the floor. So this is the basic plan, and we'll have more details for you as soon as they develop. Any questions? Fanny asked. What about Lauren Harris, the general manager at Channel 6? Can he be persuaded to intervene on this? At least stall it a while. Devon nodded, pleased with the question. We are looking into speaking with him, not only regarding stalling the story that seems to be brewing there among some of the news staff, but also regarding the advertising we'll be buying from the station. We've been worth a lot of money to them in the past and hope to be worth even more in the near future, as we've already discussed. His eyes took on an additional devilish glint. He knows we're very close to several of his regular advertising clients, and that our influence could send those advertising dollars elsewhere. Considering all that, I think Lauren Harris might be persuaded to see things as we see them. The governor added, Lauren and I are friends, and I'm very careful about not abusing our friendship to slant the news coverage, but I think he'd be open to changing some timing here and there, perhaps changing some emphasis. We can deal with him. I'm confident something can be worked out. Any more questions? Devon asked. Not really, at least no question anyone felt like speaking. And besides, this was a quickly called meeting. They all had other places they needed to be. The meeting broke up, and he checked her over, enjoying the view. We'll need to stay in close contact during this whole process, I imagine. She knew he was eyeing her, but catered to his interest. The hungrier he was, the more useful he would be. We'll do that. He leaned close and spoke very softly. Any further word on the death of John Barrett's father? Are the cops looking into it? I haven't heard a thing, Martin. Then she gave him a curious look. Just why are you so interested? Devon chuckled. Well, I guess because I have strong feelings about John Barrett and his kooky father. She accepted that. I'll look into it. If you get the chance. Gotta go. He ducked out and hurried toward his office, feeling much the conqueror. Fanny Wolfe and Candace Delano conversed quietly as they walked along. Candace asked, so what do you think? Fanny answered, I think our people will get behind the governor on this. It's really the best course of action, and this kind of thing has worked in the past. What about your people? They'll back him, provided he doesn't say much. The more he talks about this, the more trouble I'm going to have cooperating. Murphy Boland just happened to overtake them, being a faster walker. What do you think of the plan? Fanny asked him. Murphy just smiled and quipped, he's dead, as he stopped at the drinking fountain. Martin Devon, some distance behind them, heard the comment but pretended to ignore it. He didn't need to hear that kind of talk or entertain those kinds of thoughts at a time like this. Winners kept their eye on the finish line, not on the obstacles. He would make it. It would be extremely comforting to get a progress report from Willie on the whole Shannon Duplius thing. But still, he would make it. He stepped into his office, feeling good about the meeting. Until he saw a man sitting there waiting for him. Ah, yes, can I help you? The man stood, smiling pleasantly. Hi there. The secretary let me in. She said you'd be out. Homicide. Chapter 28. Surely there could be no greater feeling of insecurity than trying to look innocent in front of a cop, especially a cop from Homicide. Devon could feel an abrupt and intense reaction in his body, a painful twist in his stomach, a pronounced speeding of his heart rate, a trembling in his extremities. He tried to control it, drawing on all the acting ability he could muster. Watch your voice now, Martin. Low, even tone. Yes, detective, how may I help you? Henderson stood there a moment, observing. He seemed to be reading Devon like a book. Feeling all right. Devon sat behind his desk. It would be a good place to sit, to hide as much of his body as possible and regain control of the situation. Well, actually, no. I think I'm battling a touch of flu this morning, so. Oh, I won't take long. I'm just out gathering some information on a case, and I figured you'd be able to help me. I'll try. Henderson got out his notepad and flipped through the pages to a particular spot. Well, of course you would be familiar with Shannon Duplius, the young lady who received the first Hillary Slater Scholarship. Control, Martin, control. Why, yes, of course. She's attending Midwestern University now, and I understand she's doing quite well. Have you heard from her lately? No, not lately. Then Devon even managed to show some concern. Ah, is she all right? Henderson smiled. Oh, she's fine. A little shaken up, but she's fine. Henderson waited for just one beat and then hit Devon with the news. But some thug Henderson just stood there, observing. Well, that's understandable. I gather you were pretty close to Shannon, working with her on the scholarship thing, helping her enroll at Midwestern University, taking care of all the details. This guy had been doing his homework. Well, yes. I've been very happy, very encouraged to be a part of it. It's been good for the governor too to see a bright young lady like Shannon have the opportunity to excel in the place of the daughter he lost. It's been very helpful. Henderson consulted his notes. Did you call Shannon the night of Tuesday, October 1st Street? Devon's mind raced. What was that? When was that? Why was that? Didn't I? Can I deny it, or should I admit it? What harm will I do myself? I'm not sure of the date, but I did call her last week, and it was in the evening, yes. Henderson nodded and checked something off in his notes. Can you tell me what the conversation was about? Devon found a shield to hide behind. Well, no, not really, not without Shannon's permission. We talked regarding the scholarship, her studies, that sort of thing. Under the agreements we have, such matters are kept in confidence. Sure, that's fine. But tell me, did you threaten her? Devon actually did feel indignant. Excuse me, did you pressure her or threaten her regarding anything? Regarding what, if I may ask? And just what do you mean by threaten? Henderson smiled. Hey, it is okay. These are routine questions. Nobody's accusing you of anything. Well, I should hope not. Shannon and I have had a good relationship. The governor's family and her family have been friends for many years. I really find such questions offensive. Certainly. Just have to cover all the bases, that's all. Henderson scribbled a little more. Let me tell you what's going on, maybe that'll help. You see, Saturday night the police deal with. Ted Cannon's a local hood, from around here, and Shannon Duplius is from around here too. Now apart from assaulting Shannon, we can't think of any reason why Ted Cannon would be halfway across the country singling out a girl who was from the same town as himself, a girl I'm sure he'd never met before. You see the problem here? A question popped into Devon's mind. What did Murphy Boland say out in the hall? He's dead. Who was he talking about? Henderson was waiting for an answer, so Devon gave him one as best he could. I think I do. This is all so sudden, so bizarre. Yeah, it sure is. So let me just ask you, for the record, just so I can say I asked, would you have any idea why someone would come after Shannon? Well, I don't know, I just don't know why anyone would want to kill her. A new idea came to mind. Except, maybe, that wasn't his real intention. Perhaps he intended to, take moral advantage of her. Maybe he saw her here, saw her on television when she received the scholarship and decided to follow her. Maybe he gets a kick out of degrading important people recognized for achievement, people like Shannon. Henderson seemed to be writing down Devon's ideas, then looked up. Nobody said Ted Cannon intended to kill her, Mr. Devon. But maybe you're right. Maybe he just wanted to take moral advantage. Well, but that is difficult to swallow, isn't it? That he'd go halfway across the country to do something like that. And there's another thing. The plane fare was over $800, and Ted Cannon's never had that kind of money, except when somebody else hires him. Well, what did this Ted have to say about all this? Oh, he isn't talking. He's pleading the fifth. Good news. Not really. And what does Shannon think? Oh, we're still talking to her. We don't have the whole picture yet. Oh, and I never got an answer to that question that offended you. You want to answer, just for the record. Did you threaten Shannon when you called her? The question was still offensive. Too close to the target, actually. Absolutely not. I categorically deny threatening her. All right then, did you strongly urge her to remain quiet about certain matters pertaining to the governor's daughter Hillary? Henderson was trying to nail him to the wall, and Devon knew it. Well, there was no sense in denying it. Listen, Shannon and I have talked about this matter of Hillary before. The governor is a public figure who needs his privacy, and I felt a need to remind Shannon of that. She was close to Hillary, and so, well, there could always be a temptation for her to talk to the press, and the governor simply didn't want that to become a pattern. Okay, got it. Henderson scribbled it down and then said, well, that'll do it for now. Thanks a lot for your time. I'll call if I have any more questions. Good day, Detective. Henderson pocketed his notepad and went out quietly, just quietly and calmly enough to make Devon wonder what he was thinking. Willie. Where was he? What had happened? Devon gave Henderson enough time to leave and then hurried out of the building and walked 3 blocks to a hotel. Toward the back of the lobby, just outside the elevators, he hunched over a pay phone, carefully concealing his face as he placed a call to a number he kept only in his head. The phone at the other end rang several times, and finally a sleepy voice answered. Yeah. Devon tried to sound tough and unidentifiable. Let me talk to Willie. Not today, man, he's gone. No, that wasn't what Devon wanted to hear at all. What do you mean gone? Oh, he's left town. Probably some heat on somewhere, you know how that is. Well, did he say where he was going? Are you kidding? He never does. And I don't know anything, all right. Click. Easy, Martin, easy. Just think. Work it out. There's an answer somewhere. But he was shaking all over. He hurried back to the off-drive. Harlan Matthews. The doctor looked up from his desk as the thought "now what?" went through his mind. The pressure around Bayview Hospital had been bad enough ever since that woman reporter came to see him. He didn't need any more trouble of that kind. Well, it wasn't Leslie Albright. But it did look like more trouble of that kind, and maybe worse. He immediately recognized the well-known face of John Barrett, News 6 anchorman, and the man standing beside Barrett was showing a police badge. "I'm Detective Bob Henderson, homicide, and this is John Barrett, with Channel 6 News, though he's here unofficially at the moment. And what in the world can I do for you?" Matthews was getting fed up. And couldn't keep from showing it. "I recall talking to another reporter from Channel 6, here as unofficially as you, Mr. Barrett." John replied, "We haven't released any information or done any story pertaining to you, and we won't do so without your knowledge." "That doesn't mean it won't happen." Henderson said, "Well, this won't take long, and quite truthfully you don't have to say anything if you don't want. The law's clear on that. But we were wondering if you'd be willing to open the file on Hillary Slater and confirm for us the real cause of death. We need the information for a possible murder investigation." Matthews gave a slow shrug. "I'll need a court order, gentlemen." Henderson expected as much. Okay. Can't hurt to ask. "We'll get the court order," John ventured. "Dr. Matthews, through some investigation of our own, we've found other evidence to indicate Hillary Slater died from abortion malpractice. We just need you to verify that's the case." Matthews leaned forward, his chin resting on his hands, and considered John's question for a moment. "Other evidence?" "Yes, sir. Very strong evidence, possibly enough to break the story with. Or without your involvement." He smiled at that. "Without, most likely. Except for." "Yes." John thought for a moment. "Break the story. The governor's going to deny knowing the cause of death at the time, which means he'll have to argue that he was given erroneous information, which means, well, doesn't it make sense, sir, that the finger of blame is going to have to point somewhere? And do you imagine that your superiors are going to point it at themselves? If you filed a correct and truthful report and were honest about the real cause of Hillary's death, it may be in your best interests to establish that before someone else makes you out to be incompetent." That actually made Matthews laugh, nodding approvingly. "One would think you worked here." Henderson stole a glance at John, visibly impressed. Matthews asked, "Can you guys get a court order and make me produce the report?" Henderson smiled. "Yeah, we could do that. It would provide you with personal protection if you feel you need it." Matthews went back to the work on his desk, his way of dismissing them. "Bring me a court order and I'll see what I can do." As John and Henderson went down the hall, Henderson whispered, "What is really going to get is a search warrant. I just didn't want to scare him." John. Leslie saw him come into the newsroom and ran to meet him in front of the assignment desk, her face full of urgency. He shook his head. "Matthews won't release a thing without a court order. Slater's going public." The sudden change of gears was jarring. "What?" Leslie started back into the newsroom, and John had to follow her to hear what she was saying. "Tina got the tip this morning and sent Marion Gibbons after the story. He's going public with Hillary's abortion." Now that was intriguing. "Oh, is he now?" They hurried over to a bank of monitors in the corner of the newsroom. One monitor showed what was on the air at that moment, a soap opera being carried on the network. On this monitor they could see a blue podium in front of a large convention hall. A large lady in a blue dress was introducing people, going through preliminaries. "It's a fundraiser put on by the Women's Citizen League, Leslie Explained. They're backing Slater, and he's scheduled to speak. John noticed some familiar faces sitting at the head table on either side of the podium. Gretchen Rafferty. Fanny Wolfe. I think Candace Delano's there too, down at the other end. John looked at Leslie. Then they're all in this together. You know they are. They're jumping our story. And Tina got the tip, of course. If you want to call it a tip. She could have been one of the organizers. She sent Marion Gibbons to cover it, and that says plenty. She's having it fed directly here so she can see the speech herself. She and Rush are up in the control room right now. Leslie's eyes were glued to the screen as she whispered, "What are we going to do?" Listen, very carefully. Wilma Benthoff, the governor's campaign manager, her blonde hair billowing and her black, sequined dress sparkling, made the introduction. Ladies, and you men out there too, please welcome to the podium the architect of the new dawn, Governor Hiram Slater. Thunderous applause. The camera followed Slater as he rose from the table and walked to the podium, the written speech in his hand. John ran to his desk for his notepad and got back in time to hear Slater begin his speech. Fellow citizens, the governor began, and I do emphasize the word citizens, in these days, more than ever, the meaning of that word as it applies to everyone, all races, creeds, genders, and lifestyles, is crucial and a part of what this campaign is all about. He went on, reiterating his platform and ideals and getting plenty of applause. Leslie took a turn listening and jotting notes, while John went to his desk to start editing for the 5 o'clock. Then John stood and listened while she went to her desk to polish up her day's work. It looked better than just standing there gawking at the screen. Snap, snap, snap. John was snapping his fingers, signaling her. She bounded from her desk, catching her wastebasket with her toe and flinging it into the aisle, where it promptly drew. "Man, what's up?" someone said. Leslie and John listened raptly as Governor Slater continued his speech. And other newsroom staff began to gather out of curiosity. "A woman's inalienable, inviolable right to choose," the governor said loftily. "I have not compromised on that ideal, and I always knew, even as we have all learned time and again together, that such freedom comes with a price, and that eternal vigilance is only one of its costs. As an army marches to victory, every soldier in the ranks knows he or she may not come back from the battle, that he, or she, may be called upon to make the ultimate sacrifice in order that those who come after can walk on ground that was gained through that sacrifice. And so it is not with shame but with pride, and with hope that your hearts may be encouraged, that I share with you, just for a moment, how the battle for abortion rights has affected my own home, my own family." At this moment the camera captured some reaction shots of Slater's family, his wife, Ashley, his daughter Haley, and his son Hyatt, all present to publicly support him. Slater continued, "My daughter Hillary was a young woman after my own heart, and I want her to be remembered for the fierce fighter she was. She was a soldier for justice, striving right alongside her daddy for the ideals my family and I and you all share. And so, it did not come to me as any great surprise or shock to receive the news that Hillary had given her life on the battlefield of women's rights. It did not shame me to learn just recently that the original medical assessments in Hillary's case were incomplete, that some fine details had been overlooked, and that, contrary to the original conclusions of the skilled medical team who tried to save her life on that fateful night in April, she did not die from mislabeled drugs or from a foolish mistake or from any overdose. Rather, knowing the risks but standing firm nevertheless on her right to choose for herself whether to embrace those risks, she willingly and gladly received an abortion. She chose to control her own body, her own life, and to carry on with her future." Leslie just about fell over and did manage to compare Slater's words with stuff one might encounter in a barnyard. John just shook his head and kept listening, his spirit churning within him to such a degree that his hands began to shake. Slater continued, "Now, medical procedure is totally without risks, we all know that, and there is no point in dwelling on the odds of such a thing happening or trying to fathom the unfathomable luck of the draw or hunt down who is to blame, if anyone. What if we did? Friends, it would be tantamount to marching backward, and I know Hillary would not want that. I also know that the enemies of choice would want that. Did we know she was pregnant? No, we did not. Did we know she had chosen to have an abortion? No, we did not. Did we want to know these things, before or afterward or ever? Then, with great emphasis, he said with special intensity, no, we did not." He paused. The crowd let it sink in a moment, adjusted to this new revelation, and then, in a slow crescendo of approval and encouragement, rose to their feet and applauded. The governor had become all the more their champion. In the newsroom, Erica Johnson, the managing editor, indulged in some short applause herself, as did Valerie Hunter, special assignment reporter, and Barry Gage, the commentator. Leslie didn't applaud, and it caught her interest that only a month ago she probably would have. Governor Slater looked at the people sitting on either side of him, and the camera got close-ups of his supporters, including Fannie Wolf, Gretchen Rafferty, and Candace Delano as he continued. "As a family, we have stood for the sanctity of privacy for all our children, and though trust and communication are foundational to our home, we still understand there are lines of privacy that cannot be crossed. I believe Hillary did what was right for her at that time, at that place in her life, and I will stand by her proudly, even in her death. I want you to do the same." More applause, from the audience and from the newsroom. Leslie could feel some eyes staring at the back of her neck, but her arms remained firmly crossed, her hands silent. "Are abortions safe in this state?" "Of course they are, as my good friends here on the platform with me can will guarantee. But we would be blind and short-sighted if we didn't expect our enemies to dig and pry and demand to know more than they are entitled to know. Demagoguery is unavoidable in a situation like this, especially with the election coming up. So before my worthy opponent Bob Wilson begins to whine about this, let me say from the very outset that I intend to appoint the Federation for Controlled Parenthood, and well known to you all, and also Gretchen Rafferty, director of the League for Abortion Rights." Leslie and John exchanged a glance. They both understood that foxes were being appointed to guard the chickens. "I will also appoint distinguished members of the medical community to assist them, people who are intimately acquainted with the needs of women and equal to the delicacy of their task. I know their work will be to the advantage, and not the detriment, of women and women's rights, and as a result none of us will ever need to worry over the safety of loved ones who may have to make this difficult choice in the privacy of their own hearts. Your governor cares about women and their sacred right, and it is his desire to protect it, strengthen it, and establish it without fear or misgivings, so help me God." Another standing ovation, the crowd cheering, waving their hands. Some even jumping up and down with ecstasy. Some whoops also rose from the newsroom. John watched it all, and then, as if Carl was standing beside him, he heard the question Carl had first asked that rock group at the concert he attended and then left. "Where are we going? Where are you taking us?" He looked around the newsroom, then back at the monitor as the governor began his closing remarks, and once again he could hear that low rumble, could sense the same impending darkness he'd encountered in the shopping mall. Leslie couldn't hold it in any longer. "Mommy, the Emperor is naked." That brought some mutterings from the others. She could feel the chill in the air. "Hey," said Valerie Hunter, "whose side are you on anyway?" Leslie glared at her and pointed at the monitor. "That is the biggest pile of tripe I have ever heard. The guy's crazy." Two reporters looked at her and moaned as if she'd just told a stupid joke. Allie Downs, John's co-anchor, looked at John and Leslie as if they'd caught a fatal disease. "What's gotten into you two?" Valerie reprimanded her. "Leslie, you're being unprofessional." "Yeah, pretty emotional," said Barry Gage as he turned back to him. Leslie turned to John and saw tears in his eyes. "He's crazy," she told him, hoping he'd agree. "And doomed," said John. The governor was just finishing his remarks. Now he was returning to his seat. John's eyes were glued to the screen. He knew what he was seeing now was not really on the monitor, but he knew he'd better watch carefully. He could have been staring at the glass door of a large washing machine. Inside, like so much laundry, the hundreds of people attending that rally were swirling, tumbling, screaming, and receding as if going down a huge, black drain. And there was the governor, tumbling past the window, headed for certain destruction, but beckoning to them, shouting to them to follow. Sometimes people would come against the glass and bang on it, trying to get out, but then their faces would vanish in the crowd to be seen no more. "Where are we going?" John asked quietly. "Where are you taking us?" "Forward, John," said Allie Downs, turning away. "He's taking us forward, and you'd better wake up and come along." But Leslie understood what John was going through. "What do you see, John?" The monitor had gone blank. The feed of the governor's speech was completed, and now Marion Gibbons was most likely doing her opening and closing stand-ups for the camera, trying various summaries of the governor's comments in several different takes. Upon her return to the station, she would select the one to include in her final package. John stared at the blank screen. He's caught in there. He's ensnared in his own illusion. Then he backed away, pointing at the blank screen. "You look at that thing long enough, it starts sucking you in, you know that." She put her hand on his shoulder. "What do we do now, John?" "What about our story?" He turned away from the screen all the more determined. "You're going to get the Brewers on camera tonight, right? They're ready. After this whole business with Shannon, they've got the fire back in. I will take a look at it tonight." Another thought. "Oh, have you called Mrs. Westfall?" "Yeah, this morning. I told her all about Shannon, and I asked her if Mary might have a copy of the post-operative instructions as well. She's going to contact Mary and try to persuade her to meet with us. She can't guarantee Mary will go on camera though. We've got to get this story together, Leslie, and we've got to do it fast." Hiram Slater's already come off the starting line. Clancy's, the boisterous night spot, lounge, and pool hall, was enjoying its afternoon, right after work crowd. Though the place was noisy, it wasn't as crowded and definitely not as dark as the other night. So much the worse for Martin Devon, who wanted very much not to be seen or recognized, but who felt he would have to take the risk as he stepped up to the bar. "Yeah, what'll you have?" asked the bartender. Devon, dressed in his blue-collar worker disguise and wearing the same dark glasses, asked in a low voice, "Have you seen Willie around?" The bartender immediately eyed Devon suspiciously. "Who's asking?" "A friend." The bartender only sneered at Devon, drying some shot glasses with a white towel. "I don't think we've been introduced, mister." Devon was past being cool or professional. "Hey, cut the crap, will you? I've got to talk to him." "He's gone." "Gone? Gone where?" The bartender shrugged. "Like I said, buddy, we haven't been introduced, and I value Willie's patronage, you follow. But what about?" Devon lowered his voice. "What about Ted Cannon? I heard he was in a jam." Now the bartender's eyes filled with malice. "You know what? You ask too many questions." Devon tried to grab him. "Now listen, you." But the bartender backed away, and at the same moment four big, able-bodied, ready. Devon backed off. "Hey, I don't want any trouble." "Then get outta here," said the bartender. Martin Devon, Chief of Staff and Special Assistant to the Governor, got out of there like a dog chewed out of the house. Video. John Barrett and Ali Downs in a quick cutting montage of different shots, a video scrapbook. Both of them looking out over the city as the sun sparkles on the skyscrapers. John interviewing a fire captain as firefighters douse a burning warehouse in the background. Ali showing a class of first graders some flashcards about AIDS. John and Ali working together on a newscast script, laughing at a joke, talking to a camera. Audio. A low, mellow voice borrowed from a wine commercial that uses only periods, no commas. For the third year in a row, News 6 is number 1. News 6. Ali Downs. John Barrett. Your premier news gathering team. Again. Nice ad, said John. They're all nice, said Carl. Then he laughed. If all those people out there only knew they were in John's apartment, the television playing while John tinkered with a beta cassette deck an engineer had let him borrow from the station. John knew Carl was teasing him and joined the game as he prepared the equipment. Hey, come on, I've been coming across pretty good on the tube, you have to admit. I don't even wiggle my thumbs anymore, did you notice? Oh, I've noticed, Dad, I really have. It's made a world of difference. Well, there you go. John's eyes twinkled as he measured a quarter-inch between his thumb and forefinger. Now I'm that far from perfect. Carl laughed, lounging on the couch. Or, get out of town. No, just ask my public out there. Well, sure, they get to watch you, but I have to have you for my old man. He held up his root beer in a toast. Vive la difference. John shook his head. Well, we press on toward the mark. We press on. So press the play button. Let's roll this thing. Right on. Blip. John hit the play button, and the cassette from Midwestern University began to roll. Tom Carey, a reporter for a Midwest station and a longtime associate of John's, had sent it Federal Express, and it had arrived on John's desk that afternoon. John didn't open the package at the station, but hid it in his briefcase, did the 5 o'clock, did the 7 o'clock, and then got safely home first. Shannon Duplius appeared on the screen in a typical talking head interview format, looking off camera, a bit of halogen lighting on her face, a small, black, clip-on microphone attached to her blouse. Okay, came Tom Carey's voice off camera, this is the interview with Shannon Duplius, 2:41 p.m., October 9, 1991. This is for you, John, old buddy. Shannon looked at the camera and smiled good-naturedly, though she seemed nervous. Then Tom had another thought. Oh, and John. He stuck his head between Shannon and the camera, and though his face was a little blurred, his big glasses and wild head of black hair were unmistakable. Hi, it is me. Listen, we can do this both ways if you want. Shannon says she'd just as soon have her face shown, she's got nothing to hide, but we'll go back and do some key sound bites with her in silhouette in case you decide to go that way. He vanished from the screen with a Muppet-like jerk and began the interview. So, Shannon, came his voice, why don't you start by telling us who you are? She looked off camera at Tom and introduced herself. My name is Shannon Duplius, I'm 19, and right now I'm going to Midwestern University. Wow, thought John, this is gonna be heavy. The real scoop, straight from the person who was there. What a story, if it ever becomes one. The phone rang. Oh, John said, hitting the pause button. Come on, Leslie, don't tell me you couldn't get together with the Brewers. John strode over to the office. Hey, Charlie, what do you know? John, I've come up with a pretty good hunch. See what you think of it. Right before the governor's campaign started, he had 2 special assistants. Martin Devon was one, and the other one was an older guy named Ed Lake. Lake was there first and served as chief of staff during the governor's first term until Devon came on the scene as special assistant and the chain of command got muddled. After that, those two men couldn't agree on who was special assistant and who was chief of staff, and what those titles meant anyway, and then this Devon character started muscling his way directly to the governor instead of going through Lake. Some of the governor's staff told me they had a real feud going for a while. Well anyway, things finally came to a head, and Lake was forced out. And check this timing. He left the job the Monday after the governor's kickoff rally. John immediately saw the connection. Monday after the rally. That's when Dad got the tape. From what some of the staffers told me, Lake and Devon were always trying power plays on each other. It sounds to me like Lake gave the tape to your dad just to knife Martin Devon. So where's Lake now? Gone. He's left town, to begin his retirement, I understand. He might be with a sister in Alaska or at a winter home he owns in Florida, either one. Or he could be somewhere else we don't know about. Thanks, Charlie. Well, it isn't much, I know. Chapter 29. Video. A black and white still from an old TV show showing a handsome doctor and a mischievous, ponytailed nurse. Voice over the picture. I'm not a doctor, but I've played one on TV. Video. The black and white TV still lap dissolves to another still, this one showing an older doctor surrounded by bright-eyed, somewhat ragged children. Voice over the picture, and the role of Dr. Harrigan in the classic film Angels in White was one of my most memorable. Cut to the present, color video, as Theodore Packard, silver-haired, distinguished actor of stage and screen, dressed in a smartly tailored suit, replaces a thick book on one of many full bookshelves that cover the whole wall behind him. He looks with eyes of wisdom at the camera. Having identified as an actor with the high drama of medicine, I am daily reminded that, as he speaks, he crosses to his desk and sits on the corner of it. Behind him a microscope can be seen on a table, and on another wall full-color anatomy charts. Not too many years ago, women, free citizens of this country, were still forced by society's bonds and ignorance to resort to unspeakable, desperate measures in attempting to undo a crisis, unwanted pregnancy. He turns his head to one side just as another camera picks him up looking straight into the lens, a closer shot. Now, thanks to visionaries like Governor Hiram Slater, those days are finally coming to a permanent end, and I'm happy to relate that your governor is still at work to ensure that all abortions in this state will be not only legal but available and, most of all, safe. Hiram Slater cares about women. He will fight for them and for their privacy. His voice takes on an especially gentle, compassionate tone, and has done so, even to the point of personal sacrifice. He rises from the desk and walks toward a third Heart is this November. Fade to a heavenly, ethereal, slow-motion shot of a young mother, dressed in flowing white, lifting a tiny pink baby and cuddling it close. A soft, soothing female voice. That we may choose if, and when, without fear. Freeze frame. Lacy, gentle script appears over the mother and child. Hiram Slater cares about women. Small title across bottom of screen. Paid for by the committee to re-elect Governor Slater, Wilma Benthoff, chairperson. Wednesday morning, 10 o'clock, Bayview Memorial Hospital. Drive. Harlan Matthews, pathologist, expected to hear the knock on his open office door. Looking up, he saw his visitors from yesterday. The detective was holding a folded sheet of paper. "Good morning, doctor," said Henderson. "I brought you something." Matthews rose from his desk, received the sheet of paper from Henderson's hand, and took the time to read it thoroughly. He laughed. "A search warrant. Ah, that's even better." Then he closed his office door, but not before John dragged a large carrying case in from the hall. Matthews looked at Henderson, who shrugged and replied, "Hey, I owe him a lot. We've got a buddy system going here. Matthews placed the search warrant reverently upon his desk and answered, "Let's have a little meeting first. Have a seat, gentlemen. Drive." Matthews already had 2 chairs ready and waiting for them. They sat, and then Matthews took his place behind his desk, slid open the center drawer, and immediately produced 2 manila folders. One he kept for himself, the other he handed to Henderson. "To encapsulate the findings of the report, give you the bottom line." In other words, he watched as they opened their folder and perused their copy. The patient died from hypovolemic shock, which is a severe drop in the volume of blood to the vital organs, the brain, kidneys, liver, even the heart itself, resulting in death. The hypovolemic shock was due to exsanguination. Briefly, the bottom of the last page, just that one paragraph, you see there. They found it. Of course, I'm sure you realize that the death certificate said nothing about this, but found the third cause to be hypoprothrombonemia, due to an accidental overdose of warfarin. "That's the story we all got," said John. "Well, here are my findings. Obstetrical hemorrhage, bleeding due to retained products of conception and endometrial lacerations." In other words, whoever did the abortion was in a big hurry, didn't finish the job, and botched it besides. Matthews set down his copy and leaned back in his chair, ready to explain a little. When a normal birth occurs, or even an induced abortion done properly, the uterus naturally clamps down and stops its own bleeding. But in this patient's case, most of the placenta was left inside, and the wall of the uterus was lacerated, and that natural stoppage didn't happen. The patient bled out in a matter of hours. Henderson muttered a low curse, staring at the report. John wondered, but surely someone at the abortion clinic would have noticed the bleeding. Matthews was unhappy about this whole case, that was obvious. Should have noticed the bleeding but didn't. There's always bleeding after an abortion. That's normal. What someone didn't see or didn't report or didn't think to do anything about was heavy, continuous bleeding. And I can imagine it not being seen, given the sinking standards of this business. You have to realize, abortion clinics aren't like your typical family practice. They're under tremendous pressure from 2 sources, money and fear. On the one hand, abortions are lucrative. You can bring in a lot of money in a short time with minimum effort. The more abortions you do, the more money you make, so the natural inclination is to do them as quickly as possible and cut corners if you can. You get the procedure down to just a few minutes, you get an assembly line going, and you don't hire RNs to help in the back rooms because they get too picky about procedure, sterilizing the equipment, sanitation. All that stuff takes time, and you can have some 30 girls waiting in line. So instead you hire healthcare workers, often marginally trained, attending, and observing, most of whom are there because they're cause-oriented. They're dedicated to the cause of abortion at any cost and aren't about to jeopardize that cause by making waves or finding fault. On the other hand, you've got the intense political pressure over this whole issue, which makes you circle the wagons all the tighter to protect yourself from intrusion, discovery, regulation, standardization. If you slip up, the last thing you want is for anyone to know about it, least of all your peers. There's also an unwritten code out there. You don't snitch, you don't make trouble. Couple that with the women who get the abortions. Most of them are there secretly. They come in secretly, they go out secretly, they even use false names a lot of the time, and if something goes wrong, they're not likely to say anything to anyone about it because they don't want to be discovered. The young girls especially, and sometimes. Matthews picked up the autopsy report and slapped it down on his desk for effect. Sometimes this is the result. And the whole thing was secret, from start to finish. It took a search warrant for anyone to even know about it. Henderson asked, "Did Governor Slater know about it?" Matthews knew that was a ticklish question and balked just a little. Before answering, he knew his daughter died from an abortion. Yes. I'm the one who told him. Ah, when was that? John asked. The day after, that would be Saturday. Hillary died Friday evening. We did the autopsy the next day, and then. Matthews fidgeted a little, looking around the room in frustration. And then the governor came for a conference with Dr. Leland Gray, his personal physician who handled the case, and I was in on that meeting to share my findings. Henderson held up his hand. Now hold on, doctor, let me be sure I'm following this. You say you and Dr. Gray sat down with the governor and told him exactly what happened to Hillary. Yes, sir, we did. And you told the governor she died from a botched abortion. I used the same words with him as I just now used with you in describing the cause of her death. So, where did the attending physician, Dr. Gray? After that, I was out of the loop. Drive. Gray filled out the death certificate, changing the last entry as to cause of death from obstetrical hemorrhage to warfarin overdose. And as you know, that's the story that was released to the press, with the governor's full knowledge and approval. Obviously much of my report was circumvented, ignored. They circled the wagons, said John. Matthews nodded. You're getting the picture. And, all the time you knew this and didn't say anything. You didn't take any action. Try it yourself sometime. Just see what happens. Drive. Gray is not one to be tangled with if you value your job. Henderson quipped at John, looks like you're about to stir the waters. Up a little. John looked at the camera case on the floor. Well, what do you think, Dr. Matthews? You're talking about it now. Matthews shrugged. The governor's already made it public, so it is going to come out anyway, and most importantly, he pointed to the search warrant, you made me. John reached tentatively for the camera case. Well, since you've already made the information somewhat public, and the governor has too. And somebody out there is going to wonder why he thought it was a warfarin overdose all this time and only recently found out it was obstetrical hemorrhage. Yeah, right. Matthews hesitated, then went on, and since the fingers are going to be pointing and will have to land on somebody. Do you think? Matthews thought a moment, then said, set it up. John grinned and opened the case. It could take a while. I don't have a cameraman, so our TV lights illumined the wall of the reception area in the Human Life Services Center. Seated in shadow, a silhouette in front of their hot, white glow, Mary was talking honestly and directly with Leslie Albright, reporter for News 6, as a television camera perched on a tripod beside Leslie captured it all. Mary's real name was Cindy Danforth. She was 18, black, and insecure, but had some new friends. She'd recently spoken with Shannon Duplius by telephone. They'd shared their fears, wounds, and sorrows, and the healing process had begun for them both. The greatest balm for Cindy was just finding someone else who could identify with her experience, especially her experience at the Women's Medical Center. But Shannon was not the only supporting influence that had brought Cindy to this point. Rachel Franklin, the waitress who first told John and Carl about Annie, was right there in the room at this moment, behind Cindy 100%. Mrs. Westfall had introduced Rachel and Cindy to each other only yesterday, and now they were like sisters. Again, they had an experience, a particular place, in common. Deanne Brewer was also there, a loving mother who actually understood and accepted everyone as they were and where they were. Also, the fact that she was Annie's mother evoked a deep and warm respect from the girls. They'd welcomed Deanne into their lives. So now, even though the camera would see only her silhouette, the protective screen from the last visit was gone, and Cindy faced Leslie Albright directly to tell her story. The interview lasted almost an hour. Leslie asked a closing question, still using Cindy's code name. Mary, why have you come forward to tell us your story? What do you hope to accomplish? Cindy spoke in a timid voice, but had a firm grip on the answer. Well, you know, I don't want to hurt anybody, and I'm not out for revenge, but, after what happened to Annie, I just have to do what I can to keep it from happening to somebody else. Hilary Slater died, and nobody said anything. So then Annie died, and now if I don't say anything about Annie, somebody else might die. Somebody has to say something, and somebody has to do something, that's all. Is there anything else you'd like to say, anything that I haven't asked? Cindy thought for just a moment. I just want to tell all the girls out there, be careful. Abortion isn't worth going through. Thank you. You're a courageous young woman. Cindy smiled shyly. Thanks. Leslie looked around at the others, at Mrs. Westfall, Rachel, and Deanne Brewer. They were all quite pleased and proud of Cindy. They began to applaud. Guess that'll do it, said Leslie, standing up to turn off the camera. Great job. Really great job. When's this gonna be on TV? Cindy asked. Leslie answered honestly. I really don't know, Cindy. It might get on TV, and maybe it never will. What matters is that it is on record. You've told your story, and someday it will hopefully make a difference. Rachel was matter of fact. It might not be news. Leslie encouraged them, but it is still the truth, and someday people are going to know. That's why we're doing any of this, said Mrs. Westfall. That's why Shannon talked on camera back east, and why Mr. and Mrs. Brewer did an interview. Someday the story's going to be heard, but first we have to tell it. Leslie reached through her carry bag. That reminds me. I got a copy of Shannon's interview today, and she said to be sure you got a copy. She pulled out a VHS cassette and gave it to Cindy. Cindy received it but looked troubled. We don't have a VCR. Mrs. Westfall offered, you can use ours. Rachel asked, I'd like to see that myself. Well, you can all watch it, said Leslie. Shannon wants you to see it. And by the way, she'll be coming back in a few days. She's withdrawing from Midwestern. She wants to go to school here like she originally planned. So you'll all have a chance to meet each other. Mrs. Westfall asked, do you think there's any possibility of legal action? There just seems to be so much information coming out now. Deanne shrugged. We just aren't sure yet. We're thinking of getting everyone together to talk to Aaron Hart, the lawyer. If getting on TV doesn't work, maybe going to court will. Oh, Cindy remembered it too. Oh yeah. Just a minute. She went back into Mrs. Westfall's office, rummaged through her school books, and came back with a wrinkled, slightly torn, original green copy of the post-operative instructions from the Women's Medical Center. I always kept it in case something went wrong later on. I didn't know what was gonna happen. Leslie reached into her carrying bag and took out the copy she'd gotten from Shannon Duplius. The two were identical, with the clinic's name, address, and telephone number clearly printed at the top. Bingo. It could be a music video. Amid stage smoke, pulsating, hot-colored lights, and bare-chested male dancers slick with sweat, Anita Diamond, rock music legend and poser for porn, high kicks, jerks, and swivels her way through a bombastic song and dance routine, wailing something about not touching her body unless she asks you to, and if you make her happy, you'll see what she can do to you, yeah. The speaking voice of Anita Diamond rises as the music soundtrack falls. This is Anita Diamond, coming to you free and easy. I know what I want out of life, and so do you. Lap dissolve. Now Anita walks down the long aisle of an empty concert hall, dressed in her trademark black leather, a cocky tilt to her head as if one earring weighs several pounds. I'm free to sing and make you happy because I was free to choose. Sure, I had an abortion. I wasn't afraid of it then, and I don't regret it now. Someday I'll have a family, but right now I'm making music and making love with you, and that's me, you know. She spins in a hot dance step, then prances up the aisle, the huge stage. Behind her, the camera dollying back in pace with her. That's what I like about Hiram Slater, your governor. He wants people like me to be free to be all we can be, and he's one governor who won't slow you down. So keep Hiram working for you, and we'll all take life in our own hands, call our own shots, and do it. Lap dissolve back to the thunderous, hot, song and dance number on. Freeze frame. Title above Anita's grimacing face. Hiram Slater cares about women. Small title across bottom of screen. Paid for by the committee to re-elect Governor Slater, Wilma Benthoff, chairperson. Ben Oliver dropped the pile of notes, news copy, and several videotapes onto his desk with a definite fap, and then backed away just a little to stare at it, at a loss for words, for just a moment. Then the words came, few of them repeatable, ending with, "What the n% at hash is going on here?" It was Monday, October 14th, just a little after 1 in the afternoon. People were returning from lunch, but Ben had remained in his office going through all this stuff, and now he was agitated, to put it mildly. John stood in the doorway of Ben's office, waiting to hear Ben's reaction to the materials he and Leslie had gathered, including the interviews with Shannon Duplius, Cindy Mary Danforth, Pathologist Drive, Harlan Matthews, Pathologist Drive, Mark Denning, Marilyn Westfall, and last but not least Max and Deanne Brewer. From where John stood, Ben's reaction seemed pretty strong. He was pacing back and forth like a steel ball in a pinball machine, sort of bouncing from his desk to the opposite wall, then to the bookshelf by the door, and then back to the desk. "Looks like you've seen it all," John prompted. "Just finished watching the Brewer interview," Ben replied, and then took the Lord's name in vain. "He has been helpful in putting this together." "Yes," said John. "Sorry. I know you're religious." "Okay." Ben pulled a pen from his shirt pocket and stuck it in his mouth, a mannerism that showed he was nervous and missed the pipe he had given up some time ago. He even fumbled absent-mindedly in his pocket for matches until he caught himself. "When was that big speech by the governor?" "Last week, last Wednesday, to be exact," John assisted. "Yeah, last Wednesday. Just last Wednesday the governor makes his big confession, says he didn't know about the abortion and he's proud of it, didn't want to know, still doesn't want to know." Ben swore again. "Do you know how much his committee's paid for ads on this station? It's frightening. He is working hard to smooth this thing over, and we are doing the best we can to oblige him. Are you aware of that?" "Yes, sir. We broadcast those. What the n% hash dollar are they?" Hiram Slater cares about women, ads, every few minutes, every commercial break, it seems. He cares about women, he cares about women, he cares about women. I'm ready to kick the tube in, and it is my own station. That goofball's using us, that's what we have become, in one high-priced week, the city's premier purveyors of political horse crap. Ben flopped into his chair and glared at the videotapes in front of him. "And it is all your fault, isn't it?" "Ha!" He had just a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. "Slater's running, isn't he? He's trying to beat you to the punch and say it all first." "I believe that's exactly what he's doing." Ben looked past John into the newsroom. "And I don't hear anybody complaining. Nobody's asking questions. Nobody's wondering, what's the matter with those doctors? Are they stupid? Worse yet, I don't hear anybody saying, well, what's he telling us this for? Who asked him?" Ben chuckled and shook his head. "No, he's running, with his pants down, and he's gonna trip if he isn't careful." John asked, "I take it you're buying the story?" Ben's smile weakened in slow, steady increments until it had vanished from his face. He looked out the glass again into the newsroom. John, I'd love for life to be simple. I'd love to go out there and tell everybody, it happened, so let's report it, but you can bet your little hiney the rules are gonna change while the words are still in my mouth. John expected this. Well, it is going to come out somehow. I just figured you'd like to see it. Ben built up to another burst of anger and then exploded with a curse. Ben was not frustrated and angry with John, but he couldn't help raising his voice anyway and making John the brunt of it. Does our accounting department know it? Does Lauren Harris know it? He and the governor are friends, remember? What about Tina Lewis and all those people on the news staff applauding the governor when he gave his speech, huh? Do they know it? John leaned over Ben's desk. Ben, a young, poor, black girl is dead. Because. Ben bolted from his chair in a burst of anger. I am not stupid, mister. I've got eyes, I've got ears, and I hope I still have brains. He pointed over John's shoulder. Close that door, I don't need all those big ears out there listening in on us. John closed the door. John, you and I are sitting in the middle of a big threshing machine. That gobbles up truth and then packages and sells it and is very concerned about the quality and salability of its product. He calmed a little, his anger displaced with a depressing regret. We're talking News 6, Channel 6, the business, the entity, the outfit we all work for, with bosses and paychecks and policies, and… Ben threw up his hands. And why am I telling you all this? You've already been through it once with the Brewers. I'm sure you remember that. That's why I think you owe me, Ben, if I may be so bold. And not just me. You owe the Brewers. Those people trusted us once, and we let them down. We owe it to them. We owe the people out there the truth. Ben faced the wall just to get away from John's gaze so he could sort out the situation. It didn't take long. He turned, looked once more at the pile on his desk, and said quietly, I'll see what I can do. John nodded. He understood Ben's limitations. That's good enough for me, Ben. Ben held up his finger. On one condition. What? Ben sighed as he fell back on the old axiom of news reporting. We still need to get the governor's side of all this. John expected to hear that, but he didn't especially like it. As if we haven't already heard his side. There are several deaths, if Denning's right. That he's put politics ahead of his own kid. That maybe he doesn't care about women as much as his slick ads say he does. That is a clever but bald-faced liar. John, there are all kinds of nasty inferences to be drawn from this story. The governor should have his chance to reply to any and all of them, if we're going to play fair. John acquiesced. If we're going to play it fair, by the book, I suppose. You're right. But I'll call him. Cuss me out if you want, but I'm gonna have some control of this thing. I want to hear from the man myself before I stick my neck out, and definitely before I let you bring the station heads down on us. John took a moment to accept that and then closed the conversation. Then I'll get to work on the 5 o'clock. Thanks for your time and involvement, Ben. You're welcome. Just don't let it happen too often. At that moment Leslie Albright and Detective Bob Henderson were sitting in the station's client viewing room, a small conference room where clients who bought advertising could view their commercials, approve or disapprove, haggle, and swing deals. Leslie managed to find a time when the room would be free and chose to use it instead of the glass cubicles down in the editing department where the editing staff, and anyone else who wanted to, would see what they were watching. They were seated on comfortable, padded chairs, their eyes directed to the large television monitor built into the dark cabinetwork against the wall. As Leslie operated the tape player, fast-forwarding, pausing, rewinding, and searching through the footage of the governor's kickoff rally, Henderson kept eyeing the crowd, looking for a familiar face. I want to tell you, this was an awful experience, she said as they viewed Leslie herself standing before the camera trying to do her stand-up and looking extremely nervous, her hair tousled, holding her ground as a sea of enraged humanity boiled and bubbled behind her, and one lone man stood above the crowd, shouting words no one could hear. Then the Leslie on the screen started talking. John Wilson gaining support. The governor has proven he has supporters too, as you can see by the vast crowd behind me. Henderson laughed. Supporters. They're about to riot. Leslie fast-forwarded a little. I think the fight started right after I did my outcue for John. Let's see, right about here. The Leslie on the tape almost shouted her cue line over the hubbub of the crowd. So, John and Allie, this campaign could be an exciting roller coaster ride for both candidates, and the whole thing. Someone screamed. The whole thing begins in just a few minutes. Okay, said Leslie. There. You see them. Henderson jumped from his chair and got close to the screen as the two new bodies appeared in the crowd, swinging at people and starting the fighting. Yeah. There's Cannon right there. He pointed to Ted Cannon, recognizable by his greasy black hair and tattooed arms. And now, who's this other guy? Roll it forward. Leslie inched the tape player as the crowd and the two thugs moved in. Jerky stop motion. It looked like an instant replay of a free-for-all. Then the two thugs moved behind the big, on-screen Leslie for a moment. Come on, said Henderson. Leslie moved the tape forward a little more quickly. I think they do. Come out on the other side. They did eventually, helped on their way by a gigantic black man. Well, said Henderson. Max in action. More jerky stop motion. Ted Cannon grabbed a woman by her hair and flung her sideways. Right behind him his associate jerked backward, Max Brewer's hand grabbing his shoulder and turning him around for a haymaker to the jaw. Hold it, said Henderson. Leslie stopped the tape. Thug number 2 was in full view now, his face held high and visible thanks to Max's grip on him. Henderson snapped his fingers. HMPH. Okay. I know who that is. Howie Metzger. I had a hunch it would be him. Ted and Howie are like salt and pepper shakers. You hardly see one without the other. I'm going to put out a book. Henderson laughed. I'll tell them to look for a hood with a broken jaw. Leslie stopped the tape player. And what do you think you'll find? Anyway, Henderson gave a slight shrug. Oh, more info on Howie's buddy Ted. And who knows? Maybe. Chapter 30. Ben Oliver had the door closed to his office when he placed the call to the governor. Of course, his call did not go directly through. He had to talk to a switchboard operator and then the receptionist secretary in the executive offices who gave him a bit of a runaround before he told her the nature of his business. She then connected him with Miss Rhodes, the governor's personal secretary. This is Ben Oliver, news director at Channel 6. We're preparing to do a story on the governor, and I need to present the story to him for his comment. Miss Rhodes was polite, but Ben knew she would be unbending. Any inquiries from the press are handled either by his campaign manager, Wilma Benthoff, or by his chief of staff, Martin Devon. I believe Mr. Devon is in. Shall I ring his office? Sure, go ahead. Another secretary answered. Mr. Devon's office. Hi, this is Ben Oliver, news director at Channel 6. We're preparing to do a story on the governor, and I need to present the story to him for his comment. One moment. Devon's voice came on the line. Martin Devon. Ben said the whole thing again. Hi, this is Ben Oliver, news director at Channel 6. We're preparing to do a story on the governor, and I need to present the story to him for his comment. Channel 6. Devon didn't sound too happy. That's right. News 6. We're putting a story together on the governor. And what kind of story? Ben noted Devon's sharp tone. Yeah, Barrett and Albright had exposed some nerves over there, all right. Well, you be the judge, but some of it gets kinda personal, and perhaps the governor would like to hear it for himself. Devon paused, apparently thinking it over. Just a minute. He put Ben on hold for several minutes. Ben used the time to rehearse what he would ask. Whomever he talked to, he expected the experience to be somewhat unpleasant. Devon came back on the line. Mr. Oliver, the governor will talk to you. Please hold. Well, what do you know? Ben got his pen ready, not to chew on, but to scribble notes. Yes, this is Governor Slater. He didn't sound too happy either. Governor Slater, this is Ben Oliver, news director at Channel 6. We're working on a possible news story regarding the true cause of your daughter Hillary's death and your knowledge of that true cause, and, well, considering the delicate nature of the story, we'd like to discuss it with you and give you an opportunity to comment. The governor's tone was sharp. Mr. Oliver, I've said all I'm going to say about that. I know you covered my address to the Women's Citizen League, and in that address I shared as much personal information as I thought necessary. If it is all the same to you, I'd prefer you just be content with that. Well, you need to know that we have since uncovered some additional information, and in the interest of fairness I'd really like to discuss it with you before we go any further. Would you be agreeable to that, sir? What information? Ben consulted his notes. Well, first of all, we've been able to establish that you knew about the abortion all along and that the Warfarin story was essentially a cover-up that you had full knowledge of and approved. Ben waited for a reaction. There was none. Would that be accurate? The governor seemed remarkably calm, cold but calm. What else? We've been able to establish that Shannon Duplius, Hillary's best friend, was a witness and party to the abortion, and that you and your office put financial and psychological pressure on her to remain silent about it. That got a direct curse from the governor, and then he demanded in an angry tone, "What else? I understand this could be difficult for you, sir." Ben was trying to maintain as nice a manner as he could, but there seemed to be no way to avoid the governor's wrath. He rubbed his brow nervously and continued. What else could he do? We've also been able to establish which abortion clinic was responsible, and we've discovered that only a month after Hillary's death at least one other girl died in the same clinic. Now there was a deathly silence. Hoo boy, thought Ben, that had to hurt. Were you aware of that, sir? Then the governor cursed slowly, employing whole phrases. What kind of a cheap, supermarket tabloid stunt is this? You think for 1 minute people are going to believe that crap? Well, as I said, this is a rather tedious story, and that's why I'm calling to discuss it with you, to get your comment. Get your side of it. What does Lauren Harris have to say about this? I haven't discussed it with him yet. This is pretty fresh material, it just came across my desk, and I'm trying to get some things nailed down first. I thought I'd get your reaction and perhaps set up an interview so you can respond. Would you be interested, Mr. Governor? Is John Barrett behind this? Well, why hide it? Yes, sir, this is a story he's been working on, he and one other reporter. Now the governor cussed out John Barrett. I should have known, that little pretty boy TV star and his kooky, bigoted father. It must run in the family. Ben scribbled that quote down. Should I consider that a quote? A response. Slater exploded. Lay off the objective reporter routine, Oliver. You don't think I know what you're doing. You don't think I know what Barrett's up to. Perhaps you'd like to discuss this with John Barrett and review the material is gathered. I'm talking to Lauren Harris about this. This has gone far enough. Well, perhaps you'd like to hear some more detail. A clock. John looked up and immediately knew there was trouble. What's happening? Ben bent close and talked quietly. I just talked to the governor. John could see the answer in Ben's face but asked anyway. How'd it go? I'm on my way to the restroom to wash my ear out. But tell me, do you have copies of all that stuff you gave me? Yeah, we copied everything. The tapes too. Yeah. Ben nodded with satisfaction. Good. Keep em in a safe place, will you? There's no telling what'll happen to this story in the next hour or so. He straightened up and looked around the newsroom, his domain. I'll be in my office. I'm expecting a call from Lauren Harris any moment. Ben went back toward his office, tapping Leslie on the shoulder as he passed her desk. Better finish up your work quick. You're going to be busy on something else today. 2 floors up, Lauren Harris, short in stature but imposing in position, slammed down the telephone, took just a moment to brew up some appropriate and professional demeanor, and then grabbed up the phone again, banging out Ben Oliver's number. He'd just heard from Governor Hiram Slater. Slam. Tina Lewis put down her phone, incensed. She needed a moment to regain control. She sat in her chair, trying to do some deep yogic breathing, think of beautiful ocean beaches, anything. But all she could visualize was tearing out John and Leslie's hair by the roots. Finally she decided she should be upfront, direct, honest, and confrontational, and she bounded from her office to have words with Ben Oliver. She'd just heard from Chief of Staff Martin Devon. Hal Rosen the weatherman knew the forecast was going to be pleasant, outdoors. But in the newsroom it didn't take weather radar or a satellite to see some dark clouds gathering. They were moving right past the weather desk, in full view. First came Ben Oliver, walking tall and alone like Gary Cooper in high noon, heading back to his office as if he would be facing death. Oh, here came Tina Lewis, bursting from her office with her weight so far forward he was afraid she would crash right on top of him instead of making that sharp right turn toward Ben's office. Phew. She made the turn. At least Ben would catch all that thunder. And not Hal. Tina got to Ben's door and waited, leaning against the doorpost on one foot, the other swinging in little circles and punching holes in the carpet. Ben was on the phone. Then he came out of his office again, carrying some papers and videotapes. She started whispering something to him with such force that he grimaced and turned his head to protect his ear. Come on, Hal heard him say. We're meeting Lauren Harris up in the viewing room. And away they went, around the corner and out of sight, Tina still whispering, and Ben trying to hold her off until they got upstairs. Lauren Harris. Now this was going to be weather. Lauren Harris had done many a Channel 6 editorial, and on camera his manner had always been studious, reserved, and proper. Now, as he stood before the gathering in the client viewing room, his suit coat buttoned, his tie subdued in color and straight in knot, and his posture exuding dignity, he was trying very hard to maintain that image, to look like the man in control, the wielder of power, now deigning to descend into the sweating, groaning galley of the ship. John and Leslie had just come up from the newsroom and joined Tina and Ben at the small conference table. They could feel the tightly wound tension in the room, locked into that narrow gaze that meant a toe-to-toe tangle, and Tina was into her trait cougar role. As for Lauren Harris, he would not have appreciated being described as shaken and discomfited. It would have been better to say he was approaching a power of conviction and a fervency of delivery they'd never seen before, and should pray they would never see again. He glared at them, one by one, looking for weakness, testing for guilt. Then he spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a choice before us, an immediate question of agenda. Do we settle this quickly and professionally, with the best interests of Channel 6 at heart and our emotions and personal views safely in check, or do we take off the gloves and let our feelings totally disrupt the orderly process so that we get nowhere? Decide now which it will be. He looked at them, and they looked at each other. There were no outbursts, but neither were there any concessions. Each person stood his ground. Harris made the choice for everyone. We will settle this matter quickly and professionally and then continue with our normal business. Understood. Leslie said, understood. John nodded. Tina glared holes in the table. Ben just looked out the window. Harris proceeded. Now, John and Leslie, for your information, the rest of us have seen excerpts of the video and have perused your notes, and there is no question that this is going to be a delicate matter not only for the governor but for this station. And for women everywhere. Tina muttered, still glaring holes in the table. Excuse me. Nothing, sir. Harris let it slide. For your information, I've just had a conversation with Governor Hiram Slater, and he was. Harris showed a slight grimace at the memory. He was furious, he was indignant, he used an abundant amount of profanity, and he made as strong an "Are you going to kill the story, sir?" John asked. Tina hissed, "There's no story to kill. This isn't a story. This is trash." Harris cut 'em both off. "I will finish what I have to say, thank you very much." They looked his way. The governor has his opinion about all this, naturally. He's convinced that we're about to do a very damaging story about him, something slanderous to himself and his family, and he put my feet to the fire, suggesting in the strongest terms that we were doing this only because this is an election year and he's right in the middle of a campaign. He accused us of pursuing a political hatchet job, a suggestion I find revolting and offensive, and I told him so. Nevertheless, he then went on to bemoan how he once trusted us, how he always thought our station had a favorable position toward him, or at least an unbiased position, and asked how I, being his friend, could tolerate such sleazy, muckraking, gossip-mongering reporters on my news staff, including. He looked at Ben, my news director. Ben raised an eyebrow but held his peace. Tina crossed her arms and smirked at John and Leslie. Had she been a schoolgirl she would have been sticking out her tongue. John and Leslie just waited to see what direction Harris was going. Harris continued, "So, ladies and gentlemen, I now find myself in a substantial bind, caught between the ideals of journalistic freedom and the higher ideals of friendship, decorum, restraint. Pragmatism," Ben suggested. Harris didn't like the contribution but couldn't disagree. Perhaps. Ben was ready to push it, and he did. "The governor's your friend, you voted for him." He shot a glance at Tina, like most of the news staff did, and the only bias that ever gets caught around here and condemned is bias against Slater and his kind of politics. Couple that with the bucks he's pouring into this station for all that slick advertising, and you've got yourself a Teflon governor we don't want to stick anything to. Excuse my frankness, sir, but that's the way I see it. Harris didn't receive that well. "I take it you think we should run the story, Ben." "You're darn right I do. This is a big story. It has everything to do with has any respect for the public's ability to think." Tina wasn't about to let this slide by. "Mr. Harris, I think the real bias here is obvious. This is utter madness. It isn't news." Ben shot back, "It's news. Get used to it. It's trash. It is slanderous and damaging, and what purpose could any of it possibly serve anyone? So the governor's daughter died from one unfortunate accident. He's already revealed that. He's freely admitted it to the world. Freely admitted." Leslie jumped on that. "Mr. Harris, he only went public with that information because he knew we were about to, and he didn't tell the whole story, not at all. He told enough. It's his life, his privacy. Why drag it all out again? What's the point?" "I think the point is obvious. If present policies and laws allow this to happen, there is nothing wrong with the present laws. The laws are in place to protect privacy." Fortunately, there was a table between them, though Leslie seemed about to jump over it. "You mean to protect that clinic and Dr. Huronic and any other quacks out there. All right, ladies," Ben cautioned. Well, so much for objectivity. Tina shouted without reserve. This is a hatchet job. She turned to Harris. This is a hatchet job. It's sleaze, pure and simple. Tina. Ben cautioned more loudly. She was virtually screaming for help. Mr. Harris, you've got to do something. Quiet. It was Lauren Harris who shouted that. No one could believe it. They all fell silent immediately. Harris began to tap the table with his finger rapid fire as he spoke. Slowly and deliberately. This is what we are up against, people. A story that inflames, divides, tears the scabs off old wounds, that disrupts my news department. Governor who cares more about politics than the safety of his own family, or anybody else for that matter. There's another girl dead because he tried to bury this, and another girl who's been virtually scared into silence. Harris had heard enough. Ben. And you're gonna stick up for this guy. You're gonna bury this just for him. If you bury this, you're just as bad as he is. Ben. Ben stopped. That will be more than enough. John raised his hand. Sir, there's something we haven't brought up yet. And that's the matter of the Brewers. They were simply trying to find out the true cause of their daughter Annie's death when this station did a story on them that virtually portrayed them as pro-life invaders of privacy trying to weasel their way around the laws. It was a terrible injustice toward them. It was a factual and reliable piece. Tina objected. Oh, right, Leslie said with a leer, totally objective and unbiased. Tina spat right back. I'm sorry if the story did not favor your position. Oh, that reminds me. Leslie dug through the notes on the table and produced Drive. Mark Denning's autopsy report. Here, executive news producer. She slapped it down on the table in front of Tina. I still remember how you made such a big deal about the Brewers having no bona fide autopsy report to prove what killed their daughter. You may consider this bona fide autopsy report shoved up your nose. That brought along enough silence from Tina for Harris to interject. John, your point. As I told Ben, we owe it to the Brewers to finish their story. The first time they came up dry, they didn't find out anything. Now all the facts are assembled. Their daughter died on May 26 after undergoing an abortion at the Women's Medical Center on May 24. We have a witness, we have documents, we have a pathologist, and he nodded toward the autopsy report Tina refused to look at, a complete autopsy report. We can prove it all. And this is the second victim of the clinic, Hillary Slater being the first. They're both dead, aren't they? Ben asked. Harris seemed to be softening. He was obviously thinking about it. Tina spoke in desperation. Mr. Harris, please don't let them run this story. It just isn't worth the horrible damage it will do. Tell that to Hillary and Annie. Leslie was quick to say. Tina lashed back with, if you don't stop. Her hand actually raised as if it would strike. She stopped herself, settled back in her chair, and covered her eyes with her hand. I'll hear what you have to say, Tina, said Harris. When Tina lowered her hand from her face, her eyes were watery. She looked at Leslie and John, her eyes burning with anger and pain. It was as if her hardened emotional armor had worn thin from the onslaught and something deeply human was finally showing through. You people keep talking like somebody did some horrible thing. Mistakes can happen. But women have a right to do what they have to do, and it simply is no one else's business. Ben asked, Tina, do you need a break? No, thank you. You sure? I said no, thank you. John caught her eye. Tina, for whatever this is worth, I want you to. No, I understand. I really do. I know where your pain is coming from. She cursed him. You religious bigots are all alike. What right do you have to judge me? Harris intervened. No one is judging anyone. We are trying to judge the newsworthiness of this story, that is, if we can keep our own feelings separate from the deliberations. Tina didn't seem to hear him. She was still looking at John with both hurt and hatred in her eyes. I didn't do anything wrong. John knew he'd heard her say it herself, the outward Tina, the one sitting across from him, and both of them knew what Tina was talking about. A tear escaped her eye and ran down her face as she said it again, looking directly at John. I didn't do anything wrong. Ben broke in. Tina gave Ben a quick, obligatory glance as she recovered quickly and deliberately, getting her armor snugly back in place. Then, upon wiping her eyes and nose with a tissue, she summarized her position. The story, the information, is inflammatory and prejudicial. It is long, long after the fact, lacks currency, and is therefore irrelevant. And as executive news producer I consider it far outside the bounds of propriety. For these reasons, and others, I do not consider it news, and I see no way that a story of this nature would be in the best interests of Channel 6. Harris seemed affected by Tina's words, and perhaps by her emotion. I would tend to agree with that. Ben countered, so we're just going to look the other way and let the governor lie, is that it? Tina found fresh rage. We are not here to judge the governor's character. We are here to report what has happened. Ben jumped all over that. What's happened, Tina? What's happened? So all right. Let's run the story. Harris offered. Ben, now wait a minute. Don't you think the governor's met us halfway on this? He's come out in public and revealed some very sensitive information on his daughter. He's essentially opened the bedroom doors of his home for public viewing. Pardon me, but isn't that about it? In all honesty, people, isn't that enough? Hasn't the governor opened himself up enough and borne enough pain? It seems to me he's answered every reason you want to run this story. He's revealed how his daughter really died, and he's promised to look into the safety of abortion clinics. Leslie reiterated, he's running. I'm convinced of it. He's trying to cover his tracks by getting the jump on us. Which in itself is another reason not to run this story, said Tina. This is still another way in which the story is after the fact. It'll be old before it gets on the air, and, really, after everything the governor has already done to make the whole matter public, we're going to sound like we're eating sour grapes, like we're flinging mud at his backside now that he's passed us in doing the right thing. She appealed to Harris. Really, I think the dignity and credibility of Channel 6 are at stake here. John insisted, but we're overlooking. We'll be just as bad as he is. He covered it all up for political reasons, and won't we be doing the same thing? It wouldn't be right. Harris leaned toward him. John, you can moralize about the proper path for this station to take, but you need to remember, it is part of my job to be sure this station survives. And in that light, the governor's public confession may have to be adequate for us. Yes, Tina almost whispered, just barely pounding the table with her fist. Yes, yes. He's confessed nothing. John argued. He's taken a shameful and regrettable situation and turned it into a symbol, a rallying point for his political agenda. There's no remorse, no regret, no confession of wrong. He's not being truthful, sir, and if we let this go we won't be truthful either. We have an obligation to the truth, whether we like it or not, whether it hurts us or not, whether it benefits our own pocketbooks or not. John drew a breath and delivered his next words with extra punch. We have to do the right thing. Leslie agreed, repeating the phrase, yeah, the right thing. Harris unbuttoned his suitcoat. It was getting a bit stuffy in the room. And he was definitely getting hot under the collar. Mr. Barrett, freedom of the press means we have just as much freedom to remain silent as we have freedom to speak. John had the strange sensation he was mimicking his father as he replied, Sir, I don't have that freedom. He could sense he was saying too much, pushing his bounds, but the words seemed to jump out of him. It is hard to explain, sir, but I've been through a lot this past month or so, and, if you can accept this, sir, I feel an obligation toward God to be as honest as I can. I'm human, sir, and I'll admit the truth can be painful at times, and even a little elusive, but, as best as I can, I must speak the truth and address things as they are. I don't feel I have any right to take the truth and cut it up, rearrange it, select what I want and delete what I want just so it'll align with my politics or my accounting department. Mr. Barrett. Harris had heard enough, and now he was leaning, with his hands on the table, casting the shadow of disfavor over John. Better remember, you are only those things because this station, this business entity, made you those things, and not for your benefit, but for ours. Our benefit, our ratings, our advertising dollars, our profit margin. Mr. Barrett, regardless of your obligations to God, you need to keep in mind that first and foremost you are an employee of this organization. An employee. And I expect all employees to have not their own nor God's but this station's best interests in mind at all times. He stepped back from John to address them all. We all have our convictions and our ideals. We all have our feelings about what journalists have a right to print and say. We all like to spout about the First Amendment and freedom of the press. But let me introduce you to the real world. Freedom of the press belongs to him who owns the press, and Mr. Barrett, and the rest of you, that's me. I run this press. As long as you work for this press, freedom of the press stops. He pointed at his nose, right here. It stops with your boss, your paycheck. In the final analysis, the truth doesn't call the shots here. The truth doesn't matter. I call the shots, and what I want matters. Right now, that's the only truth you need to deal with. Ben cut in before anyone else could. Lauren, Mr. Harris, sir, perhaps. We've heard John and Leslie's positions clearly enough, and the afternoon's getting on. Why don't we let them go back to their work while the three of us finish this? Harris looked at John and Leslie with an expression that indicated he was quite tired of their company. I think that would be an excellent idea. The doors to the viewing room closed behind John and Leslie. Chapter 31. John and Leslie gave at least token service to their work, going through the mechanics of editing their materials for the evening newscasts. Leslie was doing a story on a battle between loggers and environmentalists and a night-long hearing that brought no firm results. It was almost a same old story, and the copy was sounding same old. As for John, well, the 5 o'clock looked good, the script felt tight and well-paced, there were no big problems with it. In other words, compared to the story now being chewed on, poked at, dissected, pushed, pulled, and ultimately decided upon upstairs, this stuff on their computer screens was not that engaging. Oh, there was Tina Lewis, walking briskly into the newsroom, not making eye contact with anyone, not even allowing her face to turn in his direction. When she went by Leslie's desk, she picked up some extra speed and kept her eyes straight forward. Leslie shot a glance at him, her eyebrows soaring in surprise. Could this be a good sign? Tina disappeared into her office and closed the door with a loud slam. One would think that was a good indicator that she had not prevailed in her desire to kill the story. And yet, John felt trouble in his spirit. He knew, and he felt it was from the Lord, that the decision was in some ways favorable and in some ways not. He turned back to his computer, took a deep breath, and prayed for just a moment, silently, not even closing his eyes. It didn't really matter, he told the Lord. Whatever God wanted was fine with him. Whether the story actually ran on the air was secondary. What was truly important was that John remained sensitive to what God was doing and saying, and that the truth prevail. Lord God, he whispered, I just want to be obedient for once. There was Ben, just now coming into the newsroom. George Hyame, the assignment editor. They talked a moment, and then Ben went over to Leslie's desk. Leslie, She looked up. Oh, now would come the verdict. Okay. Break it to me gently. He leaned close, his back toward the room, and particularly toward John's desk. It isn't all good news, okay? But I want you to listen carefully and do what I tell you. Yes, sir. First of all, the story's gonna run, probably tomorrow. She didn't allow herself any joy at that news, knowing the bad news was still coming. And, he looked toward Tina's office and then back at Leslie. And, I want you to take a few days off, starting right now. That hit Leslie in the stomach. What? I don't understand. I'm giving it to you straight. Tina did not want this story to go on the air, but I prevailed, after a fashion, and right now she is one hot under-thickler lady. It's gonna be an interesting next few days around here. I think all hell is gonna break loose, and, with all due respect to you, I don't want you in the middle of it, or possibly being a part of it. I think you need to lay low for a while. Of course, Leslie had to argue with him. But, Ben, that's ridiculous. He smiled, knowing better. Oh, is it now? No matter what Tina says or does, you're just going to sit quietly and take it, aren't you? You're going to be a good little girl and let Tina call all the shots and not say a word. Leslie could see his point. She tried to justify herself. Ben, I never wanted any trouble. Well, neither do I. The problem is, you're like uranium, and Tina's like plutonium, and when the two of you get together you achieve critical mass. I don't need that in my newsroom, and considering what's coming up, it is unavoidable unless I get one of you out of the picture. So let the story air first, and I'll give you a call when the coast is clear and it is safe to come back. Yeah, all by himself. And then what? He hesitated, then answered, it's too early to say. But go on, pack up your stuff and clear out right now. I don't want to see you around here until this is over, and then I'll call you. He reassured her, you're not fired, you understand. I just want you far, far away for a while. She got brave enough to protest, Ben, that story was both of ours. I worked on it too. I haven't forgotten that. So, whatever happens to John? He stopped her. Hey, nothing's happened yet. Just wait and see. Elsewhere. That's an order. John could see Leslie turn off her computer and start clearing her desk. Now Ben was coming his way. John reached and grabbed an available chair, pulling it close to his desk just in time for Ben to sit down. Ben stole a quick glance back toward Leslie, who looked right back at him with resistance in her eyes even as she continued packing. Then Ben told John, Leslie's getting clear of the situation for a few days. John watched Leslie throw some items into her carry bag and then grab her coat. I think that's a good idea, Ben. I appreciate it. So, you ready to hear the final word? It looks like the story's going to run. Ben did not appear to be sharing good news. Tomorrow, if you can get it together. I suppose I can. It'll be tough without Leslie, but I'll give it a shot. You'll have to get over to see the governor tomorrow morning. Lauren, Harris is already setting that up. Ben paused, preparing to be upfront and honest with his anchorman. He's hoping the governor will be able to talk you out of it, or scare you out of it, I don't know which. But you'll take a cameraman with you and get the governor's comments, if he has any. Then, you put the story together and we'll run it on the 5 o'clock and the 7 o'clock. You'll have 2 minutes maximum and we'll do your own lead-in and voiceover. It'll be all yours, from start to finish. Nobody else's name on it. Ben gave an apologetic shrug. Part of the deal. With Lauren. John understood. He knew. That's why you sent Leslie home, isn't it? The story's going to be buried. Ben looked away as he said, and probably you with it. He looked back at John. I don't know that for sure, but, let's face it, you're not making friends around here. You're violating the unwritten rules. That is, if you still want to go through with it. I'm not so sure I want to. I just know I have to. Why, John? You still think you owe something to the Brewers. That's part of it. But at the risk of generalizing, I feel I owe something. To everyone. I owe them the truth. Ben leaned back in his chair, somewhat forlorn. Well, we'll see how much of it they get. I swung a deal for you, but I'm not that impressed with it. Yeah, I know. John began to recount the meeting as if he'd been there. Tina was against running the story, you were for it. Harris was caught in the middle and concerned for the station and his standing with his peers. You came up with the idea, hey, as big as the story is, we can't honestly ignore it. But why not let Barrett carry the whole thing on his own shoulders, give him a fair shot at it, then tuck it away in the middle if you want, make a lot of noise on either side. If the story dies, people will forget and we're off the hook. If it turns out to be hot, we can always say we broke the story here first. In any case, Barrett and Albright will get it out of their system. All very pragmatic. Ben laughed. You have been paying attention all these years. John knew he was right on the money, but he wasn't happy about it. Kind of like a picture I saw in the mall a while ago. It would be too hard to explain, but it made me consider the fact that the media being what it is, you don't have to withhold information. You don't even have to lie that much. Just pour on enough distraction and people won't know which way to look. Ben thought that over grimly. And in that area, the gov's got a big head start on you. And I suppose he always will. But you still want to go ahead with this. John smiled at the peace he felt about it. I can do it. Like you all. Agreed in the meeting, I'll have it out of my system. I'll have done need to do. Ben probed, and, what do you think, John? Is this your concept of a sharp, in-control kind of guy, the man the public can trust to bring 'em the news with sobriety, integrity, and grit, all that stuff we talked about? A man like that would tell the truth, wouldn't he? Ben nodded. That's what I told Lauren Harris. This time they both laughed, if only to relieve the pressure. Then Ben got serious again. But, John, I get the feeling you know a lot. More than you're telling. This is no one-shot story, is it? It's leading somewhere. John sorted what he could say from what he could not. Well, Ben, to be honest. Of course. John nodded. It's leading somewhere. It's going to get bigger, a lot bigger, and it'll be interesting to see how big it has to get before it can't be swept under the carpet anymore. He chuckled. Well, I suppose you could sweep an elephant under the carpet and get away with it, as long as you keep everyone looking the other way. An elephant. Now you've got me curious. I'm sorry to do that, Ben. But right now I've got a promise going with certain parties that I won't talk about it until they've completed their work on this. Howie Metzger, small-time hood and thug for hire, sat calmly at the little table in the interrogation room, dragging on a lone cigarette and trying to maintain a cool, unshakable image while Detective Henderson's partner, Clay Oakley, read Howie his rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or sign can be used as evidence against you in a court of law. Henderson had chosen room 1027 on the top floor of the country courthouse, a 6 by 8 foot cubicle just down the hall from the jail, and known for its gloominess, with no windows except for the two-way glass in the door, its walls painted a dingy, graying yellow. He wanted the mood to be just right when they talked to Howie. Oakley finished. You have the right to exercise any of these rights at any time before or during questioning or the making of any statement. Now, do you understand these rights? Sure, said Howie. Keeping these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now? Maybe. Henderson knew Howie was probing. Howie, I saw you and your old buddy Ted on television, busting heads at the governor's rally last month. You remember that? Yeah, I remember that. We're about to extradite Ted back here on a murder rap, and he's put the finger on you. He says you were there, that you killed the old man." Howie was skeptical. "Oh, did he now?" Henderson came close to the table. "So, hey, we've played this game so many times, you know the rules. You help the prosecutor, and the prosecutor helps you. Ted's given us his side of it. We'd like to hear yours. You want to talk to us?" Howie laughed and took another drag on the cigarette. "Let's hear his side of it." Henderson flipped open his notebook and consulted some notes he'd written. "You went together to Barrett Plumbing and Fixtures looking for a tape cassette. You roughed up the proprietor, John Barrett Sr., trying to get him to tell you where the tape was. Ted says he wouldn't talk, so you, Howie, got really rough with him and finally beat him so hard you killed him." Howie shook his head. "No way. No way. Are you talking to us, Howie?" "Yeah, I'm talking to you. And you'd better be listening." "So that isn't what happened." Howie was insulted. No, 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 now that's Ted talking, man. "What do you expect he's gonna say? So where'd he go wrong?" "I didn't kill the old tape, and he wouldn't tell us where it was, so we just tried to persuade him a little." "I'd say you persuaded him a lot, so much that he died." "Hey, he had a heart attack or something. We didn't hit him that hard. We hit another old guy, and he didn't die like that." "What other guy?" "Oh, Ted didn't tell you about that." "What other guy?" Howie smiled. "See, now you're talking to the right man. I'm not holding out on you. I'm cooperating. You remember that later. The other guy, Lake. We went after him first 'cause we thought he had the tape. We cornered him right outside his house and, man, I don't remember if we hit him first or if he talked first. The guy had no guts at all, you know. Soon as we grabbed him, he started squealing, 'I don't have it, I don't have it.' I think Ted slapped him once or twice. Ted's cruel, you know. I don't go for that cruel stuff. No, of course not. But he told us right away. I gave it to John Barrett, the old guy that runs that plumbing warehouse, and he told us where the warehouse was and everything. He spilled his guts, man, so we let him go. He was a pushover." Oakley thought that was intriguing. "So, it sounds like you hardly hit him at all." "No, guess not." Henderson renewed his charge. "But you had to hit Barrett a little harder, didn't you?" "Well hey, man. So hard you killed him." Howie shook his head, indignant. "Hey, nobody killed anybody. Lake. You said the other man's name was Lake. Got a first name?" "Ah, Edward, I think. Willie said he used to be some head honcho with the government. I don't know what he did." "All right. So who dumped the pipe rack over on old man Barrett? Was that your idea?" No, it was Ted's idea." "Hey, I'm not that smart. I don't kill people for a living." "So you drove the forklift?" "Ted drove the forklift." "Man, will you quit looking at me? Ted's the killer. I'm a witness. I'm telling you what really happened. And you never found the tape. Didn't stick around to look for it. Once the old man was dead we just dumped the pipe rack and got out of there." "Who's Willie?" "Ha, you said Willie told you about Lake." "Who's Willie?" Oakley asked. "Willie Ferrini." Howie brightened. "Yeah. The fixer. Ferrini the fixer." Henderson chuckled. "The would-be godfather." Howie thought that was funny. "Yeah. Even tries to mumble like Marlon Brando. So where does he come in?" "We work for him sometimes. He's the guy who hired us to bust heads at the governor's rally, and he's the guy who sent us after Lake and that tape." "So what was on the tape? Did he ever tell you?" Howie shrugged a little. "Top secret stuff, like wiretaps, secret conversations, surveillance, that kind of stuff. Sounded big time. So who hired Willie?" Howie shrugged. "Ask Willie." Tuesday morning, at about 8:45, John and Melda Cameraman parked their white new 6 Fastback in one of the press stalls behind the Capitol building and started across the vast lawns of the Capitol Plaza toward the executive offices, a 4-story, marble and concrete complex that faced the Capitol and emulated the classic architecture of the landmarks around it. John thought the building looked rather dismal and box-like, almost as if nice offices and large windows had been installed in a parking garage, with huge pillars added in front for no apparent reason. Oh well, today he wasn't feeling too good about this place anyway. Across the plaza they went, like 2 tiny sojourners crossing a sea of green, Mel lugging the camera on his shoulder and his side, John carrying the tripod and some extra lights, as well as his notebook. They drew a few looks but only briefly. News crews were a common sight around here. John looked at his watch. The governor was expecting them at 9 sharp. They should be on time. But the walk seemed very long, not only because they were lugging the equipment, but because neither one of them was looking forward to this interview. All the way over here in the car, Mel kept saying things like, "Well, you've got guts, John, I'll hand you that," and "Yes sir, this one ain't gonna be easy," and "Hope they remember I'm just the cameraman, and what are you gonna ask him anyway?" John had an odd feeling walking toward this interview, a strange mixture of anxiety over the interview itself and how it might turn out, and exhilaration from the whole sense of adventure surrounding the story. He looked around, noticing how tiny and insignificant he and Mel looked out here in the middle of the plaza. Like ants. Very lonely ants. Yes, the loneliness was part of the adventure. It took some struggle to get the equipment through the revolving door and into the lobby. Then they had to pass through security, letting 2 guards in blue uniforms check their IDs, go through their equipment, x-ray their bags and cases, and watch them walk through the metal detector. Mel kept making the thing beep until he took off his earring. He'd chosen a rather large one today. Finally, they were inside, feeling the awe and intimidation of having breached a fortress. This was where the big people worked, the giants, the rulers and kings. Here, in these halls of marble, under these high ceilings and brass chandeliers, the holders of power made their decisions and turned the tide of history. In the movies, lofty background music always played whenever a character found himself in such a setting. John couldn't help thinking of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington with James Stewart. Then the thought Elijah the prophet confronts King Ahab struck him. And he felt the size of an ant again. When the elevator door opened at the 4th floor, it unveiled the hallowed halls of the king. An expanse, glasses on the chain around her neck facing the elevator like a guard on the ramparts, ready to ward off invaders. Over in one corner to the right a uniformed guard sat at a desk, doing nothing in particular. John introduced himself and Mel. The lady smiled and made a call. Then, from the far end of a cavernous hall, a woman appeared, walking briskly toward them, her high heels tapping out a tight little rhythm that echoed off the ceiling and floors and sounded like distant gunfire. At first she was so far away they couldn't even make out her face. But as she approached and grew steadily in size, they could discern a sharp-looking, thin woman with stare-you-down eyes and billowing, curly blonde hair. When she finally reached the reception area, she extended her hand in greeting. "Mr. Barrett, I'm Wilma Benthoff, the governor's campaign manager and head of public relations. Will you come with me please?" John picked up the tripod and lights, Mel grabbed his camera and carry bag, and they followed her down the vast hallway, walking under huge marble arches and bronze chandeliers with myriads of tiny bulbs glowing gold. Mel had worn a conventional shirt instead of his usual t-shirt, but now he was wishing he owned a tie. "There is to be no eating, drinking, or smoking anywhere on this floor. And you are not to touch any of the brass railings or fixtures, Ms. Benthoff instructed over her shoulder. Any umbrellas, canes, tools, or implements must be checked outside the chamber door except those items necessary for the interview. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The governor has granted you 1/2 hour for the interview and reserves the right to terminate the interview at any time. You must address him as Mr. Governor. You must ask your questions only when he has indicated he is ready to receive them, and you must not interrupt him when he speaks. You must frame your questions clearly and succinctly. Right on. Please observe protocol at all times, and follow the bronze hinges and handles. Ms. Benthoff put her full weight into swinging one of them open and held it steady while they passed quickly through. Now they were in the mini-kingdom of Miss Rhodes, the governor's secretary, the comfortable, well-furnished chamber that lay between the outside world and the chamber, the governor's office. Had any other mortal ever gotten this close? Miss Rhodes, a matronly, round-faced woman with hair dyed reddish-brown, rose from her desk to greet them. "I'll let the governor know you're here." She picked up her telephone, spoke very quietly, and set it down. The big oak door to the governor's office swung open with a burst of wind, and a tall, strong, handsome man emerged, jabbing out his hand in greeting. "Good morning, gentlemen," he said. "I'm Martin Devon, Chief of Staff and Special Assistant to the Governor." John and Mel each had a turn, having their whole frame shaken by his handshake. "Won't you come in?" They followed him around the last bastion, Miss Rhodes's desk, and through the big oak door, into the office of the governor. This was a wondrous room, with ornate paneling on the walls, brass hardware on every door, window, cupboard, and cabinet, a central chandelier for general lighting, ornate brass wall sconces for mood lighting, floor and table lamps positioned just so. 2 walls were lined with bookshelves full of books and fine collectibles of brass, iron, and pottery. Art hung on the walls, a huge globe stood in the corner, and through the ceiling-high window behind the governor's chair the Capitol dome rose against a blue sky, a soul-stirring symbol of honor, duty, and country. John could hear lofty, patriotic music rising in his mind, and now he felt very much like Jimmy Stewart's Mr. Smith. Mr. Devon stood to one side of the governor's desk, ready to do his bidding. Ms. Benthoff took a seat on the other side, a writing pad ready for taking notes. But where was the governor? "Gentlemen, Mr. Devon," head poking up from behind the desk. "Governor Slater. Governor Hiram Slater, the architect of the new dawn. The towering icon of progress. The fate of the state. The king atop the highest pinnacle of power." John saw a little man, no taller than 4 feet, peering out over the top of the desk, his eyes wide with fear, his little fingers gripping the edge of the desk in a death grip. "And you must be the anchorman John Barrett," came the governor's voice, somewhat high-pitched but normal for Governor Slater. John recovered from his vision in time to see the full-size governor standing behind his desk in a perfectly tailored blue, pinstriped suit, with white shirt and red tie, one hand resting on the glassy smooth desktop, the other extended toward him. John was amazed and couldn't help appearing so as he took the governor's hand and shook it. "Hello, Mr. Governor," he said, even smiling a little, not in a socially pleasant way but in relief and even amusement. The governor looked at Mel and also threw some prompting glances at Ms. Benthoff as he said, "Why don't you go ahead and set your things down for a moment? The interview is somewhat contingent at this time. I think we'll just talk first." Ms. Benthoff guided Mel to a nice area some distance from the governor's desk where he could set everything down and then placed a chair there for him to sit in. "Thank you for your patience," she said in a tone that said he'd better be patient. The governor looked at John again. "Mr. Barrett, with little time afforded us, I think we should come to an understanding in short order. Won't you sit down?" John watched as the little 4-foot Hiram backed away from him. bumped into his chair, and then ducked behind the desk. Bump. A chair came up behind John's knees, and he just about fell backward into it. Mr. Devon was quick to facilitate the governor's wishes. John sat. The governor, the real governor, sat, eyeing John for a moment. Then, leaning forward, his hands folded on the desk, he said, "First of all, I'd like to know just where you're coming from, Mr. Barrett, and why you're doing this story. Now I might be wrong in assuming this, but I'm sure you and your father have had many distracted by the realization that his eyes were open. He could see. He could really see. Only one conversation actually. It was after your kickoff rally. I was trying to tell him to leave you alone and stop preaching at you." The governor's eyebrows went up, and he exchanged a glance with Mr. Devon. "That's very interesting, Mr. Barrett, considering the approach you're taking now." John continued to build his answer. "I was embarrassed by his behavior. Most everyone knew who he was, and here I was, an up-and-coming television news anchor very concerned for my image and reputation, with a religious kook for a father." The governor said nothing but eyed John warily. John continued, figuring the governor was giving him the floor. But his religious zeal aside, as I considered the gist of what he had to say, I came to realize he had a valid point. "Mr. Governor." John tried to keep a gentle, even tone. He was venturing onto thin ice, and he knew it. "I was running scared. Running from the truth. Running from the man I truly was, hiding behind an image that portrayed me as more than I truly was. I couldn't see that Dad was just trying to warn you, all of us actually, that we're not being honest with ourselves or with others or with God. Mr. Governor, contrary to what your PR people have told you, image is not everything. It's an illusion, a trick, a lie that we even start to believe ourselves. And like Dad said, someday the image will collapse. Your image, my image. And, well, I had to ask myself, when the image collapses, will there be a real man left standing in its place?" The governor grew restless. "So please tell me what all this has to do with the story you're doing and with this interview." "The story, and this interview, have to do with truth. Dad told me once that the truth can be your best friend or your worst enemy. If you're willing to hear the truth, it might hurt a little, but you'll come out ahead, you'll benefit. If you're encasing yourself in an illusion and running from the truth, well, sooner or later it'll catch up to you, and then the blow will be a lot more severe. You may not be able to pick up the pieces." That's what Dad was trying to get across, and I've since concluded that he was right. Governor Hiram Slater sneered just a little. "And now, prying, moralizing story of yours. I've come to know the same God my father knew, and I've tried to know and live according to God's truth. That's what brought about this story. But you do realize what you're up against. A bubble. An illusion." Slater slammed the top of his desk in anger. Devon stepped forward. "Okay, that's enough. The interview's over." Slater put out his hand. "No, Martin, not yet. I'm not through with this. This self-righteous, hypocritical bigot, this. Not able to think of a greater insult," he skipped ahead. "Barrett, we're going to talk in practical terms here. We're going to be reasonable. We're going to weigh the alternatives and come to an understanding, all right? Now, what do I have? Let's just lay it out in the open. I have an ad campaign saturating every household in the state even as we speak, and it is weeks ahead of you. I've already come out publicly with the true cause of Hillary's death, and I've pledged to look into the safety standards of abortion clinics. I have the public mind on my side, way on my side. I'm on your 1-yard line, all right. Now, what do you have? Some little mud-slinging story about, what? That I knew how my daughter died in the first place but covered it up and so another girl died in the same clinic. Well, big deal. You really think anybody out there really cares? And how much time do you have to do the story? 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. Yes, I've talked to Lauren Harris. He's a friend of mine. We look out for each other, which means you'd better look out. So just imagine how much effect your little 2-minute package is going to have against all the other media saturation we've already established, not even including the paid advertisements. Hey, the papers are telling my side of the story, and so are all the other stations, and tomorrow, Barrett, so will your station. It'll be like you were never there, like you never said a word. So why do the story? That's what I want you to tell me. Why even attempt something so futile and potentially self-destructive? John could see Slater thought he was prevailing in this bout of ideas and wills, and yet, there was that little four-footer again, saying the same words but in stark terror, as if begging for his life. John slowly rose from his chair. The power, the conviction, of his words was too much for him to remain sitting. Mr. Governor, the image you have built has drawn the eyes of the people, and many of them believe the image and praise it. But the image will topple, and then, Mr. Governor, will a man remain in its place? Slater shouted at him, his face reddening in anger. Just answer my question, Barrett. Give me one good reason why you're trying to destroy yourself. John could see it even as he said it. All your life you've devoted yourself to the building of an image, and now, full of fear, you're tumbling around inside it, getting smaller and smaller. You're lost in there, but you're afraid to come out, afraid of the truth. That's why you're afraid of this story. Devon rushed forward again. Mr. Governor, you don't have to put up with this nut. John could see the little 4-foot man scream back at his special assistant, leave me alone. I can handle this. The little man looked at John, his eyes burning with anger and fear. I can handle you, anytime, anywhere. You're nothing, you hear me? Nothing. He was like a child screaming in defiance at his parents. John spoke it even as he came to know it. You will win the election, Mr. Governor. That at least stopped the escalation of the governor's anger. He backed off a little, then even forced a smile. So you admit that. But win, and serve, as what? What will you be? What will the people elect? John sat back down, pondering out loud. The Adam Bryant School has survived their involvement in the death of Hillary Slater, but, as what? Are they better people now? Have they become more human, more virtuous for having deceived others? The doctor who falsified the death certificate has survived, and his practice remains, but, as what? What has he gained that is worth surviving for? Not more integrity. Not more dignity. Not more honor. And what about the women? Now they have the right to choose, and yet, how will they find the sacredness of their brewers? All of us have survived, but none of us are richer. Just consider what we've lost. Our character, our integrity, our honor, our sacredness, and now, our children. The governor took a deep breath, straightened his spine, and responded. But I will win the election, Mr. Barrett, no matter what you try to do. You can put that on your little videotape and report it. You'll win the election, John repeated, but by a smaller margin than you're projecting now. Then he added firmly, and you'll be unable to complete your term of office. The governor looked laughingly at Mr. Devon, who broke into a mocking smile of his own. Slater asked with a sneer, "What's this? A doomsday message from the junior prophet?" John continued quietly but firmly, his eyes locked on the governor. The image will collapse, and the man inside will wither from shame. Before the governor could dismiss the words, John jumped in with some more. And here's how you'll know that the Lord has given you this message. Before you go home tonight, you'll spill coffee on yourself. The governor rolled his eyes, leaning back in his chair incredulously. Mr. Devon broke out in rude, mocking laughter. Slater's voice was cracking up with laughter as he asked, "That's it? No bolts of lightning. No earthquakes." John received more. Even he was amazed. "There's more. When you go home tonight, you'll receive a new pair of running shoes. Ah, navy blue running shoes. Now Mr. Devon approached the governor's desk, amused and not wanting to miss a thing. "Mr. Governor, we should have sold tickets. This is great." "There's more," said John, and now even Mel the cameraman was coming closer, all ears. "On Wednesday you'll discover that your chief of staff has been lying to you." Mr. Devon didn't think that was funny at all. "Are you talking about me, Barrett? I'd be careful if I were you." John looked Devon squarely in the eye and told him, "You never destroyed the tape cassette of Shannon Duplessis' 911 call. Instead you kept it in your desk, hoping to use it to further your own power. But Ed Lake stole it from your desk drawer, hoping to use it himself, and fired him. He gave it to my father." John looked at the governor, and that's how this whole news story began. Devon cursed loudly, denying the charge, then grabbed John by the arm. "That's it, buddy, you're out of here." "Hold it, Martin," ordered the governor. Devon stopped and put on a sudden grin. "Mr. Governor, this guy's a loony. He isn't making a bit of sense. I'd just as soon be rid of him." Hiram Slater's countenance was filled with rage and loathing. He glared at the prophet and said, "What else?" Devon's big hand was locked around John's arm, ready to snatch him out of his chair, but John spoke anyway. "On Wednesday you'll also learn that your other daughter, Haley, is pregnant." John saw the little 4-footer leap onto the desk, jumping and screaming like a wild dwarf, his eyes wild with fear. "Out! Out! Get away from me!" Hiram Slater was on his feet, yelling, "Of all the indecency, of all the arrogance." Devon's grip tightened on John's arm. Devon was just waiting for a word from the governor. "First your father," the governor said seethingly, his face red with fury, his body trembling, "and now you." He looked at Devon. "Get this kook out of here." John was lifted out of the chair. Devon's huge hand was crushing his arm as the chief of staff dragged him toward the door. Devon pushed the door open and practically carried John around Miss Rhodes's desk, finally releasing him just inside the huge, carved oak doors. John straightened his clothing and looked back, wondering what had become of Mel. The door to the governor's office burst open once again, and out came Mel like a man escaping a burning building. "And you can be sure Lauren Harris will hear about this," came the governor's final words over Mel's shoulder. Mel dragged all the equipment through the door as quickly as he could, hoping Mr. Devon would see he didn't need any assistance. John dashed over to help him, and Mel could only puff, "Boy, you sure got us in deep soup this time." Devon swung the big door open and held it there. "Good day, gentlemen." John let his eyes meet Devon's just one more time before they went into the hall and began to work their way back out of the king's lofty chambers. Chapter 32. In front of a bank of monitors with still pictures pasted over their screens, Allie Downs was ready for the camera, looking stunning as usual. Walt Bruchner, the late-night news anchor with the big teeth and thinning hair, looked pretty good, all made up and suited up and ready to sell the news. Marvin the photographer was back again, chubby, bearded, and fretting, all his strobes, umbrella reflectors, and floodlights in place, and just like before, he was peering through the viewfinder of his big camera on a tripod and trying to elicit the right response from his subjects. All right, gimme news, gimme action, gimme that old intensity," he chattered. Allie and Walt had some dummy scripts and looked at them. "Allie," Marvin said, waving his hand at them, "you're checking a story with Walt, checking for accuracy, okay?" Allie held her script so Walt could see it. Walt, what do you think of this? I don't trust the source. And look at that spelling. Flash. Said Walt, just how do you spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? Then he cracked up. He loved his jokes. Flash. Hey, come on, let's get serious, said Marvin. Walt read from the script. The annual ostrich egg toss was held in Veterans Park yesterday, and as always there was no winner. Yeah, that's good. Marvin kept peering down through the viewfinder. All they could see was the top of his head. Now look at me. Make me trust you. I wouldn't lie to you, said Allie in mock seriousness. Flash. They smiled. Flash. They looked at the script again. Allie close up, jotting notes. Flash. Wet your lips and smile. Flash. Lean forward, Walt. Allie, move in. Flash. Okay, turn this way a little. Closer together. Flash. Then the video shoot. Mounted cameras, handheld cameras, high angles, floor angles, close-ups, traveling shots. News in the making. Faces full of business, like the world's going to end if we don't get this story out, working, editing, rushing about, handheld shots racing through the newsroom, quick conversations, zoom-in shots of Walt, then a blurry pan, then Allie brought into focus and zoomed in some more. Intensity. Walt with sleeves rolled up, banging away at the computer, not just taking but tearing news copy from the printer, nodding in agreement with no one in particular. Allie busy at work, then consulting with a reporter over the shoulder shot, then a wry, you're not fooling me smile at someone off camera. From his office door Ben Oliver caught glimpses of the process, the same old process, but made no comment. Toward the end, while Walt and Allie strode through the newsroom toward nothing in particular while a camera dollied alongside them to catch their determined expressions and purposeful gait, he finally allowed himself one bitter expletive and went inside his office, closing the door behind him. Something was up. The whole news staff knew it. News, whether it was from reliable sources or not, rippled across the newsroom from cubicle to cubicle, through the computer system and over the phones. Leslie Albright's been canned, came one report. John is definitely history, came another. Be careful, came a warning. Lauren Harris is on the warpath, and you might be next. Walt Bruchner. Give me a break. Tina Lewis didn't seem to want to talk about it, but she did let little drops of poison slip through to the right people from time to time. From these bits and pieces the story began to develop. They tried to push through an anti-abortion story. The governor's putting on the heat. We could get burned on this one. Somebody had an abortion. Who? Who cares? Then Tina had a meeting with Rush Torrance, the 5 o'clock producer, and some of the overheard conversation regarded a story John Barrett would be doing alone that evening, something about the governor's daughter and how she died, and how the governor did nothing about it when he should have, and how another girl died in the same clinic due to the governor's negligence or indifference. Now the polarizing started. I gotta hear more about this. You don't need to. It's nobody's business, and especially not ours. You call this news. It's gossip, it is sensationalism. Pure politics, that's what it is. Man, digging up something this cheap, Barrett and Albright deserve to be canned. But what if it is true? So what if it is? That doesn't make it news. The public doesn't need to know any of this stuff. It's a political smear tactic, can't you see that? I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot cattle prod. It happened, didn't it? We don't know that. Do we even want to know? Don't you have work to do? The governor's kid died from an abortion. Oh man. Quick, where do I hide? Are you sure Barrett's doing the story? I don't want my name on it. Video. Replayed excerpts from the governor's address to the Women's Citizen League's fundraising luncheon. As stirring music rises in the background, Hiram Slater once again delivers those stirring words, a woman's inalienable, inviolable right to choose. I have not compromised on that ideal. Lap dissolved to another angle. As an army marches to victory, every soldier in the ranks knows he or she may not come back from the battle, that he, or she, may be called upon to make the ultimate sacrifice in order that those who come after can walk on ground. Camera slowly zooms in on their smiling faces. As a family, we have stood for the sanctity of privacy for all our children. I believe Hillary did what was right for her, at that time, at that place in her life, and I will stand by her proudly, even in her death. I want you to do the same. Back to Governor Hiram Slater, his words and the music reaching a crescendo. Your governor cares about women and their sacred right, and it is his desire to protect it, strengthen it, and establish it without fear or misgivings, so help me God. Applause, applause, applause. Freeze frame. The picture of Slater fades to a soft-hued portrait on parchment as the solemn words appear. Governor Hiram Slater. His pain. Your gain. Small title across bottom of screen. Paid for by the committee to re-elect Governor Slater, Wilma Benthoff, chairperson. John and Mel arrived back at the station a little before 10 o'clock. And immediately felt a certain uneasiness in the newsroom, as if they'd just returned from covering a nuclear disaster and might be contaminated. How'd it go? George Hyame asked from behind the assignment desk. When they reported in, Mel just cussed a blue streak and then reported, you should have seen it. The gov about scratched John's eyes out. George flashed a questioning glance at John. John just shrugged as he made himself a cup of coffee. I would say he was unavailable for comment. So did you get anything on camera? Mel shook his head. We didn't even get that far before he threw us out of there. By now Erica Johnson was standing there, having a professional as well as personal interest. As managing editor she was responsible for story assignments and content and needed a report on how it went and what would be available for the evening newscasts. As a person, well, she, and almost the whole newsroom, was just plain curious. So what if we— Mel took that as a cue to detach himself. I'm getting another assignment. Excuse me. John answered, well, it'll be what we discussed with Ben, a 20-minute package. I'll voice the whole thing and work in sound bites. But no reacts from the governor, I take it. What else could John say? I guess I'll just have to say he was unavailable for comment. So now you don't have reacts from the governor and you don't have anything from the Women's Medical Center either. Hey, I called them this morning, and their reaction was pretty much the same as the governor's. They couldn't throw me out, but they did hang up. The governor threw you out. Yeah, I'm afraid so. What happened? Well, before we could do the interview he wanted to talk to me about my motivations for doing the story, and so we talked about my motivations, and then we grappled over which would prevail. My obsession with truth or his obsession with image and power. And, well, the upshot of it was that he had no interest in participating in the kind of moralizing, muckraking story I was pursuing. It was his office, so he asserted his sovereignty and threw me out. Hoo boy. I suppose Lauren Harris has heard about it. Erica shook her head. Lauren Harris isn't here today. He's gone far away, and he can't be contacted. Well, that was interesting. Erica continued, which means the last avenue of appeal is closed until this is over. She sighed in resignation. So go ahead. Put it together. I've got you slotted for the 5 o'clock and the 7 o'clock. She walked away with nothing more to say, and John went to his desk to begin. The main body of the story would be pre-recorded ahead of time, with narrative and video. On the live newscast he would introduce the story with a short lead-in, then the cassette would roll, and then he would come back to do a short closing tag. According to Ben, everything— 2 minutes. 2 minutes. How could he say it all in 2 minutes? He tapped out a short list of the main points. Hillary Slater dead from abortion, already stated by Governor Women's Medical Center responsible. They refused to comment. Governor covers it up. Do we say for political reasons? Governor buys silence from Shannon Duplius. Second girl dies in same clinic. Annie Brewer. No comment as yet from Governor Slater. He felt a doubt. The question arose in his mind. So what? Maybe the governor was right. Who really cares? Maybe Tina was right. We've already covered this. Why drag it all out again? In light of everything else already said, written, and broadcast about this whole case, maybe this was a non-story. Maybe the thunder was really gone. He took a deep breath and kept going. Tap 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 tap. He put down ideas for sound bites. True cause of Hillary's death. Drive. Harlan Matthews, pathologist. Bayview Memorial Hospital. Governor knew true cause. Matthews again. Cover up, pressuring Shannon Duplius to silence. Shannon Duplius. Women's Medical Center responsible. Shannon Duplius, with post-operative instructions. Annie Brewer also died from botched abortion. Drive. Mark Denning. Pathologist, formerly at Westland Memorial Hospital. Annie died in same clinic. Cindy Danforth, eyewitness account, plus post-operative instructions. He tapped in the print command, and the printer just a few desks away began to zip off a hard copy of his notes. The printing was finished by the time he got there, and he tore off the single sheet of paper, looking it over again. 2 minutes. This was going to be one tight, rushed story. He pulled a box from under his desk and gathered up all the raw videotape they'd shot, all the interviews, establishing shots, reacts, etc. Now that he had some idea of what form the story would take, he had to review the tapes and pick out the sound bites. And he had to do it fast. I'm sorry about John Barrett Sr. I really am. I had no idea. Ed Lake poured coffee for his visitors, Detectives Henderson and Oakley, as they all sat in Lake's dining room. He'd been gone for a while, hoping to remain untainted, but no sooner had he returned than they were knocking at his door. He figured it was time to face the music while he still had some chance of calling the tune. But you feared for your own safety, Henderson countered. I won't discuss that without an attorney present. But you do understand, don't you, that I'm telling you about the tape because I want you to know who's really responsible for John Barrett's murder. And that is. Lake sipped from his coffee, buying some time to think. I guess I can't speak from personal knowledge, but consider the flow of events. First, the governor has Martin Devon go down to the fire and emergency dispatcher to secure a copy of the recorded emergency call. Why? Well, I take it you've heard the tape. I listened to it, of course, and having done so, it is easy to conclude that Slater wanted to know who made the call so he could cover his rear, if possible, which is consistent with the fact that the governor immediately became very fatherly toward this Shannon Duplius. Anybody need a refill? Oakley put his cup forward, and Lake refilled it. Lake continued, I picked all this up just keeping my eyes and ears open. They tried to keep me out of the loop, but I had my ways of worming my way in. Anyway, when it came down to that tape and what to do with it, Lake had to laugh. Governor Slater handed it to Devon and told him to destroy it. Talk about putting the fox in charge of the chickens. I saw Devon put the tape in his desk drawer. That was back before he had that nice inner office he has now, and I knew we'd never see it again. But I also knew he had no intention of destroying it. Well, Devon and I weren't getting along too well, you may have heard about that. So I decided a little insurance wouldn't hurt. I happened by his desk one day when he wasn't there, slid the drawer open, found the tape, and slipped it into my pocket. Either he never missed it or he had the upper hand. The governor had appointed him as chief of staff, and he made it his first task to fire me. So out I went, but I had that tape with me, and I intended to use it somehow. Henderson asked, but why give it to John Barrett Sr.? Lake smiled. Poetic justice, I suppose. Barrett was a thorn in the governor's side. Slater couldn't stand the guy. Everywhere he went, there was that old prophet, shouting and denouncing him and taking him to task, and I just knew, that giving John Barrett Sr. the governor's most guarded secret would be the perfect stab. You know, besides being a right-wing fundamentalist kook, Barrett was also an active pro-lifer, and the fact that his son happens to be the #1 news anchor in the city did not escape my notice either. I hired a young man to be a courier for me. He'd served papers before, for some attorney friends of mine, so I knew he was trustworthy. I believe he even disguised himself as a salesman or something, but he delivered the tape, along with a copy of Hillary Slater's death certificate, to John Barrett Sr. at Barrett's Plumbing Supply Warehouse on, I believe it was Monday, the 9th of September. I was accosted by hired thugs the very next day, just outside my home. Here, and they demanded the tape and threatened me with bodily harm if I didn't produce it. Lake shook his head and laughed at himself. You never know how you'll react in such a situation. I did remember a crime prevention show I watched once where they said, if someone tries to hold you up, don't resist, just let him have your wallet. Your wallet isn't worth your life. I guess I adapted that idea and quickly gave them the information they needed, figuring it wasn't worth my life. I told them where they could find the tape, and they left me alone after only a few blows to the face. Anyway, gentlemen, I find no difficulty in deducing who sent the thugs. They came for the tape. Now who do you suppose would want it? Only Martin Devon. Then he looked down at the table forlornly. But I am truly sorry about John Barrett Sr. If he'd taken the course of action I chose and simply given them what they wanted. Henderson and Oakley had heard enough for now. They'd jotted it all down. I'll be here. Up in the editing room, a tight, busy place that resembled a miniature mission control at Cape Canaveral. The editors were working intensely at their consoles and television monitors, putting together the stories for the evening newscasts, electronically selecting, cutting, pasting, and forming a quick, instant, encapsulated TV reality to be played during the 48 minutes of airtime for the 5 o'clock and 22 minutes for the 7 o'clock. It was a marvel to watch, as images and sound bites were selected from the raw video and joined with the spoken copy to form an audio-visual package. One editor was assembling a cops and speeders story, following the script given him by the reporter who'd covered it. The reporter had already recorded his narration in several different takes, and the editor had assembled the good takes into a smooth stream of narrative, recording it all on one track of the cassette that would be used that evening. Now he was adding the images to be matched to the narrative. The reporter had written into the script the exact images he'd selected from the raw tape to insert behind his words, along with the electronic time code imprinted on the tape by the camera's recorder that would tell the editor exactly where on the tape to find the required footage. The red pickup led police on a high-speed chase up I-5 for 3 miles. Came the reporter's recorded voiceover, and the editor found video footage of the freeway taken from the moving news car and placed that behind the spoken phrase, until crashing through the guardrail, rolling several times, and coming to rest upside down in the Zips Market parking lot. In went shots of the broken guardrail, the big sign over the grocery store identifying it as Zips, and then the mangled remains of the pickup, several cops, some startled and shaken bystanders. As the story came together, pictures smoothly accompanied the spoken words of the reporter, and the TV viewer would have information both to hear and see, running at the same time. The editors were good at it and worked fast, pressing buttons and whirling knobs, watching people and events scurry across the monitors in comical, rapid motion, forward, backward slowly, then frozen, marked, recorded, and then rushed forward and backward again as the editors picked out the right images to go with the spoken copy. When John came into the editing room with his pile of notes and raw video, he was hoping and praying there would be someone there willing to help him. He'd selected the sound bites from the tapes and scripted the story out in the computer, but the story was still too ponderous. The whole adventure, the experience, the turmoil, the issues, the fibers, threads, and ideas just weren't falling easily into a 2-minute package, and he was running out of time. And now no one would look at him. Sure, they were busy at their work. And watching the images fluttering and scurrying across their monitors, and yet, he'd come into this room many times before and always got a greeting from somebody, but not this time. Where was Bill? They'd worked together before and gotten along great. Maybe Bill would be willing. Hi, John. Oh, hi, Bill. Great. Bill didn't seem any different. Still the young, witty, bespectacled technician John was used to. Bill was already eyeing the pile of material John was holding. Bill, I've got a problem here. Yeah, looks like it. And you've got to have it ready for the 5 o'clock. Afraid so. Well, come on. I think booth 2 is open. John followed Bill down the narrow aisle toward one of 3 enclosed editing booths, normally used for assembling special projects, teasers, promos, and commercial spots. They squeezed their way into the small booth, and Bill closed the glass door. Bill sat down at the editing console and began to sort through John's script and videos. John explained, I've picked out the sound bites and scripted the thing. And I've cut, but I still can't get it into 2 minutes. Bill scanned the script. Well, what are the essential points? I had about 100, but I've cut it down to 3. The governor knew at the time. Now another girl has died in the same clinic. Bill cracked up as if he'd just gotten the punchline of a joke. Oh, yes, yes. Now I understand what's going on around here. John figured he'd better give Bill a way out. And of course it is up to you whether you want to be involved in this. Bill was matter of fact. Well, it is news, isn't it? He set the script on the console edge and took out his pen. So let's just do the best job we can. Rachel Franklin was working the day shift at Hudson's restaurant and having a pretty good afternoon with nothing to be too anxious about, until Carl Barrett came in the door looking for her. She hardly recognized him with his hair cut and his jewelry gone, but there was no mistaking those intense, probing eyes. She busied herself arranging water glasses and silverware as she greeted him. Hi, how are you? Better. How's your father? This question carried a tone of distaste. About to go on the tube and talk about Annie Brewer. That got her attention. When? Tonight, hopefully on the 5 and 7 o'clock newscasts. He's going to try to cover the whole thing we've been working on. The governor's daughter, the clinic, Annie. The general manager said he could have 2 minutes. Her face fell a little when she heard that. Carl understood immediately. Yeah, 2 minutes. Big deal. How do you say it all in 2 minutes? She sighed in a kind of defeat. I guess I just don't know who to blame. I get so mad about it all, and I think I'm entitled to be, but I can't blame you, or your father. I just don't know. Carl looked around. He knew he shouldn't keep her from her work. Well anyway, I just wanted you to know that he's trying. I don't know how well he'll succeed, but he is trying to let people know. She allowed herself a smile. Well, John felt he was living out a whole new meaning to the phrase in the few seconds we have left. Soon he would have to get going on the rest of the script for the 5 o'clock, but the script for his own 20-minute story was becoming a lingering, insurmountable nightmare of a task. He read aloud through the cut and slashed script one more time, even trying to read quickly, one eye on the script and one eye on the digital clock on the editing machine. After the death of Hilary Slater, the Women's Medical Center continued business as usual. There was no inquiry, no investigation of time, said Bill. John sank in his chair. We've got to cut more, Bill said. John lamented, we've already cut half the heart and soul out of this thing. Bill whistled. Sounds artistic. Just human. Well, okay, what about the governor's opening soundbite? Okay, we'll start there. Bill rolled a cassette back to a brief excerpt from the governor's speech. To the Women's Citizen League. There was the governor, frozen in time on the monitor. Bill hit the play button, and the governor came to life, speaking as Bill and John followed along, reading the script. Knowing the risks, but standing firm nevertheless on her right to choose for herself whether to embrace those risks, she willingly and gladly chose to terminate her pregnancy. She chose to control her own body, her own life, and carry on with her future. Let's cut all that first part, said John, marking the script, up to, she willingly and gladly chose. Single quote. Bill rewound the tape as the governor's voice rose to a garbled squeal. His head bobbed and jerked, and his mouth chattered. Bill hit the play button. Embrace those risks, she willingly. That's it, said John. And noted the time code on the LED counter. That'll save you 7 seconds. What about the Brewers? John was emphatic. No, the Brewers have to stay, absolutely. We'll just have to cut something else. Okay, Bill said with a sigh. He scanned the script. What about Shannon Duplius? She had a lot to say. Let's take a look at it. Bill ejected the governor cassette and dropped in the interview with Shannon Duplius. It was already cued to the soundbite they'd hoped to use. Play. Shannon sitting comfortably, well lit, speaking to the interviewer. Off camera. The bleeding just wouldn't stop, and Hillary kept saying, "Don't tell anyone, I don't want my father to find out." Pause. Bill consulted the script. And then you say, Shannon finally called 911. And help arrived. Single quote. John nodded, grabbing his pen. Yeah, we can cut that out. People know how Hillary died, I guess. Bill regretted the cut too. Yeah, it is too bad. This is powerful stuff. He fast-forwarded the tape. So now we've got that other part. Stop. Play. Bill and John followed along in the script as Shannon spoke on the tape. Well, first it was the governor. He came over to visit me after Hillary died, and kept saying things like, well, we want to protect Hillary's memory, don't we, and, nobody needs to know what happened, and I'm not going to ask, and don't think you need to ever tell anyone, and I didn't get it at first. I thought, well, of course I won't tell anyone, it is a private matter. John shook his head. The paragraph on the script looked long, and Shannon was sure taking a long time to speak it. Okay, there's got to be something we can cut here. Let's just find a piece of it. John looked up and down the long paragraph while the Shannon on the tape kept talking. But after I started school, Martin Devon started calling me on a regular basis, and I realized that, hey, these people didn't trust me. They were going to keep an eye on me and make sure I kept my part of the bargain. No, come on, give me more than that. All right, all right. Cut, how about from, and I'm not going to ask, up through, private matter. Bill balked a little. Cut something from the middle. Do you have a reaction shot anywhere to cover the cut? John could feel the tension twisting his stomach. Oh, man, I don't. No. A friend of mine did this interview and I'm not sure. We could dissolve it. It'll look kind of tacky, but. No, just cut it from that point. Cut the whole thing. John had a second thought. But then we'll lose the part about Martin Devon. Well, let's try the cut in the middle and also take off the part about the bargain. Okay. Cue to the cut. Check the time codes. Cue to the other cut. Check the time codes. Add it up. 2:59. Nuts. You're sure you don't want to cut the Brewers? John didn't answer so quickly this time. Well, can we shorten them a bit without cutting them out? Bill slapped in the Brewers interview and queued it up. There was Deanne, sitting on the couch with Max. Deanne. When Annie died, the doctor told us it was from toxic shock syndrome, but She fumbled, dealing with emotion. We just weren't sure about that, and we didn't know where to turn. John grew impatient. Come on, Deanne, just say it. Bill observed, if you want this one, you'll have to cut the tears and just keep the statement. She takes too long when she's crying. John decided. Cut the tears, trim back to the statement. Rightio. Cut. Play. Time. 2:45. Oh, come on. Bill was getting short-tempered. John, you can't have everything. You have to accept that. Okay. He scanned the script, desperate. Bill suggested, how about this line? Max and Deanne Brewer had their suspicions but were unable to learn anything because of the reproductive privacy laws. You mean shorten it? I mean cut it. John winced. But it is an important point. The privacy laws. I've got to point out. Hey, wait a minute. Doesn't Max sort of capture that in his sound bite? He cued the tape to Max's sound bite as John consulted the script. Play. Max, sitting on the couch next to Deanne, as long as your daughter's alive you got no right to know what she's doing, or what somebody's doing to her. Only reason we could find out what happened to Annie was 'cause she was dead, and I think that's a little late. Single quote. Bill looked to John for a verdict. John thought it over quickly and then nodded. Okay, said Bill, we scratched the whole paragraph about the privacy. Chapter 33. Governor Hiram Slater was ready to call it a day and hopefully forget that this day had ever occurred. The business and the normal routine had been substantially disrupted by that unfortunate encounter with Mad Prophet Jr., leaving the governor shaken, disgruntled, and distracted. Not being able to reach Lauren Harris and rake him over the coals left Slater even more shaken and disgruntled. And as for Martin Devon, he was no help at all, disappearing after ousting the prophet and seeming to be busy everywhere except in the governor's presence. So now some dirty laundry story was probably going to run on Channel 6 that night, and all Slater could hope was that Rowan and Hartley would be able to wash it out with a counter-campaign of their own. Wilma Benthoff was already looking into that. Well, he had to get home. He had to address the Fellowship of Business that night, and he really wanted a nap and a shower first. He knew he'd feel better after that. He had Miss Rhodes call his chauffeur, grabbed his overcoat, and headed down the long, ornate hallway, saying quick good nights to Miss Rhodes and the female sentry on duty at the main reception desk. Brian, a part-time law student, serving as his chauffeur, met him in the main lobby as he emerged from the elevator. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Brian. Let's get me home. I'm tired. Very good, sir. And then, just as Brian did every day, he offered the governor his usual cup of coffee in a styrofoam cup with a plastic lid. The governor stopped dead in his tracks. He stared at the cup of coffee. And then he chuckled, shaking his head. Oh, boy, sir. Brian, now this is going to sound odd. Brian chuckled too. Something. The governor looked across the room at a drinking fountain. Brian, why don't you go over there to that drinking fountain and... He made a slow, deliberate pouring motion with his hand. Pour that coffee down the drain, down that drinking fountain. Brian was bewildered. Down the drinking fountain, sir. The governor laughed and even backed away from the coffee cup. Well, I've got a little bet going. Brian shrugged. Okay. Yes, sir. He walked briskly toward the drinking fountain to carry out his orders. Governor Slater stood still, looking all around for any coffee that might float by in the hands of angels or gremlins, and then watched as Brian slowly and carefully emptied the coffee cup and tossed it into a waste receptacle. Brian returned, and the governor released a mock sigh of relief. Good enough. He started walking, not looking. Well, let's get going. Oof. Too late. The governor abruptly encountered a wall of gray wool and felt hot drops of liquid striking his face. Oh, man. Sorry, Governor. Slater backed away from Ron Brennan, the Senate Majority Leader who was wearing a gray wool overcoat and carrying a cup of coffee. The cup had no lid, unfortunately. Brian was all over the governor with a handkerchief. Slater beat him off. Okay, leave me alone. Brennan thought it was kinda funny and ventured a little laugh. Slater didn't think it was funny at all. Why don't you watch where you're going? Brennan shook his head innocently. Hey, I wasn't going at all. Governor, I was just standing here. You walked into me. Sorry. The governor looked at Brennan, then at Brian, then at the coffee, soaking into his overcoat, and tried to calm himself. Well, he struggled to say, it is no big deal. That's what he absolutely had to believe. 4. Her headset in place, was at her post behind cameras 1, 2, and 3 on the news set, as were the camera operators. The lights were coming on, and the robotic camera on the boom was being checked for its nightly dive out of the rafters. John stood in the makeup room before the huge, illuminated mirror, putting on his best face and having strange, fatalistic thoughts about the future. This must be what it feels like to go to your execution, he thought. Quite honestly, he didn't feel all that excited about being a martyr. Not for what could turn out to be a non-story. But it was all in the Lord's hands now. Whatever would come, would come. He and Bill had finally finished the package early in the afternoon, and now the cassette was ready and waiting up in the control room. The final script was a mere fraction of the story John started out with, which was a mere fraction of the whole incredible adventure he and the others had been through over the past month or so. It would have taken an hour-long television special to capture even half of it, and all he had for tonight, and maybe forever, was 2 minutes. But he had some good feelings as well, especially gratitude. He had to be thankful to God that he'd even gotten this far with the story. It was like getting a second chance, a chance to make things right. And for all the pain he now felt, he also enjoyed a deeper feeling of peace. He just hoped Max and Deanne were watching, not to mention Rachel, Cindy, Shannon, and Mrs. Westfall. And Carl. And Mum. Carl came in from Grandpa's shop in time to wash up and get not only the television but also the VCR turned on and a blank tape ready to roll. A thing like this was only going to happen once, and he didn't want to miss it. Grandma, it is almost 5. Oh, came a cry from the kitchen. A clock, but if she did this time, she might miss the story while she was out on the road driving, so she'd stick around the center a little longer, along with her volunteers. 4:50 p.m. John slipped into his suit jacket and walked around the plywood backdrop and onto the news set just as he had done so many times before. Allie Downs was already there, putting in her earpiece and concealing the cord behind her back and under her jacket. Bing Dingham, the sports announcer, was ready at his post and fidgeting a little. Hal Rosen was in his place on the right end of the news desk, his hands folded in front of him, ready for a friendly chat. In the control room, Susan, the director, sat at the console in front of the wall of monitors, paging through the script with Rush Torrance and Tina Lewis as the syndicated controversial talk show babbled quietly from the on-air monitor. So we open with 130 job cutbacks at Benson Dynamics, said Susan. And 140's out, said Rush. 140, car wash. She chuckled. Too bad. I liked that one. But, okay, where's Wendell? She glanced up at one of the black and white monitors near the ceiling and saw Wendell Southcott standing in front of the main office of Benson Dynamics, waiting to do his live feed, the camera capturing the company logo on the building over his shoulder. Okay, he's ready. Susan turned to the console and started setting up the cameras on the set below. Okay, coming up on the teaser, camera 2, 4 shot, camera 1 on Bing, camera 3 on Hal. Stand by. Rachel Franklin got off work at 4 and made it home in time to flip on the television. John Barrett, Shannon Dupliese, now back home, sat on the couch with her mother, just waiting for the news to come on. Her father stood behind them, his hand on his wife's shoulder. Ever since Shannon decided to withdraw from Midwestern and return the scholarship, she and her parents had been talking, really working it through. Of course they had to deal with pain, bewilderment, and disappointment, but there were no longer any secrets. So far two things were certain in the Duplius home. Shannon had done the right thing in coming home and opening up about everything, and as for Hiram Slater, well, he would have some explaining to do to a family that had once trusted him. 4:56 p.m. Time for the before show teaser, right on the tail end of the syndicated controversial talk show. Rush counted down, 4, 3, 2, 1. Up, said Susan, and cue. Stand by cassette. The on-air monitor in front of Susan showed Hal, John, Allie, and Bing sitting happily at the news desk, all looking at camera 2 as busy theme music played in the background. John read the script mirrored over the lens of camera 2. Good evening, coming up on News 6 at 5 o'clock. Roll cassette, said Susan. Video. The main office building of Benson Dynamics. Workers leaving one of Benson's factories. Big airplanes under construction in a hangar. John's voice over the video. A big cutback in orders could mean a big cutback in jobs at Benson Dynamics. Wipe to video. Cops coming out of a small house in a low-rent district. Yellow plastic tape stretched around the house. Flashing red and blue lights. Bags and bags of white powder. Allie Downs' voice over the video. Police who thought they were breaking up a local crack house found more than they bargained for. Wipe to video. Some shots of a red pickup truck, upside down and spectacular and fatal crash. Camera 2, all 4. John introed Hal Rosen. And a cooler but cleaner Tuesday. Camera 3, head on to Hal. Hal looked chatty enough as he said, nice air, clear skies, lower temperatures, beautiful colors, and maybe a touch of rain. Not bad for fall. I'll tell you all about it. Camera 2, showing all 4. Allie introed Bingdingham. And fall is bringing out the colors on the football field as well. Camera 1, head on to Bing. Bing was excited and bubbly. The Tigers bring home a big win against the Cutters, and second-string quarterback Jeff Bailey played a first-string game. We'll have highlights. Back to camera 2 on all 4 of them. John faced camera 2 and closed the teaser. All that and more. Coming up on News 6 at 5, your premier news source. Commercial. They were off the air. Hal and Bing took out their earpieces and left the news desk until it was their time to be on again. John paged through his script, making little marks here and there to remind him, warn him, cue him. Strange how quiet it was on the news set tonight. Normally things were a little more chatty between the techs and the talent. John found the Slater cover-up story, still safe and sound in section 5, number 540. Any minute he expected to hear Rush in his earpiece saying the story was bumped, but so far so good. Marilyn Westfall was ready, as were 2 volunteers from the center, a young mother and a grandmother, seated next to her. But a special guest joining them for the occasion was Cindy Danforth, who'd found a comfortable perch on the arm of one of the chairs. Max, Deanne, and all 3 kids were seated in front of the television again, and this time all of them were nervous about it, remembering the ill feelings that had resulted from the last time Deanne had been on TV. Are you gonna be on this time, Mommy? Asked young George. I don't know, honey. We'll just have to see. I'm not getting my hopes up, Max said quietly. 4:58 p.m. Susan the director set things up for the 5 o'clock. Camera 2. Shot of John and Allie. Camera 3, head on to John. We'll pan for a Benson box. I thought I saw one in there, I don't know that for sure. Graphics, do you have a Benson box? Cassette 1 is 130, Benson cutbacks. Camera 1, you'll be shooting the 2-shot for the DVE box to John and Allie's left. Ah, no, we're yanking the car wash. Yank 140, 140 is out. John and Allie pulled the car wash story from their scripts. John would be opening with the first story on the Benson Dynamics cutbacks, and they would be talking to Wendell Southcott as he appeared in the false frame at the left end of the news desk. As Rush and Susan chatted away, working against the clock, Tina Lewis stood silently against the back wall of the control room, watching with an intense, brooding interest, a script in her hand. "Okay," said Rush, 10 seconds. "Here we go, everybody," said Susan. "Here we go," John told the Lord, his eyes closed for a 1-second prayer. 5, 4. Roll cassette. On the preview monitor, the opening cassette showed the numerals counting down as Rush counted out loud, 3, 2, 1, sounding the call, "News is happening, happening, happening." Video. Moving, aerial shot of the city, the Adams Tower, downtown. Traffic rushing back and forth, ferries pulling out from the dock. Deep, sandy, booming voice. "This is Channel 6, the city's premier news and information station, your #1 source for up to 3-minute news." Pictures, fast pictures. A cameraman runs toward a fast-breaking story, zooming in, focusing. A female reporter stands in front of more news, hair blowing, microphone ready. A male reporter scrambles from a News 6 car, his eyes locked on an off-screen event. Chopper 6 lands with a bump. Technicians bang switches in the control room. New video. The city skyline from high above, the picture rocking. Dipping a bit with the helicopter as it banks over the skyscrapers, catching the glint of the evening sun off the vast panes of glass. Voice still going. And now, from the News 6 newsroom, this is News 6 at 5, with John Barrett. As the camera flies through the air, circling over the freeway where the traffic flows like blood through an artery, a box appears at the upper left. John Barrett flashes a knowing smile at the camera, and Allie Downs. Box at lower right. She has a new hairdo, a new look, and delivers a shining smile. The boxes disappear as the camera drops toward an imposing tower of glass adorned with a big red 6. Bing Dingham with sports. A box containing Dingham's face leaps out from the tower and slams into the upper right position. Bing Dingham looks at the camera and cracks up as always. And Hal Rosen, weather. His box flies out of the tower and comes to rest at the lower left as he looks at the camera and winks. The boxes disappear. Here comes the tower, closer, closer, we're coming in for a landing, the big red 6 filling the screen, closer, faster, closer, faster. The News 6 news team. News 6 at 5. Crash. We're inside the building, sailing past rafters, cables, floodlights, and then, like a roller coaster going over the top, we nose over, dropping down past rigging, wires, lights, monitors, into the open expanse of the News 6 set, heading for the floor and the news desk where John Barrett and Allie Downs are ready and waiting to inform us, accepting with ease that we have fallen from the sky and through their ceiling to get 2-shot. John and Allie at the desk, looking into camera 2, the false video monitors behind them. "Good evening," said Allie, "and welcome to News 6 at 5. Camera 3, head on to John." The camera pans to the right as a graphics box appears over John's left shoulder. The graphics box shows the Benson Dynamics logo over a silhouetted airplane and the large word beneath the box. Cutbacks. John read the copy to lead into Wendell Southcott's report. Big news. Today from Benson Dynamics, one of the city's biggest employers. Due to cancelled airline orders and government contracts, the company will be cutting back its workforce. The red light atop camera 1 lit up, and John looked in that direction. Continuing, Wendell Southcott has been tracking that story. Mardell held out her hand, indicating where the DVE box would appear. John and Allie looked at the wall as if looking at Wendell, and now has this live report. Wendell. Camera 1 captured John and Allie looking at the box with Wendell Southcott looking back at them, microphone in hand, the Benson Dynamics building behind him. Standby cassette 1. Wendell went to full screen as he began his report. Well, John, U.S. and foreign airlines have cut back delivery on 2100s and 2200s, and Benson has also been hit hard by defense cuts. Roll cassette 1. A missile appears on the screen, blasting into the air. Title at bottom of screen. Benson. Cutbacks. Wendell Southcott's voice over the video. Benson took a big hit with the cancellation of the Rewinder missile. Carl and Mum sat on the couch, watching anxiously as the newscast hurried along and the VCR rolled, recording the event. They sat through the Benson story, then a related story on the local economic impact of the Benson cutbacks, then a story about a police raid of a crack house, and then a story about a high-speed chase and a wrecked pickup truck. A commercial brought a chance for Mum to break eye contact with the television screen and a story. Carl didn't like the answer. Well, he said they were going to bury it. And that meant they'd probably put it somewhere in the middle with other stories on either side, and definitely not right before or after a commercial. I don't understand. People might remember it if it is the first thing they see after a commercial, if it is the top story in that section. But you can't have it right before a commercial either, because then people can think about it during the commercial. Mum was shocked. They actually plan it that way. Carl laughed, but just a little. Who knows? That's just Dad's theory. Well, we'll see if he's right. The point is, he's doing it. Mum gave a solemn nod and a proud smile. I only wish Grandpa could see this, Carl sighed. Mum patted Carl's hand. Dad saw this moment a long time ago. He knew this day would come. The newscast continued on through another section and another commercial break. Then more news. A house fire, a yacht sinking in the bay, an environmental fracas over a new garbage incinerator. Then came a quick update on the gubernatorial campaign, reported by Todd Baker. Challenger Bob Wilson was still coming on strong, at least in his rhetoric. Slater says he cares about women, but I don't see the family anywhere in all that talk. But the polls showed Hiram Slater well ahead, so the governor remained confident of victory. 4 years ago I received a mandate from the people, and I believe the people still believe in the causes for which they first elected me. I have no question that we will prevail. It wasn't anything new or startling. Same old, same old. Moving right along. The Cross Bay Bridge, a real possibility. A planning committee released its findings today. Jim Enge had the story. Jim Enge did the story. John asked a scripted question. Well, Jim, how many members of the committee really view the Mayor's Point route as feasible? John, as a group the committee members would not commit themselves, but one member who asked not to be named felt the route would be approved. Commercial break. Next section. The opening of the city's new art museum. Consumer. Specialist Dave Nicholson's investigation into a mail-order meat-packing scam. Then Bing Dingham with sports. The Tigers and Cutters game. Some. Tennis. Another HIV-positive superstar admitting to having sex with hundreds of women and insisting the administration isn't doing enough. Hal Rosen with current weather and the national weather situation, the 5-day forecast coming up later in the program. Then the teaser. Camera 2, two-shot of John and Allie, zooming back a bit. There. Names appear under them. John Barrett. Allie Downs. Between the names, the News 6 logo. Behind the anchors, the backdrop with the false monitor screens. Ali took the first tease. Hate crimes in this area are on the rise, and a white supremacist group vows to make Waterton a national haven for whites only. Roll cassette 530. Video. A burning cross in the front yard of a nice house, white men with closed cropped haircuts marching with banners and giving Nazi salutes. Title at bottom of screen. Ahead. John's voice over the video. A local African American family is threatened by still another cross burning but vow to stay, even as the American Irons open a local chapter only blocks from their home. Video. A wild rhinoceros rams a safari jeep as the passengers scurry in all directions, screaming, hollering. Ali's voice over the video. And a frightening incident at the Wildwood Animal Safari as a rhinoceros goes on a rampage, all captured on home video. A banner graphic wipes onto the screen. Business. The Dow Jones averages, up 5.59. Then 6 local stocks and how they did. Commercial break. Story, the home video of the rampaging rhino, and the Slater story, sandwiched between the other two. 3, 2, 1. Ali began Section 5. Another cross burning, this time on the front lawn of an African American family in the Waterton district. John watched the monitor in the news desk as the video played in. Special assignment reporter Valerie Hunter did the reporting. It was impressive stuff, even scary. The frightened family, the charred cross still on their front lawn, the mother and father voicing their fears and concerns, followed by the grandiose and hateful boasts of the white supremacists. A powerful story. A disturbing story. And it would be followed by, what? John's nonstory. His after-the-fact indulgence in finger-pointing. For just a moment he even considered calling Rush and cancelling the story, but of course by now that was impossible. The newscast was rolling. The scripts, teleprompters, and cassettes were all in place. The story was going to air, and he was going to read it. Mum and Carl knew the time was passing. The newscast had already been going for 40 minutes. The Slater story had to be coming up soon. Mrs. Westfall, Cindy Danforth, and the 2 volunteers were beginning to wonder if the story would air at all. They felt they'd been sitting an awfully long time. Rachel was only inches from turning the television off and going on with her life. She figured she'd give the show just a few more minutes and that would be it. Shannon and her parents were discussing whether they'd been told the wrong date, and Shannon was beginning to have Max and the kids were getting restless and hungry, and Max was muttering phrases along the lines of, all this waiting for 2 lousy minutes. Deanne began setting the table and heating up the leftovers. If something came on, she would hear it and be able to run over to watch. John had the script ready in front of him, the anchor lead-in highlighted. Ali would be doing a closing tag on the hate crimes white supremacist story facing camera 2, and then, on her out cue, there are no suspects, but the investigation continues, John would begin. John could see camera 3 positioning for his anchor lead-in. He got ready. In the control room Tina eyed his face as it appeared in the preview monitor. She could read the tension in John Barrett's eyes. You just had to push it, didn't you? She muttered. You just had to push it. Rush and Susan were too busy directing the newscast to hear her. Ali closed the hate crimes story, looking into camera 2. The American Irons deny any involvement in the cross burning, and so far there are no suspects, but the investigation continues. The red light on camera 3 lit up. John remained in professional mode, facing the camera and reading from the script mirrored in front of its lens. He let his mind run automatically as he detached himself from the story. This was nothing special, he told himself, nothing different, it wasn't his story. It was news. It was his job. He had no intention other than to do it right, to do the best job he could do. Camera 3, head on. No pan, no box, just John. Standby cassette 540. A week after Governor Slater went public with the abortion death of his daughter Hillary. New questions are being raised. Did the governor know from the beginning how his daughter died, and if so, was he involved in a cover-up that may have cost at least one more life? Roll cassette, said Susan. The package began. Video. The governor, addressing the Women's Citizen League. An excerpt from his great announcement a week ago. Title at bottom of screen. October 9th. Governor, she willingly and gladly chose to terminate her pregnancy. Governor's voice drops as John's voiceover begins. Governor Slater claimed he had just learned Hillary did not die from mislabeled drugs but from abortion malpractice. Video. Drive. Harlan Matthews sitting in his office, talking to the off-camera interviewer, his voice muffled under John's voiceover. Pathologist drive. Harlan Matthews confirms the cause of Hillary's death, but insists the governor knew the cause of death the day after it happened. Title at bottom of screen. Drive. Harlan Matthews, pathologist, Bayview Memorial Hospital. Matthews's voice comes up to volume. It was an abortion. Performed quite hurriedly and clumsily. John's voice off camera. And was the governor made aware of this? He knew his daughter died from an abortion, yes. I'm the one who told him. Video. The exterior of the Women's Medical Center. John's voiceover. Hillary received an abortion at the Women's Medical Center on the 19th of April. Video. Shannon Duplius talking to an off-camera interviewer. Shannon Duplius, a close friend, drove Hillary to the clinic and then home to the governor's residence, where Hillary died a few hours later. Video. Old clip of Shannon receiving the scholarship from Governor Slater. When Shannon was awarded the Hillary Slater Memorial Scholarship, she soon realized the video. Back to Shannon being interviewed. Title. Shannon Duplius, friend of Hillary Slater. Shannon. Well, first it was the governor. He came over to visit me after Hillary died, and kept saying things like, well, we want to protect Hillary's memory, don't we? A shot of her hands ringing nervously in her lap, something Bill found near the end of the tape and used to cover the cut. Shannon continues, but after I started school, viewers see her face again. Martin Devon started calling me on a regular basis, and I realized that, hey, these people didn't trust me. They were going to keep an eye on me and make sure I kept my part of the bargain. Video. Exterior shot of the Women's Medical Center. John's voiceover. After the death of Hillary Slater, the Women's Medical Center continued business as usual. There was no investigation of malpractice. Video. A shot of Annie Brewer's senior picture. The camera zooms in, slowly to heighten the intensity. A month later Annie Brewer, a high school senior, also died from an abortion she received at the Women's Medical Center. Video. Cindy Danforth in silhouette. Title on bottom of screen. Mary. Witnessed abortion. Cindy. Annie was right across the hall from me, and I could hear her screaming, and after we got out of there, I knew something wasn't right. She was hurting. Video. Max and Deanne, sitting on their couch. Title. Max and Deanne Brewer, Annie's parents. Max. As long as your daughter's alive you got no right to know what she's doing, or what somebody's doing to her. Only reason we could find out what happened to Annie was 'cause she was dead, and I think that's a little late. John's voiceover. Max and Deanne Brewer had to take legal action to obtain Annie's autopsy report. Video. Drive. Mark Denning. Title. Drive. Mark Denning. Perform the autopsy. Denning. The primary cause of death was generalized septicemia, due to septic abortion, something for which the abortionist is responsible, in my opinion. The package was over. Camera 3, head on to John. John spoke his closing tag. The Women's Medical Center refused to comment, and Governor Slater was unavailable for comment. Ali spoke to camera 2. Well, a drive through the wildwood. Animal safari turned into a real nightmare. Roll cassette 550. Video. The rhinoceros stamping and lumbering about in the tall grass. Charging a Land Rover, making it jolt and rock as tourists run for cover, screaming, the camera shaking and jerking. Exciting stuff. Ali's voiceover, when one of the wild animal park's rhinos went on a rampage. Carl leaped from the couch and let out a whoop, then a loud yes, then danced a little, then shouted, he did it. He really did it. Mum just sat on the couch, quietly clapping her hands, tears in her eyes, praying, oh Lord, my dear Lord, Johnny's come home. He's come home. Carl pointed at the television, oblivious to the rhinoceros video and then the car commercial. He had only one thought on his mind. That was my dad. That was the man. Mrs. Westfall and the 2 volunteers all gave Cindy a big hug. You did great, honey. God bless you, you're very brave. Good job, good job. Rachel finally relaxed. 2 minutes. Well, okay. He did. Okay. Shannon and her folks got up and went to eat dinner. They knew better than to expect any more than what they had just seen, but they were satisfied. They had to give John Barrett credit for saying as much as he did. Deanne looked at Max, trying to fathom his brooding expression. Even as the kids got up and babbled in excitement. I saw both of you, said George. I want to be on TV, said Victoria. Well, sugar, aren't you going to say something? Deanne asked. Max drew one long, slow breath and looked at his wife. Well, it wasn't much. Then he broke into a smile. But it wasn't bad. They embraced. The rhinoceros story ended, and News 6 went to a commercial. Susan the director swiveled around in her chair and let out a quiet cussword of amazement. How come I never heard about this before? Tina stood against the back wall, staring at John Barrett's face on the camera 3 monitor. Heard about what? This thing about Slater's daughter. Tina seemed to ignore the question and addressed Rush. That story took too long. We hardly had room for the rhinoceros video. Rush glanced at his script. Yeah, well, you might want to drop it from the 7 o'clock. Oh no, you don't. Drop the rhinoceros, said Susan. You just do your job. Tina snapped. I'll decide what gets dropped. Susan closed right up, knowing better than to say another word. She took a deep breath, swiveled back to the console, and went back to doing her job. All right, camera 2, head on to, but he stayed professional, getting ready for the next section. He'd delivered the story, but the adventure wasn't over yet. There was still the rest of this newscast, and there was still the 7 o'clock. Chapter 34. Governor Hiram Slater said good evening to Brian the chauffeur and went in the back door of the mansion, carrying his coffee-stained overcoat over his arm. He found Alice the maid busy in the kitchen, putting dinner together. She was a very sweet older gal, a widow. She and her late husband had been friends of the family for years. Hi, Governor. He didn't look her way when he said, Hi, Alice. She noticed his sullen mood. Oh, tough day. He stopped and softened enough to chuckle at his own misfortune. Unfolding the overcoat for her to see. Spilled coffee on my coat. She immediately took it from him. Well, don't you worry. You just let Alice take care of it. Where's Ashley? Oh, out shopping for plants and bulbs, I think. She should be home any minute. The governor almost felt stupid asking the question, but he had to ask. Where'd she go? Warren's nursery. Oh, right. That's what she said. They're having a sale right now. So she wasn't going anywhere else, to buy clothes or shoes or anything. Alice laughed. Oh dear, I wouldn't know, Governor. Any mail. She pointed to the kitchen table where all the mail was routinely placed. For his perusal, he could see there were no packages of any kind. Have any packages come today? Anything from UPS? No. The mail on the table is all there is. He felt better. All right. Good enough. Well, I'm going to take a shower and close my eyes until dinner. I'll call you when it is ready. He hurried through the big house and up the stairs to the bedroom, feeling his nerves starting to ease. His own home, his safe haven, his castle the public, and the prophets, could not enter. What a feeling. He took off his suit jacket and tossed it lazily onto the bed, then started removing his tie as he went into the master bathroom, humming a little tune. A good hot shower, yes sir, that was what he needed. Oh no, what was that by his vanity sink? He stood staring at it, afraid to approach it, unwilling to believe it really was a shoebox. Only when he finally decided it had to be a gag, an elaborate hoax, did he approach the shoebox and remove the lid. Sure. Of course he found navy blue running shoes inside. He slipped off his dress shoes and tried on the running shoes. Great fit. Hello, came Ashley's voice in the bedroom. Did you find something? She had the teasing tone she always had whenever she surprised him with something. He was not pleased as he strode out of the bathroom, the shoes still on his feet. What's the meaning of this? She was pleased. Oh, looks like they fit. Yes, they do. Slater replied angrily. Perfectly. So where did they come from? She was taken aback by his angry tone. Well, Hiram, they didn't cost a thing. He was yelling now. Where did they come from? And now she was starting to yell back. From Wade Sheldon. Wade Sheldon. The governor was shocked and perplexed. Wade Sheldon and he had worked out together at the health club for a few years now. Where'd he get them? Ashley was indignant and defensive. I thought you'd be pleased. Just answer the question. He got them from a mail-order catalog. They didn't fit him, so he thought he'd give them to you. I got 'em this morning when I went to see Marcy. Marcy. Wade's wife. This wasn't making sense. Did the Sheldons know John Barrett? Did Ashley get the shoes from Marcy before John Barrett gave his little prophecy or afterward? How did John Barrett know Ashley would be visiting Marcy? Shoes. What time did you go visit Marcy? About 10. Why? Slater sat on the bed. He kicked the shoes off as if they were his enemies. I'm just trying to figure this out, that's all. There's an explanation. There has to be. Ashley had had her fill of abuse for now. It might be because Wade is your friend, or is friendship that foreign a concept to you? It's not that simple. So what do you think the shoes are? A bribe. Not a bribe. Maybe a trick. Hiram Slater. She told him where he could go and fled from the room. 6:50 p.m. John rechecked his makeup in the makeup room, standing all by himself in front of the huge illuminated mirror and taking some deep breaths just to steady himself. It was getting tough to maintain his professional edge when such conflicting feelings raged inside him. One part of him, the professional, go-with-the-flow part, was lashing out at him, chastising him, screaming at him that he was doing a monumental disservice to his profession, to the people he worked for, to the whole industry that had made him a household name. At the same time, one steady, unshakable voice from somewhere else inside him, probably his heart, but right now his feelings were too scrambled for him to tell, kept him standing firm on this chosen path, with no other assurance than the knowledge that he was doing the right thing. The overall effect of this inward battle was a twisting, wrenching, nauseating conflict that closely resembled a coronary, and he couldn't wait for the whole miserable experience to be over. He was glad Leslie wasn't here right now. She'd be getting herself in trouble for sure, and he could just imagine how much harder it would be with her stirring things up. He was wondering why Ben Oliver was nowhere to be seen. Gone home. Had he ducked out the way Lauren Harris had? Or, Ben, you helped get me into this. The least you could have done was walk me to the gallows and say goodbye. Why do I even stick around? He wondered. If I'm as good as dead as a news anchor, why don't I just walk off the job right now instead of prolonging the pain? Oh, but there came that voice again. Press on, you're doing the right thing. Finish it. Oh, I'm going to finish it, all right. I'm probably going to finish everything. Including myself. It's hard, son, came a voice from his memory, to have God show you things and tell you things and then not know what to do with what you've been given. Oh great. Just what I need. Another emotion. John leaned on the counter in front of the mirror as his face turned hot and his eyes flooded with tears. More a dad's lamentation came to his memory. Eat the scroll, John. Single quote. That's what the Lord said. In your mouth it will taste sweet, but it will make your stomach bitter. And he was right. Up front, when you hear things and see things and God entrusts you with knowing things, you think of how privileged you are, how wonderful it is to see truth parading right in front of you. And then, when you try to speak it and nobody listens, and you see people heading for a cliff and you just can't turn them back, and when you find out things you would have been happier not knowing. John wanted to break right down and cry, but there wasn't time. The clock on the wall said 6:54. He had to get to the news set and do the 6:56 teaser and then the 7 o'clock, and he had to be on top of it and look good and be the professional the viewers out there had learned to trust. And he couldn't go on camera with tears in his eyes and his voice quaking just because he understood for the first time how Dad must have felt standing up on that planter before that hostile crowd. He broke down anyway, pulling a tissue from the dispenser to sop up his tears. He could only cry in the few seconds he had left. Watching the clock, he made sure his emotions stayed within the schedule, and he pulled a drawer open looking for some eye drops. Yes, there they were. Hopefully that 6:56 p.m. Good evening. Coming up next on News 6 at 7, a big cutback in orders could mean a big cutback in jobs at Benson Dynamics. And then Allie said her lines, and then John gave a quick preview of the crack house bust story, and then Hal Rosen gave a hint of what the weather would be, but you'd have to watch the show to find out the rest. The whole teaser went just fine, and they were off the air for a few minutes. Then he and Allie checked their scripts and listened for any late changes coming from the control room. John could feel his emotions right at the brink of his eyes, but he kept them down. He kept his mind on the script, on Mardell's directions, on the whole newscast. Tina Lewis and Pete Woodman, the 7 o'clock show producer, quickly paged through the script for the half-hour newscast. Susan was at her post again, ready to direct. I hear you had trouble with the car wash story last time, said Pete. Too long, I think, Tina answered. But hey, we bumped it from the 5 o'clock, let's see if we can run it this time. Pete found it. Okay, 140. Yeah, it is going to be tight. So let's bump something else. We'll see how it goes. Susan could hear something coming but busied herself with her job, wanting very much to keep it. Camera 2, shot of John and Allie. Camera 1, head on to Allie to start. Is the Barry Gage commentary in or out? It's in, section 4, said Pete. Good enough. 10 seconds. Susan got the show rolling. Here we go, everybody. Pete counted down. 3, 2, 1. The 7 o'clock went like clockwork as John and Allie anchored story after story, taking turns back and forth. We'll bump the high-speed chase with the pickup truck, 180, said Pete. Tina jumped on that. No, move it to section 2. Pete objected. We don't have room in section 2. So move 280, the garbage incinerator, up to section 3. Pete was getting edgy. Tina, something's gotta go, come on. We'll see. Pete just shook his head. We'll see, all right. John and Ally got the word through their earpieces. They would do 160. The big crack house bust, and then cut for the commercial. 180, the high-speed chase, would start section 2. 280, the garbage incinerator, would start section 3. They marked their scripts. Ally finished the crack house story. They did a quick tease of stories coming up and went to the commercial. Okay, said Susan through their earpieces, remember, we'll start section 2 with 180, the high-speed chase. Camera 3, head on to John. Stand by. Section 2 went smoothly, and the change worked well, even saving a few seconds. They filled the time with cute anchor chatter. Commercial break. Pete shook his head. Okay, Tina, section 3 coming up, and there's too much there. Tina already had the problem solved. Push 370, the campaign, forward to section 4. Pete could count. There were too many stories in section 4 and not enough time. And what do we bump? Susan muttered to herself, but loud enough to be heard, I bet it won't be the rhinoceros. Tina heard the wisecrack but remained steady and determined. Bump 430, the Slater story. We'll do the campaign, then Barry's commentary, and finish out with the rhinoceros. Pete balked for just a moment. You're sure? Tina showed such incredible patience. Oh, excuse me, was I unclear? He caught her gaze and gave in. Okay, you're the boss. He found 400 and John got the word through his earpiece. Heads up. We're pushing 370. The campaign story, ahead into section 4, and we're bumping 430, the Slater story. Slater is out. John felt more conflict deep inside, anger at being double-crossed, mixed with the naughty joy of escaping a responsibility, crushing disappointment mixed with the relief John felt uncomfortable about feeling. He could see Ally flipping through her script and tossing the pages onto the floor. He found the pages in his own script, pulled them out, but kept them to one side. He was definitely not going to toss them onto the floor. Stand by, said Mardell, ready to count down. As John looked her way, he could see, or did he imagine, a vast crowd materializing behind those 3 cameras. He could hear their voices rising as if a sound engineer was slowly bringing up the volume. Almost immediately he recognized them. They were the crowd at the governor's kickoff rally, and now he was standing above them, up on that planter, in Dad's shoes, wearing Dad's overcoat. They were jeering him, chanting, shaking their fists, waving signs. He blinked the vision away. Mardell counted down, 3, 2, 1. She pointed at them, and they started section 3. The newscast galloped through section 3, and section 4 proceeded as a foregone conclusion. First came the latest update from the gubernatorial campaign, with both candidates making their splashes and Slater looking a lot better on television than Wilson. Then came a pre-recorded Barry Gage commentary, but John didn't hear a word of it. Then came the home video of the rampaging rhino, with plenty of time to include some of the really great shots. The rhino charging, hooking its tusk under the Land Rover and just about turning it over while a man with a rifle struggled to get a safe aim. The video was cut short before the rifle was fired in the interest of good taste. Music. Busy music. It was time to go. Camera 2, 2 shot of John and Ally. John started the closing. And that's it for News 6 at 7. Thank you for joining us. Ally took her turn. Stay tuned now for the premiere of a new Channel 6 TV magazine. Here and there, more music as camera 2 zoomed out to include more of the news. Set. Commercial. Mardell waved. The show was over, the cameras were off. Okay, everybody, good show, John, said Ally, gathering up her script. It was the first time she'd said anything to him all night. Thanks. John reached for the pulled pages. 430, the Slater story. But I still have one more story to do. Ha! Allie watched him, perplexed. John held the script in front of him, faced camera 3 even as the cameraman backed it away to park it, and began to read. A week after Governor Slater went public with the abortion death of his daughter Hillary, new questions are being raised. Allie rolled her eyes. John, come on. Let it go. Did the governor know from the beginning how his daughter died? John, and if so, was he involved in a cover-up that may have cost at least one more life? Allie gave up and walked out, shaking her head in disbelief. John could see the rally mob again, still moving by like a churning river. Bothered by his words, waving their signs, telling him to shut up. He kept reading. Governor Slater claimed he had just learned Hillary did not die from mislabeled drugs but from abortion malpractice. Mardell felt terribly awkward standing there behind the dead cameras. While John kept reading the story. Was she supposed to stand there and listen or what? John looked at camera 2 now. It was closer, even though it was one big dead machine. Pathologist drive. Harlan Matthews confirms the cause of Hillary's death, but insists the governor knew the cause of death the day after it happened. Mardell exchanged a look with the camera operators, and their expressions all agreed. This guy was finally. John had no audience but the dead cameras and the vast crowd he saw. In his mind, he kept going. Hillary received an abortion at the Women's Medical Center on the 19th of April. Shannon Duplius, a close friend, drove Hillary to the clinic and then home to the governor's residence, where Hillary died a few hours later. Carl turned off the television feeling a little disappointed. He said he was going to do the story on the 7 o'clock too. I wonder what happened. Mum reached out and took his hand. Carl, he's doing the story right now. Carl was puzzled, but he trusted her. What do you mean? She pulled him down, and he sat next to her. He's speaking the truth. Right now. I don't know who's listening, but he's doing what he has to do, I know. Up in the control room the monitors were cold, black, and silent. There was no sound. Susan was picking up the pages she'd tossed on the floor, still musing about what had happened. Tina was brutally tearing hers in half and throwing them in the waste can. Pete was standing by the window that overlooked the news set. What's John doing down there? John kept reading as the lights on the set shut down and the room went semidark. When Shannon was awarded the Hillary Slater Memorial Scholarship, she soon realized the scholarship came with a price: her silence. After the death of Hillary Slater, the Women's Medical Center continued business as usual. There was no investigation of malpractice. Now Susan and Tina had joined Pete at the window. Pete chuckled incredulously. He's doing 430, the Slater story. Susan was awestruck. He's doing it anyway. Tina murmured, like father, like son, and turned away. John slowed down as he read the final lines of his narration. The clock wasn't running now, and again. A month later Annie Brewer, a high school senior, died from an abortion she received at the Women's Medical Center. And then there was silence. No commercial break with its bright lights, loud music, new cars or cold, inviting bottles of beer. No angry throng seething and ranting around him. Just silence. John could almost sense his words still echoing somewhere in the room. He'd said it. He'd done the story. He laid the script down gently, respectfully, and then sat there for a moment, leaning on his elbows, his knuckles against his chin, just decompressing, allowing himself to feel. It was so quiet. Had it ever been this quiet in his life before? Barrett, you are one weird fellow, you know that. Ben Oliver was standing at the other end of the news desk. How long had he been standing there? Hi, Ben. Ben rested his elbows near the spot where Bing Dingham usually did his Sports reporting. He just stood there and studied John for a moment. So Tina bumped the story. It got on the 5 o'clock, but she bumped it from the 7. You lost out to the rhinoceros. Afraid so. Ben laughed derisively and threw in a well-woven curse as well. Yeah, I know. I should have been here. But I won't lie to you, John. I just plain didn't want to be. It would have meant trouble, the kind I don't like and don't need any more of. He sniffed in disgust. I couldn't have made much difference anyway. You push your weight around too much, you get accused of bending the news, you know. I can appreciate that. Then there was silence, the ominous kind. John finally broke it by asking, so, Ben, will I be working here tomorrow? Ben's gaze fell to the top of the desk for a moment and then returned to meet John's. Well, Lauren Harris went over your contract. The contract says we can't fire you, but it does allow us to reassign you. John was expecting this. To what? Feature reporting. Yeah, reporting fluff. Soft features. Barbershop quartets and oyster eating contests and slug races, things like that. Of course, it'll mean fewer hours. You'll only be working part-time. John leaned back in his chair and laughed quietly. He'd heard this kind of offer being made before, usually to reporters who didn't show up the next day. Ben had to laugh too. He knew he wasn't fooling anyone. You know how it works, John. Lauren's forcing you to quit. That way we kill our scapegoat and we don't have to give him any severance pay. Such a deal. Can I have a day or two to think about it? Oh gosh, yes. Another moment of pensive silence. John gathered up his script. Ben. Yeah. Do you understand what I did here today? Do you know why I did it? Ben looked at John with eyes that hadn't missed a thing. For the same reason you're getting reassigned. You're not being a good citizen in La La Land. You don't believe all this stuff anymore. He looked at the plywood backdrop with the city skyline, the false monitors, the textured blues and greens. I think Lauren's afraid that one of these days you're finally gonna lose it and start hollering, "We've been lying to you. The city you see behind me isn't real, it is just painted there, you hear me?" Single quote. Mommy, the Emperor's naked. Ben put a finger to his lips. Shush. You want to get us both fired. John had to laugh. Ben did understand. Ben came closer and sat in Allie's chair. But let me tell you something. John, just for the record. I was watching your performance just now, when nobody else was. You did all right. As a matter of fact, I think it was the best you ever did. Ben's eyes twinkled. You went over by at least 30 seconds, but you did all right. I believed it. It was true. Ben nodded. Then he added in all sincerity, John, you did the right thing. Willie Ferrini had just gotten back in town and was enjoying television at Clancy's when Henderson took him aside for a chat. Way aside actually, all the way down to headquarters. Willie was not a noble person, of course. He had no one's interests but his own in mind. Hey, you don't wanna talk to me. Talk to the man on top. Martin Devon. He's the one who hired me to what? Henderson asked, circling impatiently around the same interrogation room where he'd grilled Howie Metzger. To get the tape from Ed Lake and then from that old Barrett character. Did he tell you to kill Barrett? Willie shook his head and waved aside that notion. Hey, he just said to do whatever it took. He wanted the tape back. He said not to come back without it, and that's what I told Ted and Howie. You mean, of course, the Martin Devon, the governor's chief of staff. Willie liked the important sound of that. He smiled and nodded. Henderson instructed, say yes for the tape. Willie remembered his confession was being taped. Oh yeah. Yes. The phone in John's apartment rang 2 times, and then the answering machine clicked on, playing a message John had recorded as soon as he got home. Hi, this is John. I hope you won't mind if I don't answer the phone right now. I'm alright, but I need to be alone for a while. Maybe we can touch base again tomorrow, okay? Go ahead and leave a message after the beep. Hi, came a familiar and concerned voice. This is Leslie. I saw the 5 and 7 o'clock, and I can just guess what happened. Listen, hang in there, John, and remember, we're all behind you. As soon as you're ready, I want to talk about it, so give me a ring. John sat in a chair at the dining table, looking out at the city coming alive with lights as the darkness of night deepened. The newscast was over now. He'd told Mum and Carl how he needed this night to himself, and they understood. Now he could feel all he wanted until the feelings made sense. He could even cry. Another call came in. Hey, John, this is Susan. You know, the show director. Hey, Guy, I've never done this before. You know, just stuck my neck out like this, but I just want to say I'm sorry you got bumped. That story on Slater. I don't think it is going to go away. I think you've really uncovered something, and you should feel good about it, and I guess that's all I need to say. I hope to see you around. Goodbye. John appreciated Susan's call. Someday those encouraging words would work their way through his sorrow and do him some good. Someday. But tonight, as John sat there quietly, motionless, looking out over the city, all he could do was weep over it. Just like Dad. Another call. Hi, John. This is Aaron Hart. Listen, we were all watching tonight, and you did great. I won't bother you about this until you're ready, but you'll be interested to know that the Brewers are going to go after the clinic, and they'll be getting help from, Rachel Franklin, Shannon Duplius, and Cindy Danforth. Drive. Huronik and that Claire from the clinic too. Anyway, as soon as you get the chance we need to pull all the information and see what we have, but not until you're ready, okay? You just take it easy, be encouraged, and we'll hear from you in your own good time. Bye. John reached over and turned off the phone's ringer and the answering machine's volume. Then he sat there in the silence, alone with himself. Despair. That's what he was battling right now. Aaron, what good will you do, really? If you shut down one clinic, another will pop up somewhere else. Tear one clinic down, they'll just build another one. The problem isn't that clinic. It is in the hearts of all those lost and crying souls out there. The answer's got to come to them, to each heart, to each and every pain and resentment, to every wound that ever needed healing, to every soiled conscience that ever needed cleansing. It would take a miracle. And tonight, what good did I do, really? What difference did I make? Was anybody out there even listening? John's Bible lay on the table. He turned to 1 Kings 19, where Elijah, the prophet, was hiding for his life in a cave and cried out to the Lord, I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, broken down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. Well, Lord, now it is over, so maybe you'll tell me just what it was all about. John heard no answer. He saw no vision. He pointed toward the city and began to weep again. Lord God, what about their cries? Why do you let me hear them? What can I do about it? John sat up straight in the chair, watching the city, hoping for a thought, an insight, an answer from God, anything that would bring sense to his misery. But God remained silent. Lord, what's to become of us? That was his last question. He listened only a moment longer and then, drained of tears, despondent in spirit, he settled back in his chair with nothing more to say or think or do or hope, his eyes closed to the whole helpless world. And there he stayed, he didn't know for how long. John opened his eyes, for no reason he was aware of except that something had prodded him, much as a sound, a light, a bump, or a squeak might wake a person without his knowing exactly what had done it. The first thing he noticed was the pattern of the vinyl flooring on the dining room floor. There was nothing unusual about it, except that he was seeing it so clearly where before the light had been too dim. Light. Yes. Light that wasn't there before. Fascinated, he sat there and watched as the light grew, fanning out gently, displacing the shadows, steadily building and widening until it filled a long rectangle across the dining room floor. It was coming from his bedroom, shining through the open doorway. Had the light come on in there? Couldn't be. This light was not from some fixture or lamp. It was more like the glimmer from diamonds or the glint from polished silver, and yet it was soft, warm, comforting, with a hint of gold that seemed to move within it like myriads of tiny flames. John moved for the first time and only then became aware of his muscles and the weight and size of his body. He rose from the chair and stood on his feet. Yes, his feet, his physical feet on the physical floor in his real, physical apartment. He was really here, the light was really here, and this was no dream. A vision, maybe. Well, maybe. The light had fully arrived, no longer growing in intensity but remaining steady now, shining out of his bedroom and lighting up much of the apartment. John moved step by step toward the bedroom door, knowing he would find something but having no idea what it might be. An angel perhaps. Things like that happened in the Bible, and he'd heard stories about such encounters from some of the saints in church years ago. God. He stopped for a moment. If this was going to be a burning bush. He sure didn't feel like a Moses. But there was no fear. Only awe, and extreme curiosity. He took another step and then another. Now he could see his bed, the bedspread brightly illumined. Then the pillows neatly arranged at the headboard. And there it was. A lamb. Warmth and joy flooded him, flowing like warm oil from his head and on down to his feet. He relaxed and even smiled, leaning against the doorpost, looking at that little creature now looking back at him with gentle, golden eyes, the lashes blinking every once in a while, the legs tucked neatly under its perfect, unblemished body. The lamb. They'd met before, when John was 10. And as John stood there in awe, drinking in the vision, he remembered the details he'd seen back then. The white wool, so perfect it glowed, the attentive, flitting ears, the kind, gentle eyes, and the remarkably peaceful demeanor. The lamb looked exactly the same, in every detail. "Hello," he ventured to say, but very softly, afraid he might startle his guest. The lamb raised its head attentively and returned the greeting with its eyes. It has been a while. I'm very happy to see you again." He dared to enter the room, approaching the lamb so very furtively, his hand outstretched. The lamb rose to its feet, the little black hooves glistening, the bed. Then it entered John's mind to find a treat of some kind, some token of friendship or loyalty. Carrots. Would you like a carrot? The lamb didn't respond one way or the other. John backed away, speaking gently. Let me bring you something, okay? I have to, be a good host, right?" He hurried into the kitchen and threw on the light. Then he scrambled through the refrigerator for a carrot. "Okay," he said, closing the refrigerator. "Here you go." Oh. He stopped and fell silent. The lamb was standing at the sliding glass door, looking out at the city. Its body motionless with attention. Suddenly the carrot was unimportant. John set it on the counter and quietly joined the lamb, kneeling beside it, looking out through the glass. They remained there for quite some time, just listening. The lamb looked up at him, the eyes troubled. He nodded. "Yeah, I hear them too." He looked toward the city once more as the lamb followed his gaze. "I hear them too." Chapter 35. The very next day John Barrett was not seen in the newsroom, and few were surprised. In his place, Walt Bruchner hurried about, getting acquainted with the daytime staff, getting accustomed to the daytime routine. Out in the station's lobby, a maintenance man carefully removed the fasteners from the brightly lit, full-color, 3-foot-high photograph of John Barrett, news anchor, and took it down from the wall, removing it from the company of the other great names and faces. Above the avenues, streets, and freeways here and there around the city, workmen began to peel the face of John Barrett from the billboards, removing him in long, jagged strips that fell into the bed of a truck parked below. At the city garage, the Barrett and Downs posters were removed from the sides of the buses to make room for new posters that were due to arrive any day, new posters with the face of Allie Downs plus the new face of Walt Bruchner. The old posters were rolled up tightly and deposited in the trash bin. Throughout that day's programming on Channel 6, bold new promo spots began to air. Impressive video images of the hot new New 6 team, Bruchner and Downs, flashed across the screen, exuding integrity and incisiveness. By the day's end, John Barrett, bold, incisive, trustworthy, accurate, and up-to-the-minute anchorman, would silently slip out of existence in the popular culture and within weeks would vanish completely from the public mind. John Barrett, high, lofty, untouchable, and altogether perfect, was still gazing down with honest eyes from the rafters at Dad Barrett's shop as Carl positioned a ladder just beneath him, climbed up the rungs, and removed the portrait from its place. The stern look of honesty never changed as the portrait made the trip down the ladder in Carl's hands, and the eyes showed no response as Carl broke the wooden frame with a hatchet and neatly folded the canvas into quarters. When the folded canvas and its wooden frame were ceremoniously placed in the garbage, the face wasn't even seeing the light of day, but was folded upon itself in darkness, never to be seen again. Carl placed the lid back on the garbage can, fastened it down with an elastic strap, and then let out a whoop the whole neighborhood must have heard, his face toward heaven, his arms stretching upward. Mum Barrett stuck her head out the back door. "Carl, what's wrong?" When she saw him standing by the garbage can and noticed the joy on his face, she pieced it all together and went back inside, indulging in a quiet little whoop of her own. Governor Hiram Slater wasted no time. The moment he arrived at his office, he told Miss Rhodes, "Get Martin Devon in here right now, right away, pronto, no excuses." She gasped at his manner but carried out his order immediately, grabbing up her telephone to make the call. Slater went into his office and immediately removed his suit jacket, throwing it on the deep, leather-covered sofa. He would talk to Martin Devon this morning, and he would get the straight scoop from him on everything, or Devon was going to walk that very day, that very hour. First the spilled coffee, and then the blue running shoes, and now, well, everything the prophet had said about Devon yesterday did make sense. The 911 tape. Of course. It would have been the easiest, most direct way for Barrett and Albright to find out about Shannon Duplius. That tape could have triggered everything. That tape that Martin Devon was supposed to destroy. Well, did he? Right now and can't get away. The governor wouldn't accept that, and then thought that maybe he should, and then decided he wouldn't. He called Devon's office himself. Devon's secretary answered. "This is the governor. I want to talk to." Miss Rhodes's voice squawked out of the intercom. "Mr. Governor, Mr. Devon is here now." The governor hung up on Devon's secretary as the office door opened. And Martin Devon came in with two gentlemen. That perturbed the governor even more. "Devon, we need to have a conference immediately." He looked at the two men. "Gentlemen, if you'll excuse us." "Ah, Mr. Governor," said Devon, "these men are from the police department. I'd like you to meet Detective Robert Henderson and his partner, Detective Clay Oakley." No one made a move to shake hands. The two detectives only nodded at the governor, and he replied, "Gentlemen." Devon explained, "Mr. Governor, I'm sure you'll want to know that these two gentlemen are here to take me into custody." That didn't register. It was just too outrageous. Custody. What do you mean, custody? They're placing me under arrest. For one of the few times in his life Hiram Slater was at a loss for words. He just stood there, his mouth hanging open and trembling, his eyes darting from face to face, looking for some safe place to land. Devon figured he'd better sew up some loose ends before he left. Wilma Benthoff has the new poll results, and she'll be bringing them by this afternoon. You're doing well, still way ahead of Wilson. Rowan and Hartley are preparing a new package of TV and radio promos. I've told them to be available in case you need to do any image repair. They should be getting in touch with you today or tomorrow. But of course that wasn't what the governor wanted to talk about. Martin, they're arresting you on what charges? Devon thought for a moment, then answered directly, accessory to murder, conspiracy to commit murder, it all has to do with murder. What are you talking about? Devon held up his hand. Remember Mad Prophet Jr. from yesterday? He was right. He allowed himself a self-mocking laugh. See what happens when you lie. Devon looked at the cops again. Okay, gentlemen, let's go. The governor was flabbergasted and could only stand there while Oakley took some handcuffs out of his pocket. Henderson tried to be gracious and told Oakley, "We'll wait until we get outside." Oakley shrugged and put the cuffs away. Then Henderson said to the governor, "Nice to meet you, sir. If I may give you some advice, you should seek legal counsel, sir, right away." With a nod from Henderson, all three left the room and went by Miss Rhodes's desk and on down the long, ornate hallway to the elevators. The governor went as far as the big oak doors to watch them depart, his face pale with horror. This couldn't be happening. What was happening? He looked at Miss Rhodes, but she didn't have any answers and only gave him her most blank, most perplexed expression. "Should I call an attorney or something?" she inquired. "Call Rowan and Hartley, and Wilma Benthoff, and Clyde Johnson, my attorney." He saw the elevator doors open. Devon and the two cops got on the elevator, and someone got off, stepping into the reception area. Oh no, it was Ashley. Mrs. Hiram Slater. She was not expected. But then, nothing that had happened so far had been expected, although he was beginning to think it should have been. By the time Ashley Slater got to her husband's office, he was standing by the big window, looking out toward the Capitol dome. "Hiram, I'm sorry to come in unannounced, but I'm afraid we have to talk." He turned slowly from the window, defeat and surrender just beginning to darken his expression. Abruptly he stated the fact before she did. "Haley is pregnant." Now it was Mrs. Slater's turn to be shocked. How did you know?" Slater looked down at the deep, Leslie got her call from Ben Oliver that morning. The big battle was over, he said, and the dust was settling. If she could come back without kicking it all up again, she was welcome. Well, she would try to be a good girl, but she knew it wouldn't be easy. At 9 o'clock she was back in the newsroom, ready for that day's assignment, ready to participate in the story planning session around Erica Johnson's desk. Tina was at that meeting, but their eyes never met, and they didn't say a word to each other. It was clear they'd both had a talking to from Ben. The day's outlook seemed routine enough. There'd been a fire on the waterfront that needed a quick follow-up. Benson Dynamics was still wallowing in red ink and passing out pink slips. The mayor was appointing a special investigator to find out whom to blame for the new sidewalk buckling down at the public market. Leslie got assigned the buckling sidewalk story, something relatively tame, easy, and non-hazardous. When the meeting ended, she went to her desk to gather her gear and wait for her cameraman. John was on her mind. She hadn't seen him or talked to him since the day before yesterday, and she was dying to know how he was doing, what he would be doing. Too much remained unresolved, and it was driving her crazy. Someone stopped at her desk. She looked up. It was Tina Lewis. "Hi. Now you be a good girl, Leslie." "Ah, hi, Tina. How are you?" The moment Leslie asked that question, Tina's eyes fell, and Leslie could see the old fight was gone. The fire in her eyes was all but extinguished. Tina seemed crestfallen. Something terrible must have happened since the morning meeting. "Tina, are you feeling all right?" Tina raised her head again, drew a controlled breath, and said softly, Well, I hope I'm just a little bit smarter now, smart enough to tell you. I'm sorry." She struggled, trying to qualify the statement. I'm not abandoning my position on things. But I'm just trying to see things more accurately, get a fuller picture." She got frustrated trying to explain herself. "I still have to think it through, but, let me say this, right on the money, you were following your instincts well, and I can see that now." "Well, thank you. Anyway, it is good to have you back." And with that, Tina turned and hurried away. Leslie leaned back in her chair, a smile widening on her face and her eyes widening with surprise. "Well, what do you know about that?" What on earth had gotten into Tina? What was happening around here? Whoa, what was this? Ben Oliver and Erica Johnson came scurrying into the room and over to Erica's desk, where Erica started scanning the day's story assignments and having a muttered meeting with Ben. Then they both looked her way. "Leslie," said Erica, beckoning with her finger. Oh, this might be the answer right here." Leslie got over there, trying to play along with the low-key, semi-secretive mood. Erica looked at Ben, and Ben took the floor. "We're putting you on another story." He touched Leslie's arm. "Hang on to yourself. I don't want the whole newsroom coming unglued, at least not all at once." Then he broke the news. Martin Devon's just been arrested, charged with murder. Leslie tried to hang on to herself, but she could feel her heart racing. And when she spoke, her voice wanted to squeal. Does John know?" Ben was still stunned himself. "If you want to know what I think he always knew. He's the one who called just now." Leslie made an easy connection. You mean the murder is the victim is John's father." Ben sniffed a tight little laugh at himself. "I knew that story you two were working on was leading somewhere. Now we've got something that's going to explode all over the state for months." Leslie grabbed for the nearest phone. Ben shot out his hand and stopped her. "Ben, I gotta talk to John." He forced her to look him in the eye. "Leslie, you get yourself a cameraman, you get down to the precinct and get the details, then you get in touch with the governor's office to see what they have to say, and then you get in touch with anybody and everybody who might know about this, and I'm sure you do know some key people, don't you? People close to the victim, people close to the governor's family, people who might have something to say about the possible motive for the murder." Leslie nodded furiously. Yes, sir, Ben, yes." She was like a racehorse being held back at the starting gate. Ben kept a steady hand on her arm and kept looking her in the eye, demanding her attention. "The story's yours, Albright. You earned it. Now don't mess it up." He let her go, and she went straight to her desk, straight to her phone. The phone rang just as she got there. "Hey, Leslie, this is Detective Henderson. I'm down at the precinct, and I've got a story for you." "Yes," she shouted, unable to keep her voice down. "You've arrested Martin Devon." That caught the ears of several reporters at their desks. Ben moaned. "Oh boy, here we go." Henderson was amazed. "Boy, news travels fast." "I'll be right there," said Leslie. "Okay. I've got a bunch of info for you, so bring a camera." "Thanks. See you in a bit." She called John's apartment, but John didn't answer. She left a frantic message on his answering machine. She called Mum Barrett. Hello, Mum Barrett, this is Leslie. Mum was excited. Oh, Leslie, have you heard about Martin Devon? Yes, John told me. I'm still in shock. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. I've just got to talk to John. Mum toned down just a little. Oh, well, he isn't here. Do you know where he is? Well, yes, but where? I've got to talk to him. How did he find out? What? And I know he'll want to get back to you. Well, where is he? Oh, Mum fretted a bit. I should have known this was going to be a problem. I promised him I wouldn't tell. What? He and Carl went somewhere together, that's all I can say. But they should be back later today. Leslie stopped short when she heard that. She began to understand. Oh, okay. Well, tell him I'm. She felt fully charged with energy. Tell him I'm back doing the news, will you? Tell him Ben gave me the story. Oh, honey, that's wonderful. And tell him not to worry. Mum laughed. I'll tell him. Dad's old pickup came to a stop in the gravel only a few yards from the edge of a great body of water. The doors squeaked open, and two wayfaring seamen dressed in boots and warm coats got out, ready to challenge the briny deep. Actually, it was just a small lake in the middle of a park, but the spirit of a magnificent voyage was still in the air. John, a warm stocking cap on his head, reached into the truck bed and threw back the canvas cover. Okay, girl, here comes your maiden voyage. Carl helped pull the cover off the little rowboat. We still need to name it something. Something like invincible or impenetrable. Yeah, right. Impermeable. Unsinkable. Well, we'll find out about that, won't we? Carl jumped into the truck bed to take the bow, while John took hold of the stern, and without much trouble at all the little craft was half in the water, ready to shove off. John had to stand there for just a moment, admiring the boat in its. He put an arm around Carl's shoulders. You did a good job, son. Carl returned the arm around. So did you. They loaded the oars and a duffel bag containing their lunch and then flipped a coin to see who would row first. Carl won. The little boat sliced through the water like a champ, propelled along by Carl's strong, even strokes. Out across the lake they went, father and son, laughing it up, talking it up. From far away you could hear their conversation carrying across the still water. So, came Carl's voice, it is Grandpa's sister Alice who married Robert, and then his brother Roger who married Doris. No, came John's correction. Roger married Marie. Oh yeah, Marie. And they had 4 kids. Linda, Debbie, Bobby, and Jason. And Debbie's the one who's married. Linda's the one who's married to Bert. Bert. Did I meet him? He's the guy with the crew cut. No, I didn't meet him. As the time passed lazily by, they rowed up to one end of the lake and then headed back again, then took a side trip to circle a little island populated with ducks. So what'll you do now? Carl asked. Oh, be a columnist maybe, came John's answer. I know some people at the Journal who've wanted me before. Their approach alarmed some ducks that skittered across the water and took to the sky. Sorry, Carl called to the ducks. They look great, don't they? Hey, you want to row for a while? Sure. They carefully traded places. John took the middle seat and the oars, while Carl sat in the stern. John started pulling at the oars. Ah, feels great. You know it. So what'll you do now? Oh, well, you're good at what you do, Carl. Real good. I think you'll succeed. I think so too. John pulled briskly at the oars, and they started up the lake again with no real destination in mind. They just wanted to row and ride and talk. They talked about love and John's marriage that didn't work and whether John might get married again. He might, and whether Carl had thought about where he'd live and if he thought he'd like to get married and about Grandpa and Grandma and all the family that was so hard to keep straight and about God and what he was all about. John finally set the oars down. Oh, that reminds me. He chuckled. Well, it doesn't really remind me. I've been thinking about it all along, but now would be a good time for a little ceremony. Carl laughed, expecting something corny. Oh brother, what now? John had brought the duffel bag along, supposedly with only their lunch inside. Well, the lunch was in there all right, but there was also a very familiar old overcoat. He pulled it out of the bag and shook it out. Dad gave this to me, and now, for some vague religious reason I haven't clarified yet, I think I should pass it on to you. Carl smiled and shook his head. No, that's from your father. Grandpa gave that to you. John held it toward him. Come on, try it on. Or, go on, take it. Humor your religious old man. Carl shrugged and laughed and slipped the overcoat on over his other coat. Don't know if it'll fit me. John sat there and watched, just to see if it would. Carl pulled it closed and fastened some of the buttons, then looked up to get John's reaction. What do you think? John looked at the coat on his son and thought it looked a little big or maybe a little out of style for one such as Carl, and he was about to say so. But at that moment John noticed Carl was looking toward the shore, his face full of perplexity and wonder. Hey, Dad. Yeah. Look at that. John looked where Carl, far across the water, on the distant shore, the green trees of the park, and the skyline of the city rising behind it. A lamb stood very still, its wool shining in the sun, its head held high, watching them. Is that a? Well, it looks like a lamb, said Carl. John looked from the lamb to his son and back again. You see it, Carl. You see the lamb too. Carl looked at his father, puzzled by the question. Well, sure. John looked a second time at his son and at the fitted dad's old overcoat. Now he changed his mind. He reached out and gave Carl a loving tap on the side of the knee, then fingered the hem of the old overcoat. Don't worry about the coat, son. You'll grow into it.